investment in key areas like agribusiness and green growth is gaining traction. Africa is determined to bridge its development gaps through creative financing, public-private partnerships, and diaspora bonds. Yet, challenges remain. Global uncertainties, conflicts, economic shocks, climate change, and inequality hinder Africa's progress. The continent is still recovering from pandemic losses of up to 3% of GDP, and economic growth fell from 4.1% in 2022 to 3.2% in 2023. Although 2024's growth forecast shows promise, it will unlikely be inclusively distributed. Geopolitical tensions and conflicts also continue to weigh heavily on progress. While climate change could reduce agricultural yields by up to 30% in some countries by 2050, threatening both food security and livelihoods. To tackle these challenges and harness Africa's strengths, United Nations Development Program, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the African Development Bank, and the Republic of Botswana are hosting the 2024 African Economic Conference from 23rd to the 25th of November in Gabon. At this conference, leaders, innovators, and experts will come together to discuss ways of securing Africa's economic future amidst rising uncertainty. We will discuss how digital innovation can create jobs, enhance productivity, and improve services. We will explore strategies for attracting investment, strengthening public-private partnerships, and mobilizing resources for development. By unlocking new sources of funding, we can accelerate development and create millions of jobs. Together, we will address challenges and seize opportunities, paving the way for Africa to become a global economic powerhouse. The world is changing, and so is Africa. The African Economic Conference 2024 is a call to action. Join us for thought-provoking discussions and enhanced partnerships as we forge a path through uncertainty toward a thriving future for Africa, one where its people and ingenuity lead the way.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please ask you to rise? Ask you to rise for the arrival of the President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Duma Boko, and his delegation. May I ask that you remain standing for the singing of the national anthem of the Republic of Botswana. Thank you. You may be seated. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, honorable ministers representing various African nations, distinguished heads of delegation from the African Development Bank, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the United Nations Development Programme, respected media professionals, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates and honored guests, good morning, Dumelang. It is with profound honor and privilege that I welcome you to the 2024 African Economic Conference. Today we gather at a critical juncture for our continent, united by a shared purpose to examine global economic trends and their implications for Africa's future. Allow me to begin by expressing our deepest gratitude to Advocate Duma Boko, President of the Republic of Botswana, for his presence and for officially opening this significant event. Your visionary leadership exemplifies the bold and inclusive strategies needed to elevate Africa's standing on the global stage. We are equally privileged to have with us Honorable Dr. Penyo Butale, Minister of International Relations for Botswana, whose welcome address will set the tone for today's deliberations. Your dedication to fostering partnerships and collaboration continues to inspire progress across the continent. It is a true honor to welcome our distinguished speakers, Ms. Ahuna Ezeakonwa, Assistant Secretary General and Director of the Regional Bureau for Africa at the United Nations Development Programme, whose tireless work advances inclusive and sustainable development for Africa. Professor Kevin Urama, Chief Economist and Vice President of the African Development Bank Group, whose expertise in economic resilience and innovation serves as a cornerstone for Africa's growth and transformation. And Mr. Claver Gatete, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, whose visionary leadership and strategic policy guidance have been pivotal in shaping Africa's developmental trajectory. Let's give them a round of applause. To all our esteemed attendees and contributors, your presence reaffirms our collective commitment to driving solutions that fortify Africa's resilience and unlock its boundless potential. As your Master of Ceremonies, I'm deeply honored to guide you through this remarkable event. My name is Rochelle Locke, and I hail from the country of vast open spaces and incredible natural beauty, just like my neighbor, Botswana, and that is, of course, Namibia. It is indeed a privilege. That didn't sound too welcoming. I was expecting a bit of a roar. Thank you. It is indeed a privilege to serve you today. Here in the heart of the dynamic and welcoming land of Botswana, let us embrace the theme of this year's conference, Securing Africa's Economic Future Amidst Rising Uncertainty. Ladies and gentlemen, this theme captures the urgency of our mission and challenges us to envision bold, collaborative pathways towards sustainable and equitable growth for Africa. So let us seize this opportunity to exchange ideas, inspire action, and build a stronger, more resilient Africa for generations to come. Thank you once again, and I welcome you again to the 2024 African Economic Conference. Now it is my great honor to invite to the stage the Honorable Minister of International Relations for Botswana, Dr. Penny Butale, to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Butale, your resolute commitment to fostering partnerships and championing Africa's growth inspires us all. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Butale with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, colleagues. I think the MC deserves another better round of applause. Mr. President, honorable ministers here present, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to our beautiful city of Gaborone and to the 19th Africa Economic Conference. As the MC has already indicated, this conference is held under the theme, Securing Africa's Economic Future Amidst Rising Uncertainty. I trust that our hospitality has been nothing short of what truly defines us as a people. Let me express my deepest gratitude to everyone who has traveled from near and far to join us today. Your presence here reflects the shared commitment we all have to Africa's growth, sustainability, and to our collective prosperity. A special recognition goes to our organizing partners, the Africa Development Bank, Economic Commission for Africa, and the United Nations Development Programme for bringing this conference to Botswana. I wish to also applaud them for choosing such an apt theme and creating an environment for all stakeholders to actively participate and forge concrete solutions to Africa's problems. Distinguished guests, the theme for this conference could not have come at a more opportune time, when Africa is faced with multifaceted challenges ranging from economic fluctuations, climate change, and social inequalities to the disruptions brought by global events such as the COVID-19, the raging Ukraine-Russia war, the Gaza conflict, and continuing conflict situations that are developing all over our continent. This is indeed a significant gathering dedicated to addressing these challenges and finding opportunities that will shape the future of Africa, where we as Africans are called into action. As we all know, we have a vision, Agenda 2063, as Africans, and it says that we want to carve the Africa we want, and we should all be involved in fashioning that Africa that we want. Distinguished guests, less than a month ago, we proudly conducted peaceful elections in Botswana and elected a new government led by the President, Mr. Duma Gideon Boko. We are therefore delighted to join you in convening African thinkers, researchers, and policymakers to discuss ideas to promote Africa's sustainable development and the achievement of the aspirations, as I've just said, of the African Union Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. This conference has brought together a wide range of participants well-versed in the topical issues before us, from researchers, practitioners, to policymakers. In this regard, we expect the participants will focus on key solutions that demand a coherent and unified response, which will help propel Africa to economic growth and prosperity. And I dare say this would include, among others, deepening economic diversification to reduce dependency on narrow export bases and mitigate vulnerabilities to external shocks. This may also include strengthening fiscal and monetary systems, which is vital for economic stability, fostering regional trade and collaboration, ensure inclusive growth and human development, and leveraging technology and innovation. Yesterday, Mr. President, when I met with the team, I made it clear to them that as a government, we are in a hurry. We are in a hurry to deliver on all the promissory notes that we gave to the nation. And I challenge them to say, as international cooperating partners, you know our vision, you know what we want to do. Now let us have a coordinated, coherent country program that will assist us deliver on those promises. Distinguished guests, I also want us to note another critical area which will not necessarily be discussed in this conference, but which does have a serious impact on our economic prosperity. This is the vital role that democracy, peace, and stability play in shaping our economic performance, and in turn, growth and prosperity for our countries. Indeed, political stability and economic growth go hand in hand. So we need to also see how we get these on board for a holistic, nuanced approach to development. Distinguished guests, having said that, we look forward to the emerging analysis of Africa with the polycrisis and the identification of opportunities and strategies for building resilience to shocks to meet the Sustainable Development Goals and the African Union Agenda 2063, as I have already alluded to. I'm confident that discussions over the next 3 days inspire concrete ideas, common positions, and recommendations that will contribute to building Africa's resilience and securing its economic future amidst rising uncertainty, as well as ample opportunities for networking and sharing of experiences. Your invaluable active participation and support will ensure success of this conference. Lastly, in the spirit of avoiding all work and no play, please find time to visit our different attractions and gain a good grasp of the Botswana's rich culture. Go around, visit Extension 27, visit Extension 16. Okay, Okay, all that is in my constituency. I wish you fruitful deliberations. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, for that heartfelt and inspiring welcome. And I'll be sure to visit your constituency. Ladies and gentlemen, we now turn to our distinguished speakers, who will each share their insights and perspectives on the challenges and opportunities before us. Our first speaker is a trailblazer in sustainable development. Ms. Ahuna Ezeakonwa, Assistant Secretary General and Director of the Regional Bureau for Africa at the United Nations Development Programme. Ms. Ezeakonwa, we look forward to your reflections on how Africa can build economic resilience and drive inclusive growth amidst global uncertainties. Let's please welcome Ms. Ahuna Ezeakonwa.
Thank you. Proudly the only woman on stage. Mr. President, I've heard that you actually don't want to be addressed as His Excellency. So I start by recognizing you, Mr. President, and also Honorable Dr. Penyo Butali, Minister of International Relations in this beautiful country. Thank you for setting the tone for this meeting. Let me also recognize my partners in crime here, dear Ms. Gatete, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and Professor Kevin Orama, who is the Chief Economist and VP of the Africa Development Bank, colleagues, friends, fellow Africans, senior government officials, our development partners in the room, but also our dear resident, UN resident coordinator who has been accompanying us. Ladies and gentlemen, I would say on behalf of the UN Development Programme, which leads this edition of the Africa Economic Commission, Africa Economic Conference, and on behalf of our co-organizers, the ECA and AFDB, I want to profoundly thank this country for accepting to host the 2024 Africa Economic Conference, despite just being inaugurated into government. And I want to take the opportunity, Mr. President, to congratulate you for such a stunning win, and also the people of Botswana for championing peaceful elections at a time where this is increasingly a scarce commodity. We are incredibly proud of Botswana. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's conference is securing Africa's economic future amidst rising uncertainty, as you already heard. This is quite timely. The last few years have been quite traumatic for our world, and Africa has not been left out of that trauma. We have witnessed escalating conflicts, increasing political polarization, and we've seen the impact of severe climate volatility on people's lives. We know a lot of the people who have been affected. Some in this room have not been left out. And these global events and what they represent have really threatened Africa's development prospects. We talk about the wars in Europe and the Middle East currently, which have pushed annual global military spending above $2.4 trillion. This is the highest that we've seen since 2009. And the consequence of this is that we see a diversion of resources from investment in sustainable development goals. But we also see an incredible impact on lives. We see a distortion of global markets, creating deep divisions in the global arena. The World Bank estimates that the reconstruction effort in these two regions will cost billions of dollars, and this will crowd out development spending. Extremist politics is pushing the world towards increased trade protectionism, with threats of new tariffs being posed. We are seeing a retreat from multilateralism at a time that we most need it. The African continent continues to bear a disproportionate cost and burden of climate change, despite contributing minimally to global emissions. African countries have the daunting task of raising some $250 billion annually, and that's 10% of GDP for climate action. And less than 10% of that is made available to Africa. Furthermore, over 3/4 of the sums available to Africa for climate action are actually informal loans rather than is further indebting a continent that will pay over $160 billion in debt service this year alone. So, distinguished guests, these global uncertainties challenge us to rise above the circumstances and invest in the Africa that this generation of Africans and future generations deserve. And that is an Africa that's characterized by shared prosperity, by productive regional integration, by vibrant and entrepreneurial youth, by accountable governance that ensures that the human rights of every single individual is protected, and that people have the opportunity to live in decency and dignity. It is a future that will be free from fear, disease, and deprivation. That is the Africa Africans deserve. And that is the Africa that the world needs. This is why, since 2006, UNDP has been a proud convener of the African Economic Conference in partnership with the Africa Development Bank and ECA. Together, we have brought together some of the finest minds on this continent and also visionary leaders from across the continent and beyond to think together on actions that are required to reverse a lot of these trends. This gathering today serves as a dynamic platform to develop solutions to Africa's most pressing development challenges. And this year's conference, the theme that we're looking at, captures the essence of our recent global experiences, characterized by increasing geopolitical tensions and weakening multilateralism. And of course, a growing disconnect between transnational challenges and the cooperative frameworks needed to address them. UNDP's Human Development Report of 2024 sheds light on societal and political polarization risks and also the global gridlock that complicates our ability to tackle common adversities such as conflict, climate change, and the ability to transition towards greener economies. However, despite all of these challenges, this report also points out the opportunities for pro-poor growth and also transformative innovation. And it is the opportunity that we want to focus on in these 3 days, looking at how we can lift those opportunities to the front. And today, as we stand at the crossroads of global uncertainty, the need for innovative development financing in Africa has never been more pressing. In a world redefined by multiple crises, our traditional financial frameworks are being tested like never before. While the $1.3 trillion annually that is needed to finance the gap required to attain the SDGs remain glaring, it is imperative that we pivot towards more innovative financial solutions, especially those that promise not just immediate relief, but pave the way for long-term sustainability. And I'll give an example. To optimize the financing and investment flows, we must reduce the cost of borrowing by improving the accuracy and objectivity of credit ratings, for instance. UNDP estimates that credit rating biases cost African countries $75 billion in excessive interest and foregone lending. As part of our approach to supporting African countries in improving their credit ratings, we have launched a publicly accessible Africa Credit Rating Resource Platform to serve as a one-stop shop for data, for methodological information, and for research and on credit ratings. Guided by the necessity for grassroots innovation to tackle Africa's structural challenges, UNDP is also embracing digital revolution and technology as a critical lever in navigating the impact of global uncertainty and ensuring disruptions do not occur in the negative sense. Our 2023 Digital Entrepreneurship Report, jointly produced in collaboration with the African Union and other partners, has highlighted educational technology and financial services technology, health technology and agricultural technology as potential catalysts to promote sustainable development through innovation. This is why UNDP's flagship initiative, Timbuktu, and I would invite all of you to look it up, which was launched earlier this year, aims to mobilize and invest at least $1 billion of catalytic and commercial capital to transform 100 million livelihoods and create 10 million new jobs. We are continuously establishing vibrant university innovation pods, 13 now across the continent, and very proud to announce that there will be one here in Botswana. And so, Mr. President, I'm looking forward next month to launching the Botswana University Innovation Pod. And today, the participation also of African researchers, young African researchers at this conference underscores our dedication to leveraging their intellectual capabilities in mapping out future developmental pathways. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to highlight 3 critical areas that I believe could be transformative given the current global uncertainty landscape. The first is that we must strengthen resilience to global shocks by reducing Africa's dependency on food and fuel. Importation of these goods are crippling for Africa's economies. Currently, nearly 70% of the continent's global exports are raw materials, and they are unprocessed primary commodities, highlighting the continent's vulnerability to international commodity shocks. We must invest in the technology, infrastructure, and skills that will enable a continent like this, with 60% of the world's solar resources, to provide sustainable and affordable energy for all, and 65% of the world's remaining uncultivated arable land to feed itself and others. Second is that we must prioritize the diversification of our economies and promote the strategic integration into regional and global value chains. This approach is not merely an economic strategy. It is a necessary adaptation to that global economic climate that we describe, enhancing our resilience and enabling us to respond more effectively to economic shocks. We need to mobilize resources at scale to fill strategic infrastructure, health, and education gaps, because our human capital is essential to that progress. It is only through such approaches that we can enhance our defenses against global market fluctuations and build a more stable foundation of current and future growth. Third is that we must take steps to ensure that Africa's abundant resources finance its growth. The mantra here is that Africa's money must work for Africa's people. We must staunch the illegal outflow of Africa's money. The continent loses some $90 billion to illicit financial flows every year. The tens of billions in financial deposits by African pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, and insurance companies must be made to work for the continent rather than just be deposited elsewhere to gain profit for those countries that receive them. African countries leave billions of dollars on the table in natural resource deals. We must come up with robust strategies to harness and utilize Africa's financial wealth for Africa. This year's AEC will be remembered as a forward-leaning, solutions-oriented gathering of Africa's brightest minds, a conference that provided the framework that will put great ideas and cutting-edge analysis to work for the African people, putting countries back on track to attain the SDGs and articulating a pathway of hope, progress, despite multifaceted global uncertainties. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, I think it's time for Africa to lead. I think this continent is unstoppable. It will be unstoppable when we have leaders that care. I heard a colleague once say, "What is poverty but the failure to love?" What is poverty but the failure to love? Let us start sowing the seeds of human rights, of love, of care, of solidarity, so that we can finally eliminate poverty, not just reduce it. I thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ahuna Ezeakona, for your powerful and thought-provoking remarks. Our next speaker is a leading voice in economic policy and innovation. Please join me in welcoming Professor Kevin Urama, Chief Economist and Vice President of the African Development Bank Group. Prof, we eagerly await your insights on how we can harness innovation to navigating rising uncertainty. Over to you.
Mr. President, Honorable Butale, Honorable Ministers, both in the room and joining us virtually, distinguished delegates, my Executive Director representing Botswana in the African Development Bank, and all the senior officials, please allow me to stand on established protocols. I bring you warm greetings from Dr. Kingumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. President, for your resounding win in an election that brings you in as the 6th President of the Republic of Botswana. I commend the people of Botswana for the historic 2024 elections, which is an outstanding demonstration of democracy in practice. Congratulations for being a shining light for Africa and the world. I thank you, Mr. President, for hosting this year's African Economic Conference in this beautiful and historic city of Gaborone. The theme of the conference, Securing Africa's Economic Future Amidst Rising Uncertainty, is both timely and critical at this stage in Africa's and global development discourse. And holding this conference in Botswana at this time is also a big signal that Africa can actually secure its own future. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we live at a time when the recurrent and overlapping shocks to global, regional, and national economies have forced increased realization of the need for reforms at all scales. We need reforms in how we conceive and implement global governance. We need reforms in multilateralism and global finance architecture. We need reforms in the principles of international cooperation, economic development policy at both regional and national scales. We need reforms in how we harness the different forms of capital for economic development in Africa. And this includes natural capital, human capital, social capital, our cultures, and institutional capital. We need to involve our youths and women in public policy and leadership in order to harness their innovativeness, restlessness, and creativity. The list could go on. But if you look at years of development practice, it has now become very evident that current development paradigms have served the world a great deal, but it has also left a number of inequalities, especially in Africa. The rates of economic diversification and structural transformation across the African continent remain low and uneven. While several African countries have achieved high rates of growth, in their gross domestic product, the rates of growth in per capita incomes have remained far too low to create the necessary jobs that Africa needs to have sustainable livelihoods for everyone. Levels of unemployment therefore remain unacceptably high, and majority of African citizens continue to be locked in low productivity sectors. And the rate of poverty is deepening in several African countries. According to the African Economic Outlook Report 2024, employment share of manufacturing sector in Africa increased only by 0.6% between 1990 and 2018. And at current growth rates, close to 9 out of 10 of the world's extremely poor people will be in Africa by 2030. Most middle-income African countries could remain stuck in the middle-income trap for decades to come, and it could take African countries more than a century, on average about 108 years, to transition to a high-income status. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that this is not acceptable. Speaking here in Botswana, one of Africa's shining examples of sound democracy, with one of the highest human development index in Africa at 0.71 in 2022, and per capita incomes of over $7,000 in 2023, there is hope for Africa. Yet, more needs to be done to address youth unemployment and income inequality, even in Botswana. In this regard, the new youthful government that you have put together, Your Excellency, Mr. President, is a significant opportunity to create jobs for youths and improve income equality and distribution of wealth across Botswana. Another shining example for Africa. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, addressing these persistent uncertainties requires a multifaceted approach. First, it calls for a fundamental rethinking of the underpinning models of global governance, economic development policy, and new innovations in economic diplomacy and multilateralism. Second, it calls for homegrown solutions embedded in local realities. And I would like to repeat, homegrown solutions embedded in local realities. African countries need to realize now, more than ever, especially after hearing the issues around trade protectionism, the challenges around multilateralism that is going on, and calls for reforms everywhere, we need to recognize that national development cannot be outsourced. Development is a do-it-yourself business. Third, it calls for effective collaboration and equal partnerships amongst development institutions, countries, and national governments, the private sector, and citizens everywhere. To be sustainable, the development process must be inclusive, proactively harnessing all forms of capital, especially human and natural capital, with a laser focus on beneficiation and value addition. It calls for reforms of the global debt and tax architecture to make it more transparent, flexible, accessible, and affordable for developing countries. It calls for policy coherence in all sectors. And the list can go on. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the African Economic Conference provides that leading platform for African economies, policymakers, and leaders to think together and craft solutions to the continent's recurrent and emerging economic challenges and opportunities. This year's conference, holding here in Botswana, provides a golden opportunity for us to review critically Africa's development experience, our participation in the global governance structures, and our internal economic governance practices and principles to find solutions that are relevant for Africa, in Africa, by Africans to move Africa forward. Africa needs to respond to these growing and overlapping uncertainties with a resolve to turn them into opportunities for homegrown policies that builds resilience, leveraging its own resources and emerging technologies to build back bolder, bigger, and better. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, Africa can build and strengthen its own fiscal buffers and address the perennial challenges posed by the global debt markets that have ingrained debt sustainability challenges in Africa's DNA. Experiences have demonstrated that by boosting domestic revenue mobilization, strengthening macroeconomic policy frameworks, countries can make their domestic as well as regional financial systems more resilient. Second, we need to learn from growth contractions that result from uncertainties, especially when these challenges do come, as they always do come. Some of these contractions come from increased misallocation of capital across sectors in those uncertain times. We need to refocus on fiscal discipline, improve the capacity in public financial management, and facilitate more efficient resource allocation that spur growth, both in good and lean times. For example, structural reforms to promote domestic and foreign direct investments can help lower borrowing costs and reduce funding needs in countries. Third, strategic pro-innovation industrial policy reforms with a right policy mix can help boost factor productivity, manufacturing value added, and inclusive growth in countries. Tried and tested policies such as local content, franchising policies, and preferred procurement could go a long way in boosting investments in value chains of competitive advantages in countries and create jobs for everyone, boosting economic productivity. We must try to stem the leakages from African economies. This continent loses about $1.6 billion every day from poor governance and poor regulatory frameworks. To secure our economic futures, therefore, we must think outside the box. We must find innovative new ways that are African, that addresses Africa's challenges. I therefore call on us to really think outside the box, using the core principles of our disciplines, but also learning from Africa's cultures and experiences to come up with solutions that address Africa's challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa can do that. From the examples of growth in Botswana, it is possible that Africa can sustain high growth, good quality of lives, good governance, and be able to forge ahead. To conclude, I thank you, Mr. President, and the people of Botswana for the warm hospitality extended to us since we arrived in this beautiful city of Gaborone. And I must say, for your visionary leadership and bold leadership, which holds lots of promise, not only for the people of Botswana, but also for Africa and the world at large. Mr. President, with your kind of resolved leadership example, the youthful government you have put together, and commitment to rule of law and human rights, Africa has hope to secure its future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Professor Rama, for your enlightening perspectives and actionable ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a slight change to our program. I am informed that the President has another engagement, which is about 200 kilometers away from here. So we will adjust our program slightly, and it is now with profound respect and great honor that I invite to the stage the newly elected President of the Republic of Botswana, Advocate Duma Boko.
Please be seated. You have all been recognized in your eminent positions and stations. I recognize you too, one and all, warmly, and welcome you to Gaborone, Botswana. I remind myself that many years ago, when I was a young law lecturer at the University of Botswana, I was invited to an international conference in this country, organized by the Botswana police, as a discussant of one of the papers presented at that conference. I spoke as best I could. And after the conference had ended, I was informed that an instruction had been issued that I should never be invited to any such conferences again. And the reason was I had spoken so brutally honestly at that conference that it was likely to be an embarrassment to the international guests who had come. I hope today I do not veer off and fall into that trap. And risk you not inviting me to your next conference. I am greatly honored to be in your company today. And even as I moderate my thoughts, I also remember, I think it was William Butler Yeats, who said, it takes more courage to plumb the inner depths of your own soul than it does for a soldier to fight on the battlefield. The amount of courage that we need here today for the exercise that you'll be engaged in the next 3 days and going forward requires more courage than that required for a soldier on the battlefield. That indicates the enormity of the challenge and the task that you have in front of you. In part to make sure that this conference does not degenerate into merely a generous exchange of flattery, a failure to probe honestly, brutally honestly, I must indicate, the challenges that face us as a continent and the world, the responses that we've fashioned in the past, and an open acknowledgement of our foibles and failures that have resulted in us being stuck as a continent in situations where our people are subjected to the grinding indecencies of poverty, and where the actions of government have operated to snuff out any democratic energies and impulses amongst the people. I hope at the end of this conference you'll have reignited the passion. You would have fueled, augmented, and deepened democracy at the very least, but that you also have inspired us to more action geared at lifting our people from poverty and raising our continent to take its rightful place as a leader in the world and not just an emerging frontier. The theme of your conference, Securing Africa's Economic Future Amidst Rising Uncertainty, could not be more relevant. We appreciate, and we need constantly to remind ourselves of the unpredictability of the global landscape, and that Africa stands at a crossroads to closely address the obstacles affecting the livelihoods of our citizens. The importance of your theme lies in its focus on Africa's urgent need to leverage on its collective strengths in order to secure a prosperous economic future for its citizens. I must commend the African Development Bank, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and the United Nations Development Program for coming up with this more than apt and befitting theme. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the global economic environment remains volatile with rising inflation, supply chain disruptions, tightening monetary policies across developed economies, and these impact our own fiscal stability. The threat of climate change always looms large on the horizon, threatening our agricultural productivity and livelihoods. In addition, geopolitical tensions, Africa's challenges rooted in internal conflicts, regional disputes, and global power struggles also present challenges. These present challenges to Africa's economic development. Navigating these challenges during these uncertain times requires a multifaceted approach that addresses human development, geopolitical, economic, environmental, and other challenges in a holistic manner. Notwithstanding all these, there is hope yet. Amidst this rising uncertainty, Africa still has unique prospects which, if harnessed effectively, can transform challenges into opportunities for the continent, not only to survive, but also, and more importantly, to thrive. Our Africa is still rich in natural resources, and it is critical that we develop and strengthen value chain systems for value addition to Africa's vast natural resources and to prioritize the use of these in Africa. Not only will this diversify the African economies enormously, but it will also create more jobs in our countries. There is great potential within the agricultural sector in most African countries, where innovation is key to increased production and food security. We must work together to create efficient, productive, and effective agricultural systems and agribusinesses in Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we as Africa are blessed with a young, vibrant, restless population, which in and of itself is a tremendous asset. And it is a tremendous asset if we invest in it and invest wisely. Our young people are the innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders, not of tomorrow, but of the now, who must drive our economic growth and create inclusive, resilient societies where no one will be left behind. We must therefore prioritize investments in their education and equip them with the necessary skills for them to be able to drive innovation and build a workforce capable of thriving in the digital economy. We live at a time when multilateral cooperation and integration of economies into regional trading blocs is more urgent than ever before. One of the most promising developments the world has ever seen is the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfTA, which is the largest single free trade area in the world. The African Continental Free Trade Area holds significant prospects for transforming Africa's economic landscape to foster investment, create jobs, and promote industrialization. It is critical for us, therefore, to capitalize on the African Continental Free Trade Area and leverage its potential to enhance intra-Africa trade and position the continent as a global economic powerhouse. Beyond trade, regional cooperation must extend to, among others, shared physical infrastructure, resource management and conflict resolution, ending armed conflicts which hinder development by silencing the guns in Africa cannot be overemphasized. This will create a stronger and more integrated Africa, an Africa which is better equipped to navigate the global trade dynamics and challenges. The ongoing conflicts and wars in Africa must stop, and they continue to cause immeasurable human suffering, displacement, and leave lasting scars and bruises on people, communities, societies, countries. And we will be our own worst enemies if we do not step up, call each other out where we have to as leaders, and this has been one of the problems. That when we are supposed to address issues, often we marshal figures and statistics that flatter only to deceive. So we must rise above this self-adulation, deal with the painful realities that some of our actions cause on our people. We know climate change is not just a distant threat to the livelihoods and prosperity of our people. It is happening now. As such, it is more than urgent to act now to adapt to its impacts and to mitigate some of its harsh consequences, even in the short term, as we wrestle more deeply with the medium to long term interventions that we must deploy. Ladies and gentlemen, we are called upon to invest in renewable energy, from which Africa can build resilient, sustainable energy systems for the future, while addressing the urgent challenges posed by climate change. The digital revolution also presents a powerful tool for economic transformation. Technology is the key to unlocking new avenues of growth. And we can therefrom reshape African economies in profound ways. As I conclude, let me advise that we not allow the uncertainties of today to deter us from the opportunities of tomorrow. Let us use this conference as a platform to engage in meaningful dialogue, to exchange innovative ideas, and to forge partnerships that will shape the trajectory of our continent's development. It is imperative for the continent to act in unison and with unwavering boldness to secure Africa's economic future and to build a resilient, prosperous Africa that we all want. I hear echoes in my mind of a conversation between two Shakespearean characters. One says to the other, "You know, I can do things. I can call spirits from the vast deep." The other says, "Well, so can I, and so can anybody else. But will they come when you do call for them?" That is the brutally honest and devastating question that we must pose to ourselves and wrestle with in the next 3 days. We tell ourselves we can do things. We tell ourselves we can come up with appropriate solutions for the trenchant problems that bedevil our continent and the lives of our people. Will they come when they are called forth? But to take it a street further and conclude on that note, when we have come together and settled on some of these propositions and solutions, do we have governments resilient, agile enough to enforce, to enact, to implement these solutions in the shortest possible time? Do we? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for the privilege of your attention and the pleasure of your company. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your powerful words and for officially opening this critical gathering. Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. President, I fully understand and respect your packed schedule, but if I may, I'd like to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to take a photo with you. I promise it will be quicker than the time it takes to say African Economic Conference. And besides that, I think it will serve as proof to my grandchildren. I'm not there yet, but to my grandchildren someday, that I once shared the stage with a truly visionary leader, if you don't mind indulging me. I'm so sorry. This is the perks of being the director of ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank the President for his presence here today for this auspicious start. As we've indicated earlier, the President has another commitment. I will now ask you to please rise as we officially bid farewell to President Mboko. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Usually, the protocol says that after the keynote speaker, and in this case, the President has spoken, no one else speaks. However, we'll slightly bend the rules today, and we'll give an opportunity to Mr. Claver Gatete, the Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, to address us. We look forward to your guidance on strengthening Africa's position in the global economy. Let's please give a warm welcome to Mr. Claver Gatete.
Yeah, thank you very much, Master of Ceremony, the President of Botswana in absentia, Advocate Duma Gideon Boko, Honorable Dr. Penyo Butale, Minister of International Relations, Republic of Botswana, who is coming back shortly, Mrs. Ahuna Ezeakonwa, Assistant Secretary General, Director of UNDP Africa Bureau, and my great friend, Professor Kevin Orama, Chief Economist and Vice President, Africa Development Bank Group. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Let me start by congratulating the President on his election as the President of the Republic of Botswana. We look forward to working with him and his government as the three institutions and the UN family to deliver the vision of the country and the people of Botswana. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address you today as we convene for the 2024 Africa Economic Conference under the crucial theme of securing Africa's economic future amidst rising uncertainty, as mentioned before. I would also like to extend appreciation to the government and people of Botswana for hosting us in this vibrant city of Gaborone as we meet to discuss the challenges and opportunities confronting our continent. 60 years ago, in a newly independent Africa, the challenges of our leaders were decolonization and unification. But in our time today, our challenges which are pressing are climate effects, as mentioned, unsustainable debt burdens, systemic inequalities, and global financial imbalances. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the stakes are indeed high for Africa. Annual losses from climate disasters alone range between 290 to 440 billion US dollars, while the financing gap for Africa's sustainable development goals has surged to $1.3 trillion annually. Compounding this, Africa's external debt surpassed 1 trillion in 2023, with unsustainable interest payments restricting development financing. The human cost is equally staggering. Nearly 476 million Africans live in poverty today, with 149 million falling into this bracket recently due to cascading climate and economic shocks. Yet, despite these trials, Africa possesses enormous potential, as mentioned by previous speakers. Our continent is endowed with 60% of the world's solar resources, although close to 600 million people, Africans, still lack access to electricity. Africa is also home to vast critical mineral reserves, which are essential for the global transition to a green economy. And most significantly, Africa boasts the youngest population in the world, with nearly 70% of its people under the age of 30. These realities underscore a pressing truth. The global financial and economic system, as it stands, is failing Africa. Without bold reforms and decisive action, Africa's dream of achieving 17 SDGs by 2030 and the African Union Agenda 2063 risks becoming an illusion. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is to this end that I propose 5 interlinked considerations to guide our collective efforts to secure Africa's future. The first is the reform of the global financial system, which is simply not fit for purpose. The current structure, where Africa is marginalized in decision-making, trapped by unsustainable debt structures, and underserved by the climate finance mechanisms, must be addressed. We must urgently push for a global financial architecture that prioritizes SDG financing, climate adaptation, and equitable growth. We must also scale up domestic resource mobilization and expand concessional finance with innovative instruments like the green bonds, blue bonds, and sustainability-linked bonds to ensure Africa's resilience and financial sovereignty. The second involves transforming Africa's tax systems. Africa's tax-to-GDP ratio at 15.6% is far below the global average. Increasing this by even a few percentage points could generate billions in revenue. We must modernize our tax systems, broaden our tax bases to include the informal sector, harness digital technologies to ensure efficiency, and seal the loopholes for illicit financial flows, as mentioned by previous speakers. We also need to ensure that fiscal incentives for private investors are well targeted. Third, Africa's future lies in its ability to transform resources into value-added products. It is therefore critical that we build regional value chains across key sectors. With 94 value chains identified in 23 sectors across an estimated 240 special economic zones, there is no reason why Africa cannot be successful in this endeavor. We already have successful models right here on the continent for other African countries to replicate, such as Botswana's beef industry, Ethiopia's leather production, and Ghana and Ivory Coast's cocoa sectors. Scaling up climate-resilient agriculture will ensure food security and reduce reliance on imports. Furthermore, Africa can leverage its critical mineral industries, as envisaged in the DRC and Zambia battery and electric vehicle initiative, and lead in green technologies. Imagine the transformative potential of scaling Africa's value chains. In addition, Africa's renewable energy capacity, which is currently at less than 10% utilization, must be unlocked to power its industries and households. As we build these value chains, we will be able to secure livelihoods, create jobs, and position Africa as a global economic force. Fourth, to move beyond dependency on aid Africa must become a magnet for private investment. This requires the de-risking of our investment environment. Through strengthened governance, transparent systems, and innovative insurance mechanisms, we can mitigate investor risks. For example, South Africa's pharmaceutical industry and Rwanda's vaccine manufacturing facility demonstrate the power of local value creation in attracting global partnerships. We must endeavor to replicate such successes across sectors and regions on the continent. Finally, the African Continental Free Trade Area, as mentioned by His Excellency the President, is the crown jewel of our economic integration efforts. We must therefore fast-track its implementation. However, we must remember that we cannot have integration without the seamless movement of people, goods, and services. In this respect, Botswana's visa-free policies, along those of Rwanda and Ghana, exemplify how we can remove barriers to greater intra-Africa collaborations. Excellencies, we must not forget that our greatest asset remains our youth. Nearly 70% of Africa's population is under the age of 30. They are the innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders who reshape our future. The Pact for the Future that we recently adopted commits us to create opportunities for our young people. This requires that we expand access to education, technology, and jobs, and ensure that Africa's youth drive Africa's transformation. And we cannot disappoint them. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to emphasize that Africa's resilience, huge resources, and innovative capacity of its youth can and should put us in a once-in-a-lifetime position to lead a new era of global progress. And the ECA stands ready to work with you to build an Africa that is self-reliant and prosperous for us and generations to come. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you once again, Mr. Gatete, for your valuable insights. Ladies and gentlemen, with this auspicious start, we now embark on a journey of collaboration and innovation. Let us seize this opportunity to shape Africa's economic future with clarity, with courage, and conviction. Why? Because Africa can. On that note, I'm pleased to now hand over to our moderator, Ms. Otilia Manganidze, the head of Special Projects Institute for Security Studies, to commence with the first plenary session themed Africa in an Uncertain World, a Futurist's View. Ms. Manganidze will also introduce the keynote speaker and panelists for this session. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, all protocols having been observed, I'm Otilia Anna Maunganidze. I head special projects at the Institute for Security Studies. We've had a lot of talk about the present. We've also had some reflections on the past. In this plenary session, which my panelists are going to scream, be 45 minutes instead of an hour, we are going to explore Africa in an uncertain world and look to the future. But we also recognize that in order for us to have an honest reflection that looks to the future, we do have to look at what are we currently doing, and what are we currently doing well, and what are we currently not doing so well. To present to us on that will be Dr. Yaki Silia, the chairman of the board of trustees of the ISS and the head of African Futures and Innovation, who through different mapping methods that the Institute uses, has been able to explore different trajectories for Africa. Importantly also, where Africa positions itself in the world. How do developments outside of our own continent have a direct impact on our present and our future? After Dr. Yaki Cilia has presented, we will then have a brief panel discussion with Ms. Mavis Owusu-Jamfi, the President and CEO of the African Center for Economic Transformation out of Ghana. And then we will also hear from Dr. Pedro Conceição, Director of Human Development Report Office at the UNDP, our co-hosts today. And then finally, from Mr. Temo Dintapu, the Executive Director responsible for export development and promotion here in the Republic of Botswana, in the office responsible for Investment Trade Center. Now, with that very brief welcome, I invite the panelists, Dr. Yaki Cilia, who will present the keynote, and then Ms. Mavis Owusu-Jamfi, Dr. Pedro Conceição, and Mr. Temu D. Ntapu.
Thank you very much, Otelia. Can I ask the organizers just to enable the screen share? I've already shared the screen on Zoom. Okay, I'll try again. Colleagues, while we wait for the screen sharing to be enabled from the back, my name is Yaki Cilia. Yes, sir. I've enabled, must I stop and start again? So I'm screen sharing from the front in Zoom, in the Zoom call. Ah, here it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You all would have received a little brochure that looks like this, and everything I'm going to show you is on the platform. This is the front page of the platform that I'm going to show you. You will see that there is the logo of the ISS Africa that includes that of Order NEPAD, with whom we collaborate on Agenda 2063. I'm going to navigate to the thematic part of the website. I'm going to go to the combined scenario. I'm going to scroll down a little bit, and I'm going to briefly talk to you about what we refer to as Africa's combined future. So we heard some honest truth this morning. On our current development trajectory, Africa's economic growth, in our view, Africa will grow at about 4.7% GDP or annual average growth till 2043. But since our population increases at about 2.3%, our GDP per capita income growth will only average 1.4% per annum from 2024 till 2043. So what we do at the African Futures and Innovation Program, we ask what can be done to change the situation. So what we do for every African country is we model its current path or its likely business as usual forecast, and then we model the positive contribution of 8 sectors out till 2043. 2043 is the end of the third 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. We do that using a global forecasting model known as IFS, International Futures, that is hosted and developed at the University of Denver. I'm not going to say more about IFS, the forecasting platform. There are a lot of economists in the room. If you go to the About section in the website, you'll find a lot of detail on IFS and what it does and does not do. This is what we do for every country in Africa. We look at the current path forecast, where we think that country is headed, and then individually for every country, we model 8 sectors. We model what is the impact of a demographic and health, an aggressive positive scenario in demographics and health, in agriculture, education, manufacturing, infrastructure and leapfrogging, the full implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area, financial flows, better governance. These things give you a synergistic effect. That gives us the development potential of every African country. And we can combine and aggregate that for ECOWAS, for SADC, for Africa as a whole. The development of the scenarios are done in great detail, and there's a lot of data. There's more than 4,000 charts on this website and about 1 million words of text. It was launched in 2022 by President Ramaphosa and the CEO of NEPAD, Ms. Narus Bukele Thomas. Once we've done that, then we look at the impact of climate change, of employment and jobs, of gender, of energy, and we look at how developments in the rest of the world, what we refer to as Africa and the world, impacts upon that development potential. This is our forecast, the average forecast for the entire Africa of GDP per capita from 2020 until 2043, the end of Africa's third 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. On the left-hand side, this is all in constant 2017 dollars in purchasing power parity. And this would be, the bottom slice is our current path forecast. And then we model what is the impact individually for every country of an aggressive positive intervention in those 8 sectors that I've mentioned, until we get to what is the total development potential for Africa. Now, it differs hugely between countries. I'm presenting to you Africa as a continent as a whole, which of course doesn't represent the very high levels of growth in countries like the DRC, Eswatini and others, and lower growth in others. You cannot see it very clearly from here, but basically the scenario that has the largest positive impact on GDP per capita by 2043 is the full implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area. So those are the 8 scenarios on the left. It shows you the improvement in GDP per capita out till 2043. And the full implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area provides the largest impact on average GDP per capita for the continent as a whole. It differs hugely by country, but I'm showing you the average. Followed by a manufacturing transition, by infrastructure, by better governance, by an agricultural revolution, by a demographic transition, by better education, and inward financial flows. And we can discuss why the impacts differ. This is what that combined scenario would do on extreme poverty in Africa. On the left-hand side is the current path. On the right-hand side is the percent of population. Sorry, left-hand side is millions of people, and right-hand side is percent of population. So, as we know, at the moment what is happening is extreme poverty in Africa is increasing. And it only comes down quite slowly over time. And this is the essential challenge that the continent faces. This is the reduction in extreme poverty that each of those 8 sectors will provide. So again, over 2 decades, the scenario that provides the highest growth and the largest reduction in extreme poverty is a manufacturing transition. So now you will understand why African policymakers, the international community, are talking so much, firstly about the Continental Free Trade Area and about a manufacturing transition. If we combine these 8 sectors in one another, compared to the current path where we think Africa is going at about 4.7% average GDP growth, with a combined scenario, Africa's population by 2043 should be about 106 million smaller. We would only have 7.7% of Africans living in extreme poverty instead of the current path forecast of 17%. We know Africa will not achieve the Sustainable Development Goal of eliminating extreme poverty by 2030. Africa's GDP per capita will be 41% of the average of the rest of the world, instead of only 26%. The African economy will be about 6.4% of global GDP instead of 4.3%. But of course, Africa will release significantly more carbon. When you work with data, when you initialize your forecast from data sets, it actually has quite a constraining effect on what you think is possible. We all want Africa to do better. What this presents is a best of world for Africa. So we need to be, the road ahead is a long road. Neither Western donors nor trade with China or India will develop Africa. As the president of Botswana said, only Africans can. But we can't do so in isolation. I've shown you this. I've shown you the combined impact of these 8 sectors that we model at an individual country level and combine them. And I've showed you what is Africa's development potential. It is, if truth be told, a more depressing picture than many of us would like. But that is what data does. Now I'm going to briefly speak about Africa and the world. What does global developments do to constrain or help Africa's development? We have looked at, we can't predict the future. We use 2 axes, the extent of globalization and the extent of sustainability, that provides us with 4 worlds: a sustainable world, a divided world, a world at war, and a growth world. And there's a long write-up on how we did this and this future on the website. This is how those scenarios look for Africa. I'm going to give you a minute just to read through this. Top right, the sustainable world. Full implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area. Africa as a whole grows about 7.7%. But there are quite a few countries that grow at double that percentage and quite a few that grow much slower. A divided world, which is closest to the current path that I presented. Africa grows at about 4.5%. We are instrumentalized. But in a world at war, where events in Gaza and Ukraine, possibly elsewhere, spin out of control, Africa still grows because we have a large growing population, but only at about 3.3%. And then we have a growth world. Always joke, this is where everything belongs to Elon Musk. We grow, but we grow unsustainably so. Well, he's not only bought the US president, maybe he's bought a few other things as well. This is what happens with Africa's GDP in each of those 4 scenarios. Left-hand side is 2019, and then those are the divided world, growth world, sustainable world, and world at war. So you can see the size of the African economy. What happens globally has a huge impact on Africa. That's why what's happening globally is of such concern, should be of such concern to all of us. This is what happens with extreme poverty, percent of population, number of people. Remember previously I showed you our current path and then what is possible in our combined scenario. Now I'm showing you what is the impact of the rest of the world on poverty in Africa. And you can immediately see how it differs. Instead of in a world at war, having 487 million Africans still living in extreme poverty by 2043, in a sustainable world, it could be down to 171 million. The war in Ukraine, fear of China's rising influence, and the events in Gaza have significant collateral damage effects. The divide between the global south and the global north is wider than ever. But Africa needs China. We need the European Union. We need the US to develop and reduce poverty. We cannot choose the one above the other, even as our developmental future will increasingly be determined by a rising Asia. Africa's foreign and development efforts should therefore unequivocally advance geopolitical stability, avoid being instrumentalized, whether that is on Taiwan or Ukraine. Pursue sustainable growth and actively pursue a next-generation rules-based global system that also allows for growth in Africa. There are a lot of recommendations. I'm almost finished, Otelia. Quite controversially, I'm not an economist, but when I read the literature, it tells me that we need to copy what other people did, just do it better and faster. But to leapfrog, we need two things. We need household electricity access, we need internet access. Without that, you cannot leapfrog. We need to diversify, we heard all the things this morning. We need a more rapid demographic transition, particularly in countries in the Sahel and many countries in sub-Saharan Africa, because at the moment, we have a young population, but we have such a young population that it is a drag on growth. Trade integration is key. I've mentioned that. We all know about the continental free trade area. Our cities are exploding. We can learn a lot from China, how governments can alleviate poverty, and the other things that we need, that we know that needs to happen. We heard some remarks about about tax rates, for example, very important, from the head of the African Economic Development Agency, so from UNECA, I'm sorry. But then stability, pursue our development interests. We need full transparency on all government contracts, loans to states and to state-owned enterprises, no hidden debt. To combat corruption and illicit financial flows, agree to non-reciprocal tax information exchange mechanisms, strengthen our continental institutions, reform of the global financial and trade architecture. Colleagues, I've rushed through a lot of data. I apologize for that. It's on the website. I've tried to tell you what is how things are going in our current path. What is possible for Africa if we do interventions in each of 8 sectors and combine that? And that presents a much more optimistic picture. But then I stood back and said, how do global developments impact on Africa? And we have modeled 4 worlds and asked what is their impact and concluded. Everything I've told you is on the brochure that you were given this morning that has got everything on this available for every African country. Thank you, Otelia.
Thank you very much, Yaki. I know we asked you under much pressure here to not only reduce the length of your presentation because we have a little bit less time than originally, but to still be able to take us through where we are now, what is our combined future, so to speak, and to highlight in that process 2 things. The things that we as Africa need to be able to unlock that potential, and then how does what happens elsewhere in the world, what impact does that have on us? It allows us to reflect more pragmatically on what are our best options. Now, to my panel, you heard me earlier, we have far less time, which means what we're going to do is you're not going to present. We're going to have a conversation on these issues. Over the course of the next 3 days, that is precisely what we aim to do. We were tasked by President Boko to come out of this with clarity. But in order for us to get clarity, we do have to have an honest conversation. There's a number of issues that we can discuss. We can discuss the way in which Africa responds to global uncertainties, how global trade dynamics, not just who we trade with as Africa, but how they are trading with each other, how key policy interventions can be able to do that, whether indeed Africa's youthful population means the greatest potential for development, or if we don't do things right, that we don't harness that potential and it becomes a frustrator. What happens in a continent that seeks to, as Yaki pointed out, needs electricity, but currently doesn't have sufficient electricity access, not just supply, but access to its population? Do we enter into the digital and green transformation in a way that betters the African continent? And then finally, who do we partner with? How do we cooperate? That's a lot of questions, but who better to respond to these questions than you, Mavis, Dr. Pedro Consansao, and Mr. Temo Ntapu. I'll start with you, Ms. Owusu Jamfi. You work at the African Center for Economic Transformation, and of course, one of the key things out of ASSET is reflections on the African Continental Free Trade Area And within those reflections, you call on us to be, I think the words you've used in the past are intentional in how we roll that out. Please, let's not leave this conversation between just you and I with the rest of the room. What does it mean to have an intentional rollout of the African Continental Free Trade Area?
Thank you very much, Ottilia, and thank you to UNDP, UNECA, and AFDB for the invitation to join you today. So what we mean by intentionality at ASET is starting by recognizing that the task of implementing the AFCFTA is a big task, and we don't have the financial resources and bandwidth to be able to achieve it. So Yaki, you challenged us earlier to learn from others. So I like to learn from the experiences of Southeast Asia. So when we talk about intentionality, let's start with regional value chains. We heard President Boko talk about the importance of regional value chains. We can't do all the regional value chains. And in the short run, there will be winners and there will be losers. But to be able to figure out how we make this work, let's pick a handful of regional value chains and let's start with our comparative advantage and build from that comparative advantage. So let me give you an example. My favorite right now, anybody who's heard me speak from ASET is probably bored of the textiles example, but I'm going to use it again. In West Africa, we have the cotton fall, cotton producers who currently produce cotton and ship it to Southeast Asia. Within the same region, we have factories that actually produce textiles, and they are importing bales of cotton from Southeast Asia to produce textiles. There's something wrong with that. Why can't we have the AFCFTA working in such a way that we get that cotton to Ghana, Nigeria, Cote d'Ivoire, to produce cotton, transform it into textiles, sell it within the region? We have a very high-end fashion industry in Senegal and Nigeria who are importing textiles from outside. Why can't we produce those textiles in the sub-region for those fashion industries? We import a lot of middle-level textiles from China. Why can't we produce it locally? So what will it take? It means that we need to start with trade facilitation. We need to get the movement of cotton from the cotton fall into the other 3 countries effectively, okay? We have the disadvantage of being the dumping ground of secondhand clothes. There is now technology that enables us to strip out all the fibers, up to 98% of that fiber, mix it with raw cotton, produce the bales of cotton, produce the textiles, and sell it locally and ship it internationally. And guess what? We can actually charge a premium on that textiles because we have created an ecosystem and we are contributing to e-development. In Ghana, we know that the factory is actually situated on where we actually produce the hub of our energy, okay? And our energy is green energy. If we can target that energy to the factory, and we can ensure that the factories that are also producing in Nigeria and Cote d'Ivoire have access to energy, we can make it work. We need to be intentional in the infrastructure. Are we building roads or are we building a rail network for this value chain? If we are intentional, not only can we build a whole industry that can generate jobs for our young men and women, we can actually also create centers of excellence that can compete with the rest of the world. We can start to service our own middle-class markets. And most importantly, we can invest in research to show what works and doesn't work. Because we have a very similar cluster in Eastern and Southern Africa. We can take those examples from West Africa to East and Southern Africa. Right now, every time somebody sits on the stage, the first message the international community gives us is these broad statements of what we can do. The truth is we can't. We need to focus. And by focusing, we can demonstrate results and move it from there. So that is what ASET means by intentionality.
Right, so we need to focus, we need to be very pragmatic about what are the conditions that will enable greater trade. And maybe that means looking at very specific industries in specific regions. You spoke to textiles, but when I think about West Africa, I also think about petroleum. I also think about cocoa. I also think about the vast expanse of uninhabited land that possibly solar panels could occupy, such that we don't have power outages in West Africa. But you've already alluded to
start with one or two.
Yes,
please.
We need to start with one or two. I'm identifying a number of key areas in which we can have those reflections. So we move away from West Africa for a moment, and we move to Southern Africa. We're here in Botswana, where, of course, you would have to live under a rock to have a conversation about Botswana, mind my pun here, and not speak about precious minerals, and not speak about the role that Botswana has played in really being strong and forthright in what are the trade terms when it comes to those minerals. But you also can't be in Botswana and not recognize the great beef industry and cattle industry. So to you, Mr. Ntapo, I mean, you focus specifically on export development and promotion. So having heard the start of the conversation on the African Continental Free Trade Area, and having reflections from a sub-regional, but also Botswana looking out into the world, would be interested to hear your thoughts on if we had one or two things that could help us unlock that future. What is your take on those two things?
Thank you, and good morning to everybody. I think from my perspective, I would say the opportunities that we have as a continent, like it has been spelled out, are so many and remain unexplored. But the main problem is that in terms of our implementation of how we exploit these opportunities, this is where we have a huge challenge. If we look at the cost of doing business in Africa, our private sector really is facing quite mammoth challenges. And for us to really realize the aspirations of the AfCFTA, I believe we need to put the private sector at the core of the development. The private sector must be leading, and that means we need to make sure that the business environment is conducive for them to lead. We have companies that we work with from time to time, and I believe the main challenge is always about how do we move goods within the African continent. It's always about the productive levels of our continent. It's always about the poor trade infrastructure that is within the continent. So to me, until we resolve issues that are facing the private sector in terms of access to financing, in terms of the movement of people, and in terms of the infrastructure that supports the movement of goods, it's going to be very difficult to increase intra-African trade. So to me, I believe let's focus on policies that will make it for the private sector to do business in the continent. Then we'll get somewhere.
I'm going to challenge you a bit. You said let's focus on these policies, right? But thinking of maybe one policy intervention where you sit within Botswana's Investment and Trade Center, what would one policy intervention that would be life-changing for your work? So let's forget other people for a moment for you.
One thing that I want us to happen is for us to implement what we commit to at multilateral level. Because what we have often found is that we commit to say we will do ABC at multilateral level. But then when it comes to the practical side of now somebody having to take the goods across the border, regulations change overnight. So to me, that's the biggest problem that our private sector faces, because the trading environment is not predictable. So the other thing that I foresee that we need to do is protectionism. We are really regressing and moving to what we thought we had resolved. So to me, I want our economies to be more open to trading and stop creating uncompetitive industries that we hide behind the protection that we put up. We are not able to compete because we put so many of our companies under protection, but some don't even emerge to be competitive. So to me, these are critical issues that we need to do so that we prove our competitiveness.
That's really great. I mean, you're calling for not only consistency, commit to this, then actually it's not just about signing, it's about actual commitment, right? Colleagues, we are going to have some time for questions and answers, even as brief as our session is. And so that means, before I go now to Dr. Conceição, it means, please, if you had a 10-minute question in your mind, I'm challenging you in the time that he'll be responding to my question, abridge it, make it 20 seconds. Let's get the conversation going as quickly as we possibly can. So, Dr. Conceição, I mean, you speak after your ASG has spoken. So, and she gave us three things, three key interventions that she believes will be critical for Africa. She said, let's strengthen our resilience to global shocks, let's diversify our economies, and let's also ensure that African resources finance that growth. We've heard already from Ms. Owusu-Gyamfi, we've heard how we can be able to think pragmatically and intentionally on the African Continental Free Trade Area. We've heard from Mr. Ntapu what the private sector's role can be and what are the options to actually make that role an enhanced role. So not just a role in name, but a role in reality. So I'm turning to you with perhaps a slightly challenging question here. And my question to you is, we sit here in Botswana having this discussion, and yet global developments around us, some of them frustrate the kind of conversation that we have. So if you could maybe share with us from your perspective, focusing on human development in particular, how all of these little pieces that we're discussing, mindful of the global shocks, how we can actually still be able to push joint human development. So it's not just about me getting better, but it's about the African continent. To you, Dr. Conceição.
Thank you very. Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but the room cannot. There we go.
There we go. Sorry about that. Thank you, Tilia. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be back to the African Economic Conference. A few years ago, I used to come very regularly, and it's a great pleasure to see so many old friends and new friends. So maybe I will share a reflection based on some of the work that we have been doing in our office, in the Human Development Report Office, because our motivation for our recent work was based on the premise that we do not lack ideas about what to do. For the most part, and we've heard many concrete things about what needs to be done. I think where we are falling short is on the implementation, on the how. That is where we are, within our countries, across countries, falling short. And so, in our recent work, we've tried to come up with an interpretation as to why we are falling short. Why are we living in a world of uncertainty? And Yaki, to your scenarios, I think one of the challenges we confront today is that we're moving from Yaki's 4 scenarios very quickly. So we are not on one, and we cannot project that we'll be on one all the way for the next 10 years. Even if it's a bad scenario, if we knew, we would be in a better position to know how to respond and to act. But it's this volatility, this uncertainty, that I think is making the how, even if you know what, very difficult to implement. So the 3 reasons that we came up in terms of accounting for this uncertainty have to do with the following. First, Ahuna mentioned this in a statement, a context of political polarization in many countries around the world. Political polarization has been increasing in 2/3 of the world's countries over the last 15 years or so. So a context of political polarization is one in which it becomes very difficult for countries to address shared challenges within their borders and also across borders. And it's leading to a number of countries subscribing to policies that are inward-looking and, when it comes to trade, very protectionist. And this, one of the implications it has for Africa is that it's very inflationary. So we're moving away from a period in which inflation is finally becoming a little bit under control. But with this kind of policies, if they come to be implemented, we risk coming back to a world that is very inflationary through a number of processes that have to do, for instance, with the appreciation of the dollar against many currencies. That increases pressure on inflation. Secondly, we are facing a context in which we heard often this morning, a digital transformation. The structure of our economies is changing. Manufacturing is certainly important, but more and more services are becoming important. The digital transformation, and within this, I think the transformations associated with artificial intelligence are crucial. And they are unfolding at a very rapid pace, and they are going to offer huge potential, particularly in Africa, I believe. Because one of the things that we are finding about artificial intelligence is that it's not just another automating technology that replaces people. It can, but for the most part, artificial intelligence is something that works better with people. So having people that are obviously educated and they have the skills has a huge potential. And I think this is a huge opportunity for Africa. The final element in this uncertain world has to do with climate change. And we heard often about climate change already this morning. But one of the things I haven't heard was the implication that climate change has on people. And from a human development perspective, we care about the economy, but we care ultimately about people. What does this mean for people's health, people's ability to work? So one of the tools that we have, similar to what Yaki presented, is something that we call human climate horizons. And this gives, if you just Google it, human climate horizons, it gives us the ability to look from now until the end of the century into the implications of climate change and the different emission scenarios for things like mortality rates, labor productivity, sea level rise. And one of the findings is that in a scenario of unmitigated climate change from now until the end of the century, mortality rates in Africa are going to explode. They are going to increase by an amount that is equivalent to the number of deaths that currently are attributed to heart disease and strokes on the continent. So I think it's important for us to be aware of the implications that climate change is likely to have. And as was mentioned this morning, to look at implications and how to adapt, looking not only at the economy, but also the implications for people.
Thank you very much for that. Colleagues, you already have homework. Google Human Climate Horizons and scan the QR code on here to access the African Futures website. But now is your time to pose your questions or make your brief comments. We have about 10 minutes in which to do that. I already see 2 hands that are raised. I ask, please, there's a third, fourth hand. So we have 4 hands. If these questions are brief and to the point, we might have time for more. To the person with the microphone, if you could please hand over the microphone first. Hello? Here? And then right at the back, please go ahead. If you can be very brief, your name, institution, and your question or comment.
Thank you so much. Sorry. Thank you so much. This is Kofi Zhou, affiliated with Johns Hopkins University and Tsinghua University. I have a question for Mr. Ntapu regarding your points on trade protectionism. I wonder, how do you address the concern of domestic constituents regarding the concerns of job loss and employment challenges and limited global competitiveness when it comes to pursuing policies to open up trade and foster competition? As we can see in a lot of advanced economies, the mass population is opposed to those trade openness, like the US. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then to the back.
Enoch Nyerekwa from the SDG Center for Africa. I think my question was on the findings, on the projections, where you show that SEFTA has the highest impact, but when it comes to poverty reduction, it has a relatively muted impact. So it does mean that SEFTA is actually going to propel income inequality. Who is it benefiting? And it would be good to also look, I think, eventually at the impact in terms of whether it's actually inclusive, the SEFTA.
Thank you very much. There's a question on this side. If you could please just raise your hand again so the person with the microphone can see you. Or have you lowered it? Okay, we move on. Please, if you can give to the gentleman with his hand raised.
Thank you very much. My name is Mansour Ahmed from the Pan-African Manufacturers Association. I'd like to pose a question to Mr. Gamfi and the first presenter, the key presenter, on, as you said, the two key forces driving economic Africa's development will be the acceleration of the AfCFTA implementation and manufacturing transition. On both, I want to raise the question that the key to trade is perhaps manufacturing, since 70% of world trade is actually manufactured goods. And I believe that one of the critical issues for manufacturing success is scale and competitiveness. And for both you and Ms. Gyampi, therefore, what will be necessary, what do we have to do to ensure that African manufacturers can create the scale that is necessary to compete globally, and also at a level of efficiency and cost effectiveness that will make the value retained in Africa worthwhile. Particularly with Mr. Gyampi, I believe the problem of cross-border value chain development, which I think is what you're suggesting, really will hang on the effectiveness and the commitment of our various member states to stick to the agreement, to support the manufacturing activities and create the logistic capacity to be able to move goods across. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have questions focusing on manufacturing and how that can be better stimulated in a way that benefits not only the manufacturers but also the economies. A question around African Continental Free Trade Area and its potential for inequality. And then finally on trade protectionism. I'll ask that these questions be responded to in the order in which, Yaki, if you can respond to the questions first, and then there were some pointed questions and I'll address those as we go. Yaki, first to you.
Thank you very much. Is this working?
It is.
Sounds like it is. Thank you very much. So both the full implementation of the Continental Free Trade Area and manufacturing will increase inequality. Nothing is for free. Governments need to institute policies to counter that because these are interventions that require more investment. That means less funding is available for for poverty alleviation, and it's more capital intensive. Those scenarios that I put up, it's not a matter of choice, it's a matter of balance. So very, very important. I should add that, of course, the impact of those eight scenarios that I presented differ hugely between Africa, whether you are Africa's high-income country, Seychelles, one of the 8 upper-middle-income countries, 24 lower-middle, or 22 low-income countries, and then it differs by country. So I presented the general picture, which is a little bit, in this kind of venue, there's no alternative but to do it that way. But it is important that we have to look individually at a country level, and that is available on that website. If you go to geographies, you can look at the forecasting that we've done for every African country, for every regional economic country, grouping, and for Africa as a whole. The issue of manufacturing, I made in the concluding section, we heard during the presentation this morning about the importance, the growing importance of services and so on. And we also know that China in particular has become the factory of the world. But China is moving up the cost curve. It leaves space at the bottom for others. And there is no way that the world is going to replicate the kind of that Africa is going to provide the kind of mass manufacturing for the world market that China has been able to do. And it got there through decades of effort. So we need to start very modestly at local level, small industries, trading with one another over time, over decades. We will move up the manufacturing ladder if we implement the Continental Free Trade Area. And what African governments need to do is they need to provide upstream support to manufacturing. That's what China did. We need to look at how other countries have become successful and copy what they did. Yes, modern technology helps, but remember that the purpose, particularly of artificial intelligence and modern technology, is labor saving. And our major thing is we have labor, generally low-skilled, poorly educated labor and poor health. We have to find manufacturing that suits that. And that is very much at the bottom end of the manufacturing ladder. So we need to be modest, but we need to start like yesterday.
Thank you very much, Yaki, and to you, Ms. Owusu-Gyamfi.
So thank you. Is this better? Yeah, okay. So a couple of things. Let's start with the biggest problem to our manufacturing on the continent, and that's productivity. We can't compete with the world because in most countries across the continent right now, we are either lagging or regressing on productivity. And there are two ways in which we can deal with our productivity. The first one is infrastructure, access to energy, access to quality infrastructure. It's basic. And as I said earlier on, we can't afford infrastructure to everyone. I mean, one of my biggest frustration, President Boko, challenged us to speak truth to power. So I'm going to start speaking truth to power. One of my biggest frustrations is we talk about infrastructure and then it comes to building a road and it goes to politicians' villages. It has nothing to do with the value chain that we've committed to. So we've got to be intentional about infrastructure. We've got to be intentional about energy. I live in a country where businesses pay more for energy than households. Where does that make sense? So we've got to think about all of these things. So those would be the first two things, infrastructure and skills to improve our productivity. And then linked to that is going back to what my colleague said earlier on around implementation. Most countries have signed up to elements of the AFCFTA protocols, movement of people, movement of good, trade facilitation, etc. Yet when it actually comes to implementation, it's nigh impossible to get a visa for skilled workers, let alone semi-skilled workers. It's very difficult when you get to the border to cross without pay and extra. There are just so many, so we need to stop talking about it. And I think somebody said earlier on, we need to stop going to sign agreements and then coming home and sitting down. We need to implement and encourage, and there has to be some recourse for poor implementation. Because as Yaki's statistics showed, there are two things that is going to drive this agenda. Implementation of the AFCFTA and improving manufacturing. And if we are currently at a place where I'm afraid in 10 years, we will be sitting here having this conversation if there is no accountability for lack of implementation of the system.
Thank you. You are re-emphasizing in bold and highlighting a point that was made earlier by Mr. Ntapu, which is an implementation question. We commit, but do we act on those commitments? I turn to you, Mr. Ntapu, because you were asked a question specifically around trade protectionism. What happens to those local businesses, local manufacturers? How can we balance these scales?
Thank you. I think more often we resort to protectionism because we think it's the best for our local companies. But in the process, in the long run, you realize that it's really hurt us more than being open. The reason why I say that, of course, you'll always have those sectors that are critical where you want to grow your local industries. And you can indeed tend to some measures like your infant industry protection. But in terms of your long-term sustainable growth, you need to be more open. For example, FDI still plays a key role. We still look up to FDI to develop our continent. And I doubt that if we are pushing protectionist policies, we'll attract those investors that we so need to help us. Until we reach a certain level of economic independence as the African continent, I believe we still need to push openness, openness to capital flows, openness to movement of labor, so that we get partners to develop our economies. So if we are going to push protectionist policies, I believe at this stage of the development in the African continent, we are doing more harm than good. And we have signed for the AFCFTA. AFCFTA is about being open. So if we close the borders and we have signed, what are we saying?
Thank you very much. An important question to pose. And then finally to you, Dr. Conceição, this question around inequality. I think this is an important question to pose to you, given the work that you do on the Human Development Report. So yes, AFCFTA gives us these opportunities for great growth. Yaki says in order for us to counter the potential inequality impact, we do have to have more action on the government side, not only from policies, but also in interventions. But I'd be interested to hear your thoughts then on this particular point around the relationship between greater stimulation of trade and the potential for inequality on an already unequal continent.
I think Yaki is right that there might be some trade-offs, but I think a lot of recent evidence also suggests that this trade-off between efficiency and inequality doesn't pan out often empirically. And it requires the right set of policies, but it's possible to redress inequalities and at the same time have gains in efficiency, for instance, if that generates greater demand. On trade, my intuition, but maybe we can discuss this, is that the system, when it comes to intra-African trade, is so inefficient today that if that is addressed, you have these huge gains in efficiency that Yaki illustrated. But I'm not convinced that that alone is going to lead to the sustained increase in productivity that is required for long-term growth and for long-term inclusivity. And here again, I emphasize the importance of investing in people. It's often not recognized that when China started exporting into the world market, it had invested for decades in its people, in improving health and education, in improving in human capital. That didn't happen overnight. China was ready, was prepared. Similar with other countries that follow this same export-led path of development. I think that path perhaps is narrower today because of changes in geopolitics and geoeconomic fragmentation. It might still be possible, but it's crucial to invest in people, in skills, in education, in health.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I know that there were a couple of people who were itching to also pose questions in this session, but we did have limited time to do that, having had a shortened session. But you've heard from the panel, you've heard from the presentation, and also responses to the question. I'll start where we ended, which is an investment in people. We can have a conceptual conversation around the importance of trade, but the one thing goods don't do for themselves is they don't trade themselves. We can have a conversation around some of the sectors, be it in manufacturing, whether it's textiles, whether it's in construction. But again, these are spaces in which the role of people is critical. And so as we continue over the course of the next 3 days, I hope some of your questions that you weren't able to pose in this section get answered in subsequent discussions. But if they're not, during the coffee breaks, over lunch, post the event, because we're not here just to meet now and it ends here. We're also here to take these conversations forward. Please feel free and comfortable to be able to engage on these issues. I'd like to thank Dr. Yaki Silia, Ms. Mavis Owusu Gyamfi, Dr. Pedro Conceição, and Mr. Temudin Tapu for their time and their contributions to this discussion. And of course, to you for your time, attention, and those of you who were able to pose your questions, deeply appreciate posing them, but also providing insights when you did. With that, I hand over to our Master of Ceremonies.
Thank you so much, Ms. Otilia Monganedze.
My name is Lucy Ogalwe, I report for News Agency of Nigeria. Speaking about the narrative of Africa, I don't know, where are we on the indigenous credit rating, the Africa credit rating? And also, Ms. Ahuna, during the session, you spoke about the inclusive growth. So I don't know if you can throw a little more light on critical measures that Africa can adopt to ensure inclusive growth. Thank you.
I think, well, let's just answer these two and then we'll take the other two, and then unfortunately it will be it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe let me, my brother from the region, let me take you through what actually taxation means here. And from a personal experience, because I was there as the Minister of Finance, I served with many of your finance ministers, and I think the one who stayed longer was Henry Rotich. And I remember when you were discussing in the IMF when he was looking for money, and he couldn't get the right money, he had to come back and actually increase the efficiency. And he got the money that he wanted from the taxation. Meaning there are things that have to be done first. One is make sure that as you have the Kenya Revenue Authority, that is doing a very, very good job, and that there are taxes which are there. Before you even increase the taxes, you have to see whether everybody is paying the tax. And to do that, there are many loopholes. Let me start from the customs. You know, when we introduced ASCUDA Plus, which is a system for imports and exports that you can see within the system that nobody can cheat you, it increased by almost 30%. Just the money that is coming just for the imports alone. So having that technology of ASCUDA was very, very useful. Then secondly, after training the people, the tax people, and then also introducing the electronic billing machines, which is now actually going to be introduced by Kenya, so that everybody, the whole thing is digitized. You know, when you go to Europe, North America, you go to any coffee, everything that you pay, you see a receipt coming out and all the taxes are deducted. You don't actually see any tax person. What you see, the whole thing is digitized. And that's what we do to make sure that everybody, whether you are a foreigner, whether you're a national, you pay it, and nobody has to run after you to be able to pay the taxes. So that electronic billing machine was very, very useful, so that everybody pays. You have the tax identification number, you know everybody in the whole system, and then you pay your share. And then secondly, instead of increasing the taxes, there are many people who are outside. They are small, they are medium, and once you have registered them, what we want is to say, well, what will be the taxation that can allow as many people to come in? And right now, on the African continent, 82% are still informal. So now when you increase taxes, you're increasing taxes for the same people. Those who have professional jobs, those companies that are paying taxes, but if everybody chipped in, then there is no need even to increase. You can increase the tax base, get the same money or even more, and be able to really gain much. And as I was talking in the meeting, sometimes, and this has happened from my own experience, is that we used to say, okay, to attract investors, you need investment code. And then you discuss it. After that, you put it in place, 7 years holiday, this fiscal incentive, and you don't even have a tool to see whether you are getting anything out of giving up the fiscal incentive. And that's why we are saying it has to be targeted. Which, in Rwanda, we changed it in 2020. And that's when we started saying we targeted. We give you money on condition. We just give you the fiscal space on condition that you are going to achieve this, and that. You are going to hire this number of people. You are going to produce by this scale. And if you don't target it that way, then, and leave it to work by itself, someone will open a company after benefiting for all those incentives. If you have given them 7 or 8 years tax holiday, you will change the name of the company and start all over again. And then you provide the same incentives. So there is so much that we can do ourselves so that we can be able to increase that revenue, which is very, very important. Secondly, sometimes we look at government alone, because the government alone is catering for, yes, for development, but private sector needs money, and they need cheap money. And you know that most of our banks, really in our own countries, they don't have the rating that can take them to the global market to be able to borrow. And that's the issue which Ahuna was talking about in terms of credit rating. We are still at that stage where we are still trying to assist them. And we are all working together in collaboration. But here, the capital market is what brings in long-term resources for the private sector. If you don't have a well-functioning capital market, stock exchange, then it cannot grow. There's no country, in a developed country, that has ever grown without the development of the capital market. And that's where we need to concentrate. I remember during my time, we had actually wanted to have a bigger market. And we wanted to link the Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, and Rwanda so that we can have one platform. It was financed by the World Bank. So that we can this time look at it as one market rather than each small market all across, so that we can attract more of the people who are investing globally. So here, there is so much that we can do. Increasing taxes is not the solution. But looking at what is missing, how is the structure of the taxation? I know that in your country you have also been discussing with others in terms of, for example, property tax and other things, but there's a way that it can be done better, and it can be able to bring in more people so that they can be able to benefit without necessarily increasing the taxes. But increasing the taxes can be done, but it has to be well justified. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just to add a bit and then take the question asked by my sister. The other side of taxation in Africa, to make it work, is improving the social contract between the government and the citizens. Because in my research, I find that citizens are more willing to pay more taxes, even the informal sector coming in to pay more taxes when they see that the resources are being judiciously and transparently utilized for running the government and providing the infrastructure required. So if the implicit tax in a country is high, where in some countries, I won't name them, individuals have to sink their own borehole to get water, they have to build the roads to their houses, and then also have their own small generators in order to create electricity. When you now come and say you are asking for taxation, they feel they're paying twice. So governments have a role in terms of improving macroeconomic prudence and fiscal prudence in governance. Then the other point is what has been raised by my brother here, which is the leakages in the system. You know, all these incentives you talk about, we give to multilateral companies in Africa, we lose about 275 billion, not million, billion US dollars every year because of international profits shifting. So we need to be smart to improve tax administration through the use of technologies and several other things. And many countries in Africa, like under his leadership in Rwanda, they did it very well. So it's easy for us to just see what works and pick it up in order to move forward. You raised the issue about narratives and where we are with the ACF, with the Africa Credit Rating Agency. Establishing the Africa Credit Rating Agency is something that is going on. The discussion is continuing, but that's not the panacea. The panacea is actually Africa becoming more prompt with data and data provision, quality of data and transparency in data, but also improving the macroeconomic policy governance on the continent, including political stability and all those other things that makes investors jittery about a market. Because if we do more in improving our own environment, our business environment, the perception of risks will go down. And one of the issues we found in our research is that information asymmetry is a major reason why the big three often rate Africa poorly. So again, we need to invest in our national bureaus of statistics to ensure they collect the right data and are able to share the right data. But training and capacity building is also important, so that people in the ministries of finance are able to engage with the rating agencies to understand what information they are looking for and even interrogate their ratings so that they are very open in my discussions to revise ratings based on data when the data is available.
Thank you very much, Professor Orama. And I will be turning to Mrs. Yakonwa also on the same question on the Africa credit rating and the narrative on Africa.
No, I think he's tackled it very well. I'll just talk about the inclusive growth question. A real tragedy on this continent is that over the decades, Africa has actually experienced growth, but it's been mostly jobless. I think this joblessness is what is really at the heart of instability on the continent today, and poverty, because we're a young continent, a lot of young people who have come out of the system and are basically not able to get the opportunities they need to improve their lives, but also make their own contributions. So that has to change. And when we talk about having an inclusive approach to development, we're saying that we need to have systems in place that ensure that the entire productive demographic is able to apply themselves. Why has Africa's growth been largely jobless? Two reasons. I think one is structural one. The fact that, as was said earlier, we have had colonial economies basically designed for Africa to play one single role for the world, which is as a supplier of raw materials. Now, raw materials being extracted from the continent don't create jobs, whether it's oil or cocoa or copper. That will not generate jobs. So how do you reverse that to make Africa start to add value to its raw materials and not just be a supplier to the world? Because when you then in Côte d'Ivoire create those industries that will turn cocoa into chocolate, that there are a chain of jobs that come from there, and that makes for an inclusive society, right? An inclusive economy. Because who is going to provide those jobs? The people who are currently marginalized. The other thing on inclusivity is women. We have a lot of women engaged in the informal sector. And this is the sector that actually dominates the African economy. Yet, it is the one that gets the least attention. First of all, we call them informal, meaning that they have less. They're, on the ground, least priority, and nobody sees them. It's an invisible kind of force. And when that happens, when you don't actually recognize, register, count that group of people, it means they don't have access to what they need to be able to scale their businesses, whether it's finance or knowledge or markets. So we need to also change that. The Continental Free Trade Area, I think, brings an important opportunity around that. Yesterday, I spent some time with a group of Botswanan women. They are business women, small business enterprises who were enabled by UNDP to go to Namibia and Rwanda to showcase their goods under the umbrella of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Two things happened when they exposed themselves. First, they understood that they needed to improve the quality of their products to be competitive beyond Botswana, and started to understand what capacities they need to be able to do that. The second thing is that they need certificates of origin. That's a requirement of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. They didn't have that. But these trips involved officials from the government of Botswana who accompanied them. And once they realized that these women would need their certificates, as soon as they came back, they arranged for those certificates to be issued. So now you have this group of women who didn't know before they left here anything about the opportunities of accessing this One Africa market, a bigger market. But now they know, they have the knowledge, they also know what they need to improve their products, but also now they are equipped with certificates that allows them to gain access. That is inclusive development, because previously they were marginalized. And finally is on the youth. We have young population that is actually quite educated, better connected because of the new technologies, and also more enlightened. They are hungry and in a hurry to develop and to prosper. How do we engage them through the things that they know the best, which is technology, and their savviness with digital, entrepreneurship, innovation, meeting them at the universities and other places of learning. And I think a huge investment in youth will immediately change the face of development that has been largely exclusive. Investment in their education, in their health, in capacity and skilling, so that they're relevant and competitive to the job market, but also in equipping them with the technologies that they need to innovate. And this is why we're talking about Timbuktu. We have launched FinTech in Lagos, Health Tech in Kigali. We are going to launch Green Tech in Nairobi. In South Africa, it will be Creative Tech. And it's really crowding in technology in the space of youth entrepreneurship so that they can scale their ideas to business level. And when they become big companies and businesses, you are having that spread and share of prosperity beyond the small groups of people who enjoy all of Africa's wealth right now. So there are a range of things that I think we can do to motivate more inclusivity in our development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I promised these last two questions, so you can ask them very quickly, but I would like to ask our panelists to answer very shortly to these questions. And if you need more, we can set up parallel interviews.
Thank you. My name is Lennox Yeke. I'm from African Business Magazine. And my question is for Ms. Huna. You mentioned that around 3/4 of climate financing is not concessional. And we know that climate change is a very big issue that could erode all the gains we're making. So I'd be curious to find out what you see as the measures we can take to expand concessional finance for climate change in Africa.
From the bank to answer that question.
Maybe we take the second one.
Thank you so much. My name is Fatian. I work for Africa 24. My question goes to Ms. Auna. During your speech, you mentioned that Africa needs to adopt homegrown solutions. Could you share a few of those homegrown solutions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On the issue of climate finance and how to expand climate finance for Africa, yes, of a fact, Africa's access to climate finance has been low, receiving only about $30 billion US. But out of that 30 billion, 66.7, or around basically 2/3 of it are from non-concessional loans. For me, climate finance should not be a loan. because climate finance is supposed to address vulnerability in an economy, and most often the most vulnerable economies are not the causers of climate change. We know that Africa is contributing only less than 4% of global emissions, but is more disproportionately impacted by climate change. Why is that? Capacity is one issue. So to be able to mobilize more climate finance, countries must be intentional in building capacity around how to prepare climate projects and how to be able to understand the maze of global climate finance architecture and how to navigate it. So capacity building is one key thing that we need to do in order to be able to address the issue of getting more climate finance to Africa. But I have to repeat, climate finance should be new and additional financing on concessional, even grants, not even concessional loans. But the current architecture we have is making the vulnerable countries that are vulnerable to climate change access debt as form of climate finance. And as my sister said, it's just deepening the vulnerabilities in those countries. So it adds debt vulnerability to climate vulnerability, which is just a shame.
So just a simple story. In 2012, when they announced 100 billion for climate finance grant, I came and told my president we are soon becoming rich because the money is coming. Up to now, there is no money. And for that one, we have no control over that. The person who is paying is the one who has control over that. And that's why we are seeing the situation that we are in. So when you are talking about this, there are innovative ways of doing it, and that's why we moved fast. For example, on carbon credit. What we realized is that we never had problems of where we have to sell our carbon. Other countries have been selling it at more than $100 per ton. But on the African continent, it's increasingly, it is $7, it's $4, it's below $10. So when we are assisting the member countries in terms of capacity that we are talking about, we started with the Congo Basin Climate Commissions, which are 16 countries, and then we added Morocco. And what we were doing was having a registry of saying, it's like when you are selling any other product. Then that registry contains everything you need to consider while you are negotiating with someone who is coming to buy the credit. They were calling it voluntary selling, but actually you are dealing with people who understand and the people who have no idea. And that means we are being ripped off. So when we did that, it worked. We went now to Sahel. We are working all the Sahel countries and the island states. It's just to help them because usually the carbon is supposed to be traded on the capital market. For people who are professionals, who understand it, and then can be able to get the best deal for any country. But before we reach there, we have to provide the initial technical assistance, capacity, training. And that's how it works. So that's the reality that we are in. But if you say grants, who is going to pay it right away so that everybody can get? That's what we all want. But the reality is that it's not there.
And as we continue to pursue the innovative things that can be done, including green bonds and all of that, I think we're going to, as a system, as the UN and the Secretary General has insisted on this, we have to continue to push for climate justice. Because what both my brothers have talked about is the absence of justice in that whole climate conversation. Because you have the polluters who should pay more, who are not paying. And those who are bearing the brunt of the impact of the polluters are not being assisted. So yes, we will continue to help governments to look for alternative ways of meeting these gaps. But as a UN system, we will continue to insist, whether it's at the G20, at the G7, at the UN General Assembly, at the World Bank meetings, that grants must be made available to not only deal with mitigation, but also adaptation. We heard at the Dubai COP the announcement of the loss and damage fund. And African governments and countries are still trying to figure out where is that money and how does it come to support them when they have the next cyclone. So, these things we have to keep working on. On the question of homegrown solutions, I think the emphasis here is really that Africa needs to get a little bit more confident in its own intellectual capabilities. Whether it is solutions coming out of our academic institutions. We see today a lot of our professors who are nabbed by other institutions outside because their own environments are not recognizing them, are not valuing their contributions. We have a lot of intelligence there. We have a lot of even development intelligence that's coming out of our institutions. We need to start recognizing this, valuing them, and utilizing them because they are adaptable. The other thing that's happening that's really exciting in the innovation world and entrepreneurship world, when we launched the Health Tech Hub with President Kagame last week, we had 900 submissions from African youth who have ideas on how to tackle health challenges with technology. Now, some of the solutions that they put on the table were quite incredible, and they're actually world-class. But is there going to be capital brought to bear on those ideas to scale those ideas and build companies that will produce? So we want to recognize, again, those innovations that are coming out of the continent. We see in East Africa, in Nairobi, in Kenya in particular, you see the emergence of digital money, mobile money, M-Pesa, and all of that. That's an Africa innovation that actually the rest of the world can be looking into. How does that get adopted by other African countries as a solution to inclusive finance? So I think the sense that Africa has to receive everything from outside, from its intellectual content to how it solves agriculture problems, is something that we're really objecting to and saying, yes, you can take ideas from outside, but don't do that at the expense of the very appropriate ideas, technologies that are coming out of your own countries and your own experience. So that's what we mean by homing in on homegrown solutions for Africa's development. Thank you.
The homegrown solutions, we need a whole session. It's not just an interview, because we can give you what happens in each of the countries in terms of their homegrown solutions. But what is very important, especially
important again, to be very, very aware about how we actually use the digital world or how we use certain, if I talk about AIs or we talk about anything which connects one world to the other, and the use, not the misuse of the whole thing which is, in front of us. So if we talk about sustainability, if we talk about sustainable development, one important thing which we have to think along with the e-waste, that what are we actually keeping for our future generation? That is one of the most important. Will they grow up and only find e-wastes beside them or e-waste around them? Or will they grow up not to find one single tree? Or will they grow up only in or not to find any non-renewable resource? Only the renewable resource which will be available to them. So these are few things which we need to consider, and last but not the least is we need to focus on not only skills development or skill education or skill training. We need to focus on value education. That is important, that when you are like Africa produces 2.5 kgs per capita e-waste. I mean, if I talk about households consumption, if I try to focus on awareness of each and every individuals, if that kind of training can be provided, obviously that is also a part of it that goes with your digital literacy, which is again important, along with the overall literacy of the continent or the countries present in the continent. And what is again very, very need of the hour is when somebody is leaving a room. If we talk about electrical or electronic gadgets or devices, somebody leaving the room should be trained from childhood. If we talk about the youth, should be trained from childhood to switch off the lights or the digital devices when it is not in use.
Wow.
So these are, I think, some of the things. It can be definitely turned into policies, but again, it is very easy, to say theoretically something, to prove and find out and, publish a lot of research papers, but how far it is actually helping the world, how far it is actually helping your continent, and how far we are going to go in terms of digital inclusion and understanding of the fact and how to minimize the use of digital gadgets in order to take care of the e-wastes and be a part of the sustainable development.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Lalima. Thank you so much. I love the angle. I love your perspective to tackling the question. While you were speaking, I just imagined that every one of us had been trained to turn off the lights when leaving the room from our youthful ages, from being toddlers, from being children. Then we would have one less thing to worry about. So I do agree very strongly with you that we should do a little bit more than skills development, focus a lot on value, focus on renewable energy, be aware of the use of the digital phrases. Population control, you said, I know that's arguable, but the question again is, what are we keeping for the generation after us? Are they going to wake up and find that there are no trees around them? These are questions that we all honestly really need to consider. Thank you very much, Professor Lalima.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Honored.
So we'll run very quickly to the last panelist, Dr. Mary Dongo. This is your question. To capitalize on Industry 4.0, robust digital infrastructure is essential. How can African governments and financial institutions optimize investment in digital infrastructure to stimulate sustainable development? And then, what investment strategies and funding mechanisms could best support the growth of these infrastructure, ensuring that technological innovation remains a driving force for sustainable developments across African economies? Dr. Mary, please. Do you want to use this?
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for the question. As we all met here, I think the basic thing that we have all come to realize is that we have to be sincere with ourselves and hold the truth. We all play a role and we are part of everything that we are going through as a continent. And it's about time that we are truthful to ourselves as individuals, as we hold various positions back home in our various countries, and when opportunity comes for us to change or turn the tables around. So the first thing that I want to tackle is with the governmental decisions and policies. And I will speak from the point of view of Ghana. As it stands now, Ghana is going through educational reforms, and they are going through with free SHS, and we don't know the future of this, which has run for almost 8 years with huge investment into them. And this has been the struggle of most African countries, because most of the initiatives that we do are based on political, or I would say party decisions, not national decisions, to the point that when the government in power leaves, that is the end of such programs or such initiatives, which we cannot see the future of such projects to enhance our growth, or even in industrialization as we speak now. I've been in China for almost 8 years, and I've seen how practically they go around things and how the industry is not different from the classroom. And that is one gap that we are all facing as a continent. It's as if most of the things that we teach in the classrooms are abstract, and we cannot apply them when we go out there. It is as if there is a huge gap between the individuals and the industry. So how can we re-strategize all these things that we are doing to the point that the child in the classroom could relate to whatever that is on the field? And that is where the challenge is. So it's about time that we don't look at things or initiatives from the point of view of we retaining power, but at the national view that this is a sustainable project that we need to embark on, even when my party is not in power, because of its value to growth. Each government that comes into power can take it up. The next one that I want to tackle is government should position industrial, I would say financial sectors in a way that their investment will be geared towards innovation, technological innovation, to the point that even the least that they are ready to invest in will have that future to seek that there is an advance in innovative projects. And to tackle it again, I will pick it from the point of view of education. Our educational structure should be restructured in a point that it should be more practical. It should be more dealing one-on-one with students, to the point that even existing industries will feel comfortable working to various institutions for them to gear up their production line, to the point that they can trust the students that are coming, to the point that it's surprising that to a point that an industry wouldn't want to pick a student that is coming right from school and would want to wait. Who should train that student for you to come and use?
Experience.
Exactly. So I think it's about time that we all structure the things that we need. We should structure our educational system to the point that it fits the needs of the continent. It fits the needs of Nigeria. It fits the needs of Zimbabwe, Tanzania, and all that, so that we can take advantage of this global trend and global competition that is going on. Because if we don't integrate these things, there is no way Africa can stand when it comes to the global market. And I think these are the things that we have to look at, not on the political view, but at the national view. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mary. My note is full. I don't know if it's the same with you, but I heard you say we need to think very deeply. You spoke like my mom. You know, the kind of thing a mom will sit her child down and talk to the child. You need to think very deeply. You need to think very deeply. And it got me thinking, you know, and be truthful to ourselves. You talked about the leadership of African countries focusing more on the best interest of their respective nations than their political interests or party interests. And then you talked about the huge gap between what we are taught in classroom and what's the real life out there. So, and then you suggested a restructuring and more like a localization of our educational structure to a more practical one, and one which fits the need of our respective nations, you know, and then carry out sustainable projects rather than projects that tend to want to keep us in power. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Mary. Thank you. Thank you. So, well, now we'll move to the participants. Do we have comments, questions? I have one hand here, another, that's 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much. I was hoping we won't have any. Thank you. So I have one hand in front. I need help with the mic. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Please, you have the floor.
All right, thanks. Rendani Mampiswana here from the University of Johannesburg.
Fantastic.
So I think one of the big elephant in the room when it comes to technological innovation and technological progress is the underinvestment in R&D in the continent, which I think it was only touched briefly by one of the panelists. And my question then is, considering the fiscal constraints and everything else that we have, how do we shift beyond just saying government must increase R&D investment and actually start telling how government can increase R&D investment? Because I think everyone knows R&D investment must be increased. Okay. It's not increasing, and the question is, you know, what is the challenge and how do we go about actually overcoming that? Okay. Thank you very much.
Which of the panelists would you
I don't know. You will have to decide.
Okay, Dr. Mary, thank you.
I think because of time, I skipped that, and I want to draw our attention to it, and that is what China is really using as an advantage. They push more resources into R&D, and on that, they invite talented youth across board to come, and through that, they make funding available for them to come out with new innovative ideas. And that is what and when you come out with innovative ideas that the government think is good for it to use to on its advantage, it buys it and begins to implement it and see how it starts from Shanghai, how to modify. And that is the problem. We don't even have time to pilot most of the projects that we do. To be honest with us, most of the projects that we do, it will take not less than 4 to 5 years for us to know the mistakes in whatever initiatives that we have taken. Then for us to integrate it and to implement to the next stage, we need to know the errors so that we can correct them, so that we can implement it correctly in different areas in the country. But this is where we have limited time. Government in power is looking at how to retain power in the next 4 years. So we don't even pilot most of the projects that we do, and most of these R&D projects that are funded by research and development. So it's about time that at least if we can get 30 to 40% of our resources going into R&D, targeting specific institutions that are good into research, then we go for it. Instead of just spreading them across board for everybody to have it, we can target specific institutions for them to handle certain initiatives that we want to cut across board, especially when it comes to industrialization. That is what I want to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. There's a hand here, and then there's another one at the back. Oh, okay, so I think we have 3 more. We should be careful not to take too many questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yes, my name is Lesedi Modise. I'm a youth in aviation from Botswana and also an active entrepreneur. That I was even successful to interact with my sister Wedu from Forbes under 30 this year. So my own, by the way, Lesedi means Imole in Yoruba. I think
Imole, light.
Yeah,
oh, nice.
It means light. My own is to add on about how the youth, to add on about reskilling and career development. I think I wanted to encourage a fellow youth about personal branding, because if I can share a testimony on personal branding is that I'm a youth in aviation, and aviation currently in Botswana, it's a latent sector to talk about. So I developed my own personal brand that I call Sadie Flies. So Sadie Flies, I have seen it grow from nothing to putting me in rooms where international and global decision makers are put in one room. We talk in aviation, we're talking about IATA, we're talking about ICAO. Those are the global, organizations that put policymakers, regulators, and decision makers about aviation and everything in one place. Right. So if I didn't take that initiative and I put it on my own, that I'm going to develop my career through Sadie Flies, I wouldn't have been traveled to all the SADC region, or the SADC region just knowing about Sadie Flies. Yeah. And I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I know that I'm somewhere. I have to be at the right places and at the right time. Yeah. So I think on personal branding, it's very important, because right now I can even make a very impactful contribution on how the economy, African economy can be diversified through the aviation sector. Botswana being at the heart of SADC, we stand at a very gold opportunities that I wish Ms. Lesoro Chombo, our minister, which is a youth also, I wish she was on the panel list so that we can, share upon a discussion about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Imole. Thank you so much. Taking initiative and then being at the right place at the right time. Personal branding. Thank you. We have a hand there. And then the last one here. You have the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Charles from University of Botswana. My thoughts are a bit scattered because I'm in very salient points made by all the panelists. But one of the major things one of them said, talked about, being specific with countries with respect to their needs. And I call that context, issues around square pegs in round holes is the biggest challenge we have. We're talking about youth here, right? And we have also alluded to the fact that youth have the greater percentage globally. I think about 75% from what I have understood. But when you look at issues around policies, implementations, the youth are visitors. They do not have specific responsibilities to ensure that these issues that affect them, that they have an opinion around it. I love so much, and it's a very big takeaway for me, the comments by the president of Botswana, and he urged us to speak truth to what? To power. I also love one of the comments he made, a word he used, being brutal. The situation the youth have found themselves in Africa. Now, when we gather in, settings like this, we make comments that are real, and then we close, for instance, this type of a conference. What level of advocacy goes beyond this conference to ensure that all issues that are elicited here, all issues that have been discussed here, will not only go into publications, but will go to those parliaments, those decision makers, those people who are responsible for the implementation. Because we have understood that issues around implementation is the biggest problem. Now in Africa, we have seen that in most countries, issues are now more politically correct than the reality of what befalls such countries. I am so happy that Botswana has set a record from their election to the configuration of the parliament, the people working with the president. I looked at the demography and I was just looking at 36, 37, 41. At first I thought it was Netflix, but at some point I discovered it wasn't a movie, but it's real. So we need to understand this. I come from a country where we have ancestors who are in the parliament. And people go to sit down to discuss issues that have to do with the trying to be brutal, right? They sleep in parliament. They do not understand the plight of the people. But surprisingly, you discover that voter attitude is another concern in such countries, where even the people who are affected for temporary measures go the wrong way. And this now tells you that because of issues around hunger, deprivation, people have lost it. So my point is this. Right. I do not know if it is a question. Yes, my point is this. We need to round the session. When we talk about the issues, let us seek, as strongly as we talk about the issues, on how we need to resolve such issues and stop being cosmetic about them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Charles. I will take that as a challenge to the organizers. Put together all of these things, and then, I know we had committed to one last question, but I'm so sorry. Unfortunately, we would be unable to take that one question. However, after this session, the panelists are all still around, so please feel free to reach out to any one of them, and I'm sure they'll be very, very happy to take your questions. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much to every single one of the panelists. Thank you for listening, for sharing your afternoon with us, and we do appreciate you all. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the sessions.
Thank you so much to the founder and CEO of Glitz Group, our moderator, Ms. Adetola Akinola, keynote speaker, as well as our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard, we are pushed and pressed for time, so we'll move on immediately to our next session. I think somewhere we have a microphone on. I would now like to introduce you to the research session 1 with the theme Conflict Shocks on Development in Africa. Please help me welcome our moderator, Falilu Fall, Senior Economist at OECD.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and also thank you for attending this session. Let me call the presenters. So this is a research session. So we will have, for the first paper on economic impacts of the war in Russia, Ukraine on African women model-based assessment for Egypt and Kenya, we will have Martin Henseler. Oh, where is Martin? And for the second paper on the effects of international sanction on foreign direct investment, a bilateral analysis, we will have Ornella Magum Tedom. Is Ornella around? So maybe the organizers, if you can reach out to the presenters so that they are around, either on stage or online. On stage, yes. And the second, and for the third paper, echoes across border macroeconomic spillover effects of conflicts in sub-Saharan African countries. The presenter, I think it's Rasman Ouedraogo. So the presenters of the papers, if you can join, please, the stage. Can the organizers please reach out to the presenters so that they join the session? And the last paper, the macroeconomics of a civil war, 2020-2022 in Ethiopia's Tigray region by Abtamu Girme Demiesele. Also, please, if she or he can join. Yes, please. Okay. You will need that. So, without further ado, yes. Okay. So for some papers, maybe for the first paper, if Georgia Davalos or Hélène Maisonneuve is here, Hélène Maisonneuve maybe virtually. For the second paper, we have also Joseph Massil, Jabi Usman, and Jacques Tekam as co-authors. Is one of the co-authors around to present. And the third paper, we have Rasman Ouedraogo, Annie Abdel-Latif, Antonio David, and Marcus Spetch, if one of the co-authors around. So let's start with those who are here, and if the others join, we will give them to present. So I'm going to ask you to do a presentation around 12 minutes, and then we'll give the floor to the discussion. Okay, so if the discussion can be ready also, I have Francis Vasva, Ali Zafar, Rokhaya Tal, and Aili Kibret. So if you please can be ready so that you can discuss your paper, please. So let's start with the second paper on the effects of international sanctions on foreign direct investment, a bilateral analysis. Please, it's Ornella. Yes, please, you have. Yeah, you can use that.
Dear moderator, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The subject submitted for consideration today is entitled Effects of International Sanctions on Foreign Direct Investment. 2 points, a bilateral analysis. No?
Please show the second paper of the session.
Yes, I sent it. I sent the presentation.
What's the name of the file? Because he's saying he doesn't have it. It's not this one. No.
Right.
It's a paper on. It's a paper on effects of international sanctions. You don't have it?
Right.
Can you send it to whom?
Right here. Fine. Where is it? Wait.
Come on. Send it back. She can send it to you?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is the presentation.
But you sent to whom?
Where is it? The person who sent the mail.
No, just forward to me. Forward to me.
I should forward it so.
Yeah. Don't worry. Yeah. Send. Forward. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, G.Kumar.
So should we? So while we're waiting, is Francis Vasba around? Francis? Come close, please. Ali Zafar? Rokhaya Tal? Yeah, just have it here, yeah. Is Ali Zafar, can you please also come in the front so that so what we're going to do after the presentation of the paper you're supposed to discuss, I'll give you the floor immediately. And you will have 3 minutes, 5 minutes to discuss. So we have to shorten everything. I'm sorry for that. So maybe you can show the last session, the last paper, and we start with that one. It is the one on the macroeconomics of a civil war. You just show it later. Yeah. So please, on the table there, can you show the paper on the macroeconomics of a civil war? And we start with that while we fix this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. My paper is titled with the macroeconomics of the civil war that happened in Ethiopia some 3 years ago. And in this paper, simply I will try to address issues of the uncertainty shock impacts of the war and how it affects the overall economy. And the particular focus would be on the prices, foreign exchange, on investment, private investment, on employment, okay, on public debt and government expenditure, revenue, public debt in general. On all those issues, I will try to address the impact of the war. I will try to make it things as brief as possible, but the slides might be somewhat, large in number. But I will try to condense them in presentations in a way that I can optimize my time. So the justification of the study, I don't want to go back to the impact of the war on humanitarian laws, on the economic growth that was reported, on infrastructure damage, on foreign aid inflows in Ethiopia, and FDI inflows that was highly reported in the past 3 years, you know. But I totally, I will try to go as far, can I use this one, sir? Sir, can I use this one to use this one to move? Which one? Which place? This one. This one. Yeah, I can use this one. Yeah, the green. Yeah. So I will try to focus on the justification part directly, where I will try to just tell you what I'm going to yeah, this justification part is important. The first one is that the civil war has costed the country almost $48 billion in direct and indirect costs, but those damage costs are highly underreported. In some cases, they were overreported for the media coverage. In some of the people, the authors of those publications might have their own interests, so they don't touch the real issues, the real impacts of the war from an empirical perspective. So the essence of this paper is to provide an empirical evidence that can be used as a reference in formal media reportage or for further academic interventions on the issue. So, so two justifications I have, as I told you previously, one, and the second one is that this war was highly reported and foreign interests were there on the issue. In this regard, aid inflows has highly affected, declined, slump in foreign aid flows because the Westerners, they are having a lot of pressures against the government, and they are using the leverage they have on foreign aid to impact, just put pressures on the government. The impact of the war through foreign aid mechanism would be another justification. So overall, the objective of the study is three. One is that the first objective is to investigate the dynamic response of the economy to uncertainty shock impacts of the conflict in Tigray. The second one is to diagnose the transmission mechanism of the uncertainty shock effects of the conflict into the macroeconomic order. And the third is to examine the role of foreign aid in mitigating the macroeconomic instability sparked by the uncertainty shock impacts. So these are the three core objectives. The materials and method part, the methodology that I used, I will try to make it as brief as possible. The data used was based on the quarterly macroeconomic data gathered from domestic sources, the Ethiopian, National Bank, the National Bank of Ethiopia, also the pandemic, the uncertainty shock impacts of the war, which is a key variable, was gathered from the Economic Intelligence Unit. So these are the major sources, and the time frame is from 2008 and 9 quarter one period to 2020 to 2021 quarter two period. That is the last period of the time series was immediately before the war was broke in Ethiopia. So the measurement of uncertainty, uncertainty is measured. The measurement of uncertainty. Sorry. Yeah. The measurement of uncertainty is meant to capture the effect of the war. In order to estimate the effect of the civil war in Ethiopia on the macroeconomic stability, the study used the political uncertainty as a proxy variable. Therefore, the shock effect of the civil war was instrumental to represent political uncertainty shock effect. The World Uncertainty Index is an indexation of the uncertainties associated to the political incidents, the economic crisis, political surprises, police surprise, conflict-driven uncertainties found in the publications of the Economic Intelligence Unit, the EIU. The Economic Intelligence Unit Uncertainty Indexation is based on the total count of the world.
Cet index se base sur des données mondiales. Et on a également repris certaines publications. Et lorsque l'on parle de ce type d'incertitude, cela signifie que les incertitudes sont assez élevées. Alors, pour ce qui est des données, effectivement, on a utilisé toutes les sources que je viens de mentionner. Et il y a une relation entre les incertitudes, les incertitudes politiques et la guerre en Éthiopie. Et on a pu démontrer cette incertitude dans l'étude. Et ce qui est important, c'est que l'on a pu voir que cette incertitude politique engendre des problèmes économiques. Premièrement, la première hypothèse, c'est que la guerre en Tigré a été suivie par une famine, a été suivie par des problèmes économiques. Et la deuxième hypothèse, c'est que la guerre en Tigré a réduit l'aide étrangère parce que les pays donateurs ont décidé de ne plus utiliser l'aide, parce que cela bénéficiait à certaines parties. Alors, il y a 4 mécanismes ici qui sont en jeu. Le premier mécanisme, c'est que le conflit au Tigré a causé une incertitude politique, ce qui a engendré un désordre économique. Deuxièmement, un deuxième mécanisme de transmission, l'instabilité politique a causé également une baisse de l'aide publique étrangère. Donc l'aide publique au développement. Troisième impact, c'est que l'instabilité politique aura un impact sur les investissements et cela a également un impact sur les réserves de devises étrangères. Donc voilà le cadre qui a été utilisé par cette étude. Donc on voyait les conséquences de chaque élément. Donc vous avez incertitude politique, vous avez retombées économiques et ainsi de suite. Donc c'est un modèle qui a été mis en place. C'est un modèle d'équilibre général stochastique. C'est un modèle qui a été conçu pour cette étude. Et ici, vous avez les différents modèles également qui ont été utilisés. Et on a essayé de mener à bien des estimations. Et ici, vous avez les variables qui ont été utilisées dans ce modèle avec leur définition. Et vous avez également le cadre logique. Ce cadre logique a été utilisé pour mettre en ordre les variables de modèle qui avaient été utilisées pour procéder à des estimations des chocs extérieurs. Et on a essayé d'établir un ordre entre les différentes variables pour savoir quelles étaient les premières conséquences. Donc, si vous avez un choc concernant l'incertitude politique, alors qu'est-ce que cela signifie? Cela signifie que le gouvernement ne reçoit plus de dons. Cela signifie que cela a une incidence sur les investissements locaux, les investissements directs étrangers. Cela a une incidence sur les recettes à l'exportation, sur les dépenses à l'importation, sur l'emploi, sur les dépenses gouvernementales, sur la dette nationale et ainsi de suite. Et nous avons également mené à bien certains tests, des tests statistiques pour dégager des tendances.
Augmented Dickey-Fuller test. It was tested, and the results were as you see. It qualifies as first. Each variable qualifies as first difference, and in fact, the variables were converted into logarithm forms to avoid this.
Et cela a permis
disparities among the higher and the lower data. So I didn't put the logarithm form on the political uncertainty index, which is a key variable, because it was just equalized by converting variables into logarithmic with other variables. So the finding and discussion part is key. Based on those methodological and questions that the study is supposed to address. The findings of the study reveal that the uncertainty shock effect of the war in Tigray will be alive and well for 4 years, beginning the war in November or December 2020. 2020 exactly. Yeah. So the prediction was made since the first quarter of the quarter that just immediately after the war, which is January 2021. The war affects investments, domestic and foreign direct investments, exports, import sectors, public finance system, and food and non-food prices, hard currency reserves, and foreign exchange rates. Also, the domestic debt holdings of the government is highly affected. The impact of the war was visible on various factors. The first was the foreign exchange mechanism. The foreign exchange was higher in the time just after the war. For the first 2 quarters, foreign exchange rates would show a rise, I mean a slump in the value of birr. So the birr depreciates. That's how the shock effect interpreted in the foreign exchange market. The study found out that, yes, sir, 2 minutes, really? So the other factor was, the other mechanism was price mechanism on food and non-food price. As you see, both of the food and non-food prices shows a surge immediately following the conflict. And so the conflict would be interpreted in the food market by creating inflation. And there is also the impact in international trade. As you see, import is highly affected negatively. The war effect interpreted in the international market by slowing, by creating a slump in the import expenditure. But for the export, it is cyclical. The impact is cyclical. With regard to the private sector, you see that the investment slows down in the first 3 to 4 quarters after the war, and that followed by reduced investment-induced employment, as you see. In the public finance system, we observed that the government expenditure, the government expenditure to rise following the war. It's visible. The war cost the government huge foreign currency reserves, huge expenditures for military arsenals and associated costs. So it's expected that, in fact, the finding also reveals this fact, that expenditure of the government rises in the first 3 to 4 quarters without a decline. Steep increases observed. Also, the domestic debt also shows a rise in the mentioned period. We also observed to see how foreign exchange, how foreign aid would mitigate or exacerbate the uncertainty effects of the war. And the study found out that foreign aid would be instrumental in mitigating the inflationary pressures of the conflict on food and non-food prices. For example, you see that the one in red is the foreign aid effect. The one in green is the political uncertainty effect. So you see that, for example, in the food markets, you see that they are counteracting. So a rise in political uncertainty causes a rise in food prices, but foreign aid would help a decline in the impact. Also, the same holds for non-food prices. You see that they are moving in opposite directions, signifying that foreign aid would have positive impacts in reducing. Yeah. So how many seconds? Finished?
If you just can go and wrap up with the main lessons, results,
so,
please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the key finding of the study is that the political uncertainty associated to the conflict in Tigray is simply a manifestation of the existing macroeconomic order of the country, which is highly volatile and susceptible to shocks. So the incident is not the cause it's not a real cause for the shocks, but it is a manifestation of how far the Ethiopian economy is aggravated to shocks. Okay, this is the key findings that that we see. Also, we observed that the foreign exchange market or foreign exchange regime is the main mechanism that impacts or through which the Y effect is transmitted into the economy. So any policy that guides the foreign exchange rate regime and the foreign exchange regime in a more robust mechanisms would be an endurance, would be an assurance for the economy to sustain such kinds of shocks related to this time the man-made shocks associated to the war. So these are the major findings of the study.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. Maybe one word to him. And I invite Aile to come to the floor for a quick discussion. So you have, sorry, you can come here or here, how you want. You have 3 to 5 minutes, max.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, just a brief comment on the paper. Yeah, the paper, as the author presented, has adequate analysis in terms of theoretical and empirical literature. It tried to identify the transmission channels, basically 4 transmission channels: uncertainty, which makes decision behavior of economic agents, in the foreign aid, which is overseas development assistance, decline in reserves, and the impact on investment, either in domestic investment or FDI. So I think in that regard, he has captured, but there may be additional transmission mechanisms in terms of expenditure switching and the like, but it's quite adequate in that regard. The main finding, I think the most important contribution of this paper is obviously, you know, that conflict and all these macroeconomic variables is obvious, but the most important contribution of the paper is it tried to quantify the impact through the model, the VR model. The author tried to quantify the relationship in a range format. To me, that's a very important contribution of the paper. Coming to the policy implications and conclusions of the paper, it seems that most of the policy recommendations are not basically driven from the analysis, given that Ethiopia has been undergoing multiple and overlapping shocks, not only the Tigray conflict or war. The country has been in a political reform, in a economic reform, and as you know, the COVID was also another, and there was other shocks in agriculture through locust infestation, recurring drought, and so on. So it's very difficult to entangle only the impact of the war on the macroeconomic variables or related to the political uncertainty. Therefore, to improve the paper going forward, I think there is a need to re-look into robust or more actionable, transmittable recommendations from the paper. The paper needs to be also revised with the new macroeconomic reform. The government has already signed a comprehensive, robust, actually historic reform agenda with the IMF, and some of the recommendations or the paper identified are expected to be addressed in this reform. So the paper also needs, and this paper was submitted before the reform was signed in July, end of July. So I think that needs to be revised as well. The other issue is the Tigray conflict is not the only shock in the economy. As I said, a huge political and economic reform was underway. So that should be seen in that regard. And I thank you. That's in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you, Aile. Thank you very much. An announcement, please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a special request. Those sponsor delegates of the UNECA who has not yet received your DSA, please make your way to the first floor. The bank should have left already. However, they are just waiting to issue those. So please do make your way to the first floor. Thank you.
Thank you. So now, next presentation. So it's yes, the second paper, effects of international sanctions on foreign direct investment, a bilateral analysis by Ornella. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, 12 minutes.
So I have to let her know that the time is restricted, so maybe just go to the main questions, your methodology and your findings. You have around 12 minutes.
12 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me back the floor. The subject submitted for appreciation today is entitled Effect of International Sanctions on Foreign Direct Investment, a Bilateral Analysis. This presentation will be structured over the following points: motivations, aims and contribution of study, data and empirical strategy, empirical results, conclusion and policy implications. As motivation, over the past 2 decades, foreign direct investment has expanded at an accelerating rate. Has expanded at an accelerating rate. According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, foreign direct investment between 1990 and 2020 worldwide inflow has increased about 7.5 times, from current 200.8 billion in 1990 to current 1,539.9 billion in 2019. While in developing regions, FDI inflows of developing economies have surged about 20 times, from current $34.65 billion in 1990 to current $684.7 billion in 2019. By the year of 2019, a decrease was observed as global foreign direct investment inflow plunged by 35% in 2020. The decrease was uneven in developing regions, as it was 45% in Latin America and 16% in Africa. Although FDI inflow of developing economics have gone fast, most of the FDI inflow are still destined to developed economics, despite several decades of economic reforms and arrangements to facilitate FDI inflows in developing countries, and particularly in Africa. It is important to notice that the region still received the least FDI inflow compared to the other regions of the world, and it is still ranked as least of investors' preference. In this context, the following graph illustrates the evolution of foreign direct investment worldwide from 2007 to 2016. We can observe that foreign direct investment in developing regions has remained relatively low compared to the other regions of the world. Although globalization has doubled in a space of 50 years, leading to an intensification of economic reforms, both commercial and financial, we can notice that FDI inflow received by developing economies is relatively very low compared to FDI inflow received by developed regions. In the same context, why is it doing that? I don't know why it's just doing that.
Just this one, the green. Okay.
In the same context and at the end of the Cold War, we have experienced a great expansion of the different types of war. This second graph illustrates the evolution of international sanctions imposed at the international level from 1952 to 2020. With the advent of globalization, sanctions has become commonly used more than military conflict. It shows to what extent conflict has evolved in the world. In half a century, the nature and numbers of sanctions have greatly increased. International sanctions can be perceived, according to the works of Kempfer and Luenberg, as a foreign policy instrument used by countries or international organizations to protect their power or influence the behavior of other countries without using military conflict. It has been initiated either to punish recipients by depriving them of a certain value or It has been initiated either to punish recipients by depriving them of a certain value or to force recipients to respect certain standards that senders considers important. International sanctions have significant negative effects on foreign direct investment as it may negatively influence GDP growth, economic complexity, access to electricity, and international trade. Furthermore, it should be noted that sanction is a controversial political tool whose effectiveness is questioned. It is important to note that international sanction does not always achieve their objective, but they have detrimental effects on the population of the targeted countries. Okay. Furthermore, the theoretical analysis of the link between international sanction and foreign direct investment is part of two major opposing theories and guides opposing theories that guides the investment decisions of multinationals in an economic. Here we are talking about the political risk theories following the works of Handlers and Simon and the theory of economic opportunism. These two theories permit us to model the theoretical link between international sanctions and foreign direct investment. Likewise, the empirical literature on the relationship between sanctions and foreign direct investment does not experience convergence. While some authors believe that this relationship is negative, other authors believe that the relationship is either positive. Hence, the aim of this study is to examine the impact of sanctions on foreign direct investment by focusing on total bilateral foreign direct investment flow in host economic, and it analyzes the mediating role of economic development, availability of infrastructure, and political stability in the relationship between sanctions and foreign direct investment. As contribution, first, this study provides we provide the first study on the effects of international sanctions on foreign direct investment in developing countries using bilateral flows. Also, we analyze the effects of different types of sanctions on FDE flow. Again, this study contributes to the literature on natural resource endowment and its benefits for developing countries. And finally, we empirically analyze the determinants. We empirically analyze the transmission channel through which these sanctions have negative effects on FDE inflow. Hence, we hypothesize that international sanctions have a negative effect on bilateral foreign direct investment in developing countries. To test our hypothesis, we use data from several sources. Bilateral FDE flow comes from the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. International sanctions come from the Global Sanction Database. Traditional gravity variables are collected from CP database. Traditional gravity variables like distance, host and home country population and FDE. Institutional variables come from the World Government Indicator. Economic variables from the World Development Indicator. This study is carried out on a sample of 404 developing countries over the period of 2005 to 2019, that is 15 years. To test our hypothesis, our empirical strategy, inspiring ourselves from the works of Yotov and al., we use a structural gravity model. The following equation represents our baseline strategy. After empirical verification through our estimation technique, which is the which is the Poisson pseudo maximum likelihood estimator presented in the works of Silva and Telvio in 2006, it emerges that international sanctions reduces the amount of inward foreign direct investment of approximately 28.18%. Specifically, talking about the types of sanctions, arms sanction reduces FDE by 34%, trade sanctions reduces FDE by 22%, military sanctions reduces FDE by 24%, financial by 12%, travel sanctions reduces FDE by 22%, while other sanctions reduces foreign direct investment by 18%. This result remains robust to several sensitivity and robustness tests, particularly according to geographical areas, according to the income level, according to natural resource endowment in developing countries, and according to competing estimators. In addition, the mediation results through the approach developed by McKinnon and al. shows that in developing countries, 26% of the effect of international sanctions on inward FDE is mediated by the availability of infrastructure. Also, it suggests that 15% of the total effect of international sanctions on inward foreign direct investment is mediated by economic development. And finally, the most important channel, which is political stability, mediates 45% of the effect of international sanctions on foreign direct investment. Okay, as a conclusion and economic policy recommendation, developing countries must further strengthen internal security and establish policies that promote political stability, democracy, good governance, and respect to human rights. Moreover, an improvement in the quality of institutions in developing countries will be an advantage, as it will permit to increase the profitability of investments and thus facilitate the movement of capital flow from developed economies to developing countries. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I call Alice, please, for the discussion. 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is a very good paper. It has 3 elements of being very good. One, it asks a very interesting question, which is the question of sanctions that everyone in the world is concerned about, and it's getting even more important as we are seeing a lot of geopolitical fragmentation. Second, it has a very robust methodology that's used in international trade under gravity model, and it has quite a long time series in more than 100 countries. And third is there's interesting policy implications. So the thing that struck me when I looked at the paper was that it moves much beyond the level of anecdote. And what we see is that sanctions can work. And they can work through looking at the impact on FDI flows. And the evidence is quite strong that there is a negative correlation between sanctions and FDI. The interesting finding in the paper was that there's a greater impact on countries that have low natural resources. In other words, if you're a country with a lot of oil and minerals and mines, sanctions may not work as well. One thinks maybe Russia, and you look at kind of other examples where people need natural resources and they will not be deterred by sanctions. What are the policy questions to be asked? The first policy question that I was thinking of, sanctions can impact FDI. Can sanctions change behavior of countries? The international system wants to reward or punish. What does sanctions do to behavior? Secondly, do sanctions have a micro impact on a country's economic resilience and welfare? And the third question is, can we think of an deal sanctions regime? Do we need to target special sectors? Do we need to target financial, trade? What is the optimal sanctions regime in countries? And the final point that I wanted to make is, what are some ideas for further research? I think three things come to mind. The first thing is, I think we need to look beyond the macro at some of the micro. We look at countries like the Sahel, we look at countries like Russia. There's a lot of sanctions around the world now. What is the impact on firm behavior? What is the impact on the cost of capital? All consumer goods in countries getting more expensive. For example, the Western sanctions on Russia were circumvented through the Caucasus and Central Asia. So do we know what's happening with households? Can we mitigate that? The second question is, what happens after sanctions are lifted? Is the effect mitigated, or do the effects persist over time? And the final question that I'm asking is, maybe we need to supplement the work on the gravity model with some kind of case study approach. We have a lot of countries that are being sanctioned. Maybe we need to dig into a few cases. So in sum, it's a good paper. It asks provocative questions. It gives a lot of empirical evidence to the impact of sanctions on FDI. Maybe we can even pursue it further and think about optimal sanctions and think of human impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adi. So, I try again. Is the presenters of paper 1 and paper 3 around? If not, that's a good news and a bad news. The good news is that we will not keep you long before the lunch. The bad news is not exactly bad news, because you will also learn a little about the paper. So I'll ask the discussant to do a short presentation of the main objectives of the paper, findings, and the discussion. It's not a presentation, but a discussion of the paper to give us the essence of this paper. So I'll call Francis Vassa, please, to talk about the first paper on economic impacts of the war in Russia or Ukraine on African women, model-based assessment for Egypt and Kenya. So Francis will tell us what it is about and what are his thoughts on this paper. Thank you, Francis.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I'm the unlucky one. My presenter is not here. But the paper, as the moderator has said, it is looking at the economic impacts of the war, the Russia-Ukraine war, specifically on African women. It's comparing the effect on two countries, women in Egypt and those, with those of women in Kenya. So the key aspects of the paper really here, one is the issue of the trade distortions and price shocks. So we know that the war disrupted the supply value chains. So we had an increase in oil prices, we had an increase in food prices, and this has affected disproportionately women than men. So that's the first thing. The second issue that the paper points out is that there are country-specific effects. How women in Kenya are affected vis-a-vis how women in Egypt are affected depends on the initial conditions that these women are living in. It depends on the labor participation rates. It depends on other gender-related issues. So the paper clearly identifies a gender impact of these effects, and these gender impacts are coming as a result of women being disproportionately represented in terms of access to productive assets, in terms of the social norms that we see, in terms of access to credit, and other policies that may be available to help women to actually cope with these economic shocks.
Thank you very much, Francis. Well done. Perfectly on time. So I call Rokhaya, same exercise, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to bring the supremacy of English speaker. I will speak in French. C'est très dommage que nous n'ayons pas le présentateur.
It is rather unfortunate that we don't have the presenter with us. And I will attempt, and I will do my very best actually, to compare all such results and also to make the comments that would apply. This paper's purpose was to quantify the various dynamics generated by conflicts in the sub-Saharan region. I am an economist, and I like to examine whatever is evident. So when you do have a conflict within a country, the situation would be totally different when it is beyond the borders, because you do have some social consequences, economic consequences that would actually link up the span of such conflicts in terms of incidents, and any domestic conflict will necessarily be transborder and will impact other countries. So we try to quantify the propagation of such conflicts to other sub-Saharan African countries. It is an excellent example, but it doesn't just stop there. It will empirically show the existence of such contamination as demonstrated, and they have built a conflict overspilling index, and this serves to measure the impact of a conflict on the neighboring conflicts. This is quite an excellent example taken, and they have also used this empirical model to estimate how the propagation or the contamination that is caused by a conflict into other sub-Saharan countries could be consequential or could have an impact in macroeconomics, on GDP, on foreign direct investment, inflation. There is a very important part of this paper that also addresses the level, more or less, the more or less high level of governance in the country where the conflicts has originated. So what they refer to as the conflict overspilling index, which actually is based on a component of intensity or sub-index or sub-indicator indicator of intensity. In other words, components such as the number of conflicts, the number of incidents, as well as the number of casualties that is caused within such countries. Unfortunately, it does not include the demographic element because about 10 conflicts or incidents within countries with low demographics would not be comparable to countries that are otherwise, as when it comes to demographics. So I believe that in terms of econometrics, they did not go in depth into the analysis of such conflicts, which is unfortunate. We have many interesting cases, but I base my observations on the figures, and even I would say that conflicts in sub-Saharan Africa are not in depth and analyzed. They have analyzed extensively elasticities that are not significant and with no real incidence, whereas it would suffice to say, or rather to analyze the non-significance of such variables, which would be a source of information in itself. There is major confusion because you have the countries where the conflict exists and the impact on the other neighboring countries. We don't know whether they're talking about the countries of origin or the country that is impacted by such effects. For example, you have many recommendations in terms of advocacy, particularly when it is an IMF working paper. So this is the perspectives of our colleagues from the IMF. And in certain countries, you need to stem the propagation of a conflict from one to the next. Maybe it would require some public development assistance, depending on the level of debt. And this prospect is particularly that of IMF. Another outcome that was not examined further is that in the model, they do show that in the country of origin, it shows that IDEs would decrease in a very consequential manner, as well as private investment. However, you will see that in those countries that are affected by the conflict, we have a moderate increase in this regard, and I would have wanted for this to be analyzed in terms of private investment or foreign direct investment. Does it move away to other parts of the continent or to other geographic areas altogether? What is lacking also is that the data from South Sudan was not taken into consideration in this study, and this I find, considering the context in which South Sudan lives, I would have proposed actually the authors of this paper to use micro data so as to do some extrapolations and mainstream everything so as to have clearer results. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rokaya. Let's give her a very strong round of applause.
Maybe if you have one or two questions, one question for each of the two presenters who are here, and we keep it short questions, short answers. We are already behind schedule. So thank you, please. You can just stand there.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for I'm just going to ask two questions for those who presented. First one, I think you have done a good job on assessing the impact of Tigray War. I live in Ethiopia, so I understand a bit the context. But what I haven't seen is how have you assessed the differentiated impact of the war vis-a-vis other shocks? The war happened in a context of COVID as well. So yeah, I didn't get that very well. Second, on FDI, excellent presentation and model as well. But we know, for instance, in the context of the continent, we have to differentiate between the brownfield FDI and the greenfield one, right? So do you think, or based on what you have, or that can be an area of improvement, will you think that you will have a differentiated impact of sanctions on the type of FDI you are talking about? Thank you.
Thank you. You have a mic next to you. Please go first. You have a mic next to you, just right here. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the good question. In fact, the Tigray War happened in a time that the Ethiopian economy has been enduring from multiple shocks. As you mentioned, from COVID, there is also natural calamities associated to flood and also this war effect. So to come up with the net impact of the Tigrayan war, the shock effect of the war, the indicator that was considered as a proxy variable to capture the impact of the war was the uncertainty shock effect, and the Economic Intelligence Unit provides us different kinds of uncertainties associated to the issues that we are interested in. Two groups there. There is a pandemic uncertainty shock effect. For example, if you want to capture for that, there is a separate index for natural uncertainty indexes associated to, for example, pandemics or flash floods or any other, for example, droughts, maybe. So I considered the second index that was provided by the Economic Intelligence, which is for man-made uncertainties. In that regard, I defined operationally, as you observed on the presentation, the uncertainty index that was considered was associated to either the policy shocks, either the political uncertainties, or either the civil wars. So I tried to justify in such a way to show up the net impact of the net uncertainty impact of the war in times that the Ethiopian economy is affected by multiple uncertainties associated to natural and non-natural or man-made uncertainties. Thank you.
Thank you, Ornan.
Thank you for the Thank you for the question.
Use mine.
Thank you for the question one more. Considering the effect of the different type of international sanctions on different type of foreign direct investment. Firstly, in our study, we have already considered the effect of each type, the six classification category of sanctions on global bilateral FDE. First of all, sanctions which have an objective of sending a signal of an increasing risk in a certain country. Firstly, is going to have a very negative effect both on greenfield investment and private investment. And the literature economic literature has already shown that international sanction greatly decreases both global FDE, let it be greenfield investments or private sanctions. So our main issue here was really to show that that international sanction may also have a different effect when we are looking at the angle of bilateral relationship between developed countries and developing countries. So I think I've answered your question.
Thank you. So With that, we close this session. A big round of applause to the presenters and discussants. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our moderator and our presenters. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the day where we will break for lunch. Just a few announcements around lunch. If I can just get my notes that I have made. So this is the lunch arrangement. All ambassadors, principals of the three institutions and senior management will meet at the ground floor of the conference center. That's where you will be served with lunch. Then the research paper presenters, you join lunch on the first floor of the conference center, so one floor down. And then the rest of the delegates, you'll enjoy lunch in the restaurant area of the main hotel. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very important that we reconvene here at 1:50. We have an exciting lineup this afternoon. I think one of the sessions that we are looking forward to as well is a virtual session with renowned Professor Abhijit Banerjee, who will join us from Boston, USA. We will start at 4 sharp. So we invite you to please be back on time so that we can commence with the rest of the afternoon's program, timely and punctually. Enjoy lunch. If there are any questions, everybody clear? We'll meet back in here at 1:50 exactly. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped. T. Orang good loh channel 1. Channel 1, orang good. Kita buat semua channel 1. Channel 1. Channel 1. Kita buat ke room ke channel 1. Kita buat ke English.
Yeah, 1, 2, yeah, 1, 2. Can I go on? Yeah, 1, 2. Yeah, 1, 2. Okay, sure. Yeah, 1, 2, 2, 2.
One, two, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Check, testing. 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 1. One, 1, 1. I give you what? 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1. Two.
You're such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why.
nakubona tuye nakiyaga limuyala ma ungeyewa hata kechekiteni umuthelo nazile kazongene forward Hanya podium ware podium mun sun zo da plan na kan hanya ne ya tsiga gan David rai has ga hanya to is hanya te haya ni ko hanya mu to ri iko kuma bed news guru mu hatar da ko ne muski wannan wato rin ne ga looking forward to radio ya ngata me ko muna tanong sana ko Google ya ya kau ya awuni
bese betsenze ibile mutaka
Chajara.
first minute ABC bese belo
Chajara ya ne bitirio. How yi tsen sunyan. Here kon. We agree when you mean 16 to 35.
no tiene más fatte
Vamos yo para la nare gan. Nare.
Aquí Buma
Apa?
Garo urle
Aten na camping.
Poneha
Nya gitu ro bara mu video ni. Gibo ne ala wat sen na hote. Ai tu le beti. Ah, dunia ke ne president tu TV.
amat ka war mana first ba blue le speed dar jawas basenda aus no del jawas ara ayo
I'm thinking we should just go to the camera, get HDI. If you're going to be using this, someone should get it. See that you're doing this from your phone. So they are live stream. But in the phone, I think you can do it. So we should have a separate, when they have a separate camera. And then we share it. Good.
Agora vai do medo.
Maybe they think about it. I don't want to go into this more. They don't have.
Agora tem muito certo até talvez. There are reason you might get a good one. Never. What a good one. It's a real city.
Yeah. What's the name? Even if you choose me, go. When you believe that we are all right, kira ko ni ko ro emi bil timi ta wala lo emi ganara yalla re ba tile su ko na asare tete iti when emi bil oh I think about the idea Diga then. It is the rule 22. I also want to understand by more than transit. Ah? 22 channel must be I only way to swing that I can do when I get. Only way to swing it can do when I get. Yeah, what do you see more when I let you? Buff. Gu ba go tlotloa hela ke itse ya la gore tlo re la gongwe go tera chase country go tera se re dira tse re nne la mo kolong e sha and I go di man you going to keep on insisting when you part of the can again mo di reta and this is I'm getting another ahora vas a bueno con nya gape nya na ke tsone gore ma di tama ba ni bo bone le go mo go gore wa bona di di ba ha ya no potsa ba e remix oh bona ra mo thabua o tlo ba bua go ngwa go go stream ane ga re di ba di re bula bona le ba mo chen ha ha ne di na mo ba tuma ne lo ne re di ntse gona a di tlo di leng teng ya Kan tharo ma ba le ta kan tin se mo wa ne di ko no tin mare di se wa ma ya no ro kan ta ga ba di ti ba tin wa no ko ke la ora bo ba sa se ya ko la bu so on sa ba no tsa mo do tsa ai to di bi di ga la ga ma ka ta di ba se ta se ne tin wa ga ba ti di ta ga ti di sten ne mo tin jen le ta di sten di ini mau stop dia. Ini mau kudu nyaras kan. Ada di sana. Lihat di tempo aja. Iya, Bu. Ana itu lah bacanya R. Plus sedikit ya pasti. Itu saya mai kalori kuah kau dimulai kalori sasa spendis. Itu tadi kamera.
Let's go and mention the follow sport. Munelera tokota ipone niwa washara. Basically, that's interesting. Zaba the big thing. It's a trend. It's a thing. There's other things. No, I didn't.
I'm not asking to ask you.
It might be like, what is this? I get a headphones.
Non c'è da strada sa buga di su. C'è da casa.
Origine what?
Ida era ma kata iche ya
Kata di dua washa.
Lo sono molto track. Ama na matata bala wala territory. Itu lele hele big. Kagela.
Vai, parla McLaren.
Just fun.
Alright.
At least fun is.
No. Sure. Holla ife kan telektron wana.
Ako na ba dito po? Bali medyo mo talaga na kasi.
Just betul naman ito.
Dito mo na. Abi wan.
What does Kenny say? You told him. Kenny, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to please take your seats as we are ready to commence with the rest of our afternoon session. Trust that you had a great lunch. I know that this is the graveyard shift, but I see that the energy is still in the room, might not be full to capacity, but we hope
Recording in
that,
progress.
those of us in the room, that we'll keep the energy going. So let's move straight on to our fireside chat. Fireside Chat 1 with the topic Global Geopolitical Complexities and Africa's Development Pathway. I would like to call on our host, founder and executive director of Pillar of Hope Project, Ms. Tlajang Valadi Morokotso, who will also introduce our guest. Please, let's give her a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Oh, did I come at the wrong time? This is like the graveyard shift. Is a bit of a drag after lunch, isn't it? Can you just turn to your neighbor and say, hello, neighbor? Can I have your attention for 3 more hours at least, neighbor? Wonderful, wonderful. The afternoon is always very difficult, so please make sure you keep on kindly checking up on your neighbor in case if they might be tempted to say a short prayer during the discussions, okay? But I'm very happy to see all of us here from lunch. My name is Tlajang Paladi Morokoto, as she has already introduced me, very lovely. And I'm a development practitioner, I'm a young person, I'm a Pan-Africanist, I'm a lawyer, and I'm based in Botswana. So I'm really happy to be moderating the next session. And it's not a panel discussion, it's an interactive fireside chat. So we want it to be very casual, we want it to be very engaging, we want to hear from you, from the floor. You're not gonna just be listening to us up here, but we want it to be as engaging as much as possible. And maybe just to give you a little bit of background on why we are having the next 30-minute session, The theme is Global Geopolitical Complexities and Africa's Development Pathway. So the idea is that for the next 30 minutes, we want to be focusing on analyzing how geopolitical tensions and shifting alliances influence economic policies and development trajectories. We want to highlight the role of innovation and adaptive strategies in driving sustainable development, and especially the role of young people. I'm seeing a lot of young people in the audience. I hope that you will be at the forefront of grabbing the microphone and giving us your commentary and your questions. And lastly, we want to understand the importance of global cooperation in securing financial support for development projects. Like I said, this is supposed to be a very informal discussion, so we'll keep coming back to the audience to hear from you, and I hope you can keep your comments very concise as well as very actionable. So I want to invite my guest for this fireside chat, and she is the Assistant Secretary General and the Director, the Regional Bureau for Africa, UNDP, Miss Ahuna Eziakonwa. Can we please give her a round of applause? Let us keep the round of applause going until she is on stage. Yes, that is the energy. Let us keep the round of applause going. By the way, it's a good icebreaker to give somebody a round of applause. You realize it will also help you post having lunch. So she'll be joining me for this fireside chat, which we are also going to be engaging our audience. So can we just have one more round of applause as I take my seat? Thank you. Lovely. Thank you very much. Hello, Miss Ahuna. I hope it's okay if I just call you that. Yes. Please grab your microphone there. Yes. Is it, or you can just... You hear me? Are you able to hear her? Hello. Nope. So maybe let's have another one.
This one works, okay.
Absolutely great. Hello, how are you?
I just had lunch, so I'm a little sleepy. So you have to wake me up now.
I can imagine, and the heat is not helping, is it? How are you finding Botswana? Is this your first time here?
No, I've been here before. Actually, this is my third time.
Yes.
But I would like to take advantage of what the Honorable Minister was offering this morning to actually go see more of Botswana.
Absolutely.
Because every time I come, I'm in these kinds of settings, so I haven't seen a lot of the country.
Absolutely. And I must commend you, whoever advised you on your wardrobe, you're definitely aligning with the mood in Botswana at the moment. So if you see a Botswana and they're saying yes, it means you're definitely in alignment with whatever is happening in the country.
The spirit leads. The spirit leads. I had no idea, actually.
It's such a good coincidence, such a great coincidence. Lovely. So I want us to jump into our discussion. But before we even talk about the geopolitical complexities, I wanted to ask you, do you identify as a Pan-Africanist? And do you think Pan-Africanism or, Afro-optimism is relevant in this modern day Africa?
That's a trick question. I think I do identify as a Pan-Africanist. I mean, we can debate from here to tomorrow what that means, but, I traveled, I had the privilege, I would call it a privilege because most people at my age at the time didn't have this opportunity. But as a young college grad, I had the opportunity to travel the continent as a volunteer. And I was able to connect with Africa beyond my own country. And I fell in love. And I think that experience has really been at the core of my belief in this sort of what I would call modern Pan-Africanism. Yes.
Yes, I think that's really fantastic. I also identify as a Pan-Africanist, and I think sometimes the debate, especially on social media, is how has Pan-Africanism really benefited Africa over the years, and do we still need it, and how do we even contextualize it? And I know you've written a paper about that. Maybe you can just say very briefly about the paper.
think you can all go read the paper. It's called Modern Pan-Africanism. I can't remember who published it. It's a journal. And what I recall, because it's been some time now, is the difference that I put on Pan-Africanism of today as opposed to of the past is that it's putting people at the center of Pan-Africanism. Yeah. So in the past, it was very much linked to states gaining sovereignty. And you know, the constructions that were done, whether it was at the OAU or other institutions, it was all about states. But you know, today it has to be about African people, not just African states. That's one. The second is the whole concept of Ubuntu, of solidarity, which I think it's at the heart of Pan-Africanism, but it's not always been presented as such. And when you saw what happened during COVID, and also the issues that we're discussing here of the trauma that the world is going through, it is a time to actually wake up the spirit, that spirit and soul of Pan-Africanism, because at the heart of it is global solidarity, it's our common humanity, is this concept of Ubuntu. So I think that modern Pan-Africanism shouldn't just be about bringing together Africa's peoples, but also seeing how Africa's principles and values can influence the world.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. So definitely it remains relevant as a philosophy, and the principles of Pan-Africanism remain relevant. So for this panel discussion, we are talking about global geopolitical complexities. And like you just said, the world is going through a lot. So much trauma, so many opportunities, so many complex challenges as well. And Africa is part of the global village, so we are also affected by that. But I wanted to understand from you, what strategies do you think as African countries, African nations, we can adopt to sort of leverage geopolitical complexities to secure better terms in terms of foreign investment?
I think for me, the first one would be narrative. I'm very big on narrative, on Africa's story. Being told by Africans in a different way. I think this continent has suffered from being seen only from a negative lens. When you go to the different corners of the world, like I have been, there is always this sense that Africa is that place where everybody feels they have to go dump their charitable acts. And there is this sense that, because we're going to Africa with aid, you don't have a people there who have strength, who have brains, and who can solve their own problems. And I think this is one of the burdens of the continent, and it is one of the things that slow us down. So very important that we change that view, we change that narrative. And it's not going to come from outside, it's going to come from Africans. Africans being able to tell their own story, to unveil the strength, the resilience, the beauty, the dynamism of this continent, and also to unveil the diversity of the continent, because everyone always looks at Africa as the one thing, but we have such incredible diversity and depth. But more importantly, as you have seen, even in this conference, a lot of the good papers that you've been analyzing these 3 days is coming from young African researchers. I was just in Rwanda, where UNDP with the government launched the Health Tech Hub of our Timbuktu initiative. And we had over 700 brilliant ideas that came from young people, tech and tech-enabled solutions for the health sector from across the continent. Ideas that can change the world, not just Africa. Why don't we tell those stories? Why is it that even as Africans, when we hit the international stage, we always feel like we're expected to talk about the miseries on the continent? And I think if we are going to make it in this global construct with all of these trauma that the world and uncertainty, we have to come out with Africa, with a different face of Africa. An Africa that can, an Africa that's unstoppable, an Africa that is innovative, and that has at the heart of its values the spirit of our common humanity. So narrative for me is huge. Changing the narrative, Africans telling their own stories. We need more African writers telling Africa's stories and of advancement. Second is we need to, the president said to us this morning, we need to stop this self-adulation, particularly at the level of leaders, where we celebrate excellence when there isn't any. We need to start facing quite honestly what the issues are at the level of governance. Why is it that a continent that has so much resources is wealthier than many that we're now begging for money, right? Why is it that we have been unable to advance the causes of our people? It's a governance issue. There is at the heart of that is this lack of the kind of leadership that protects and secures the future for the continent. So issues around accountable governance, making Africa's money work for Africa's development, making sure that whatever resources we have are channeled to Africa's development challenges rather than exiting. Someone once said that Africa is actually losing about $500 billion a year. That then means that Africa is able to generate $500 billion a year, but it isn't able to mobilize that money for its development. So issues that deal with leadership and how leaders lead. And lastly, I think this whole thing that I have been really trying to champion within UNDP and beyond, investing in our youth. I think the marginalization of young people, in the African culture, you often hear young people are meant to be seen, not heard. If you're a child, you should be seen, not necessarily heard. But today, look, governments like Botswana proving everyone wrong. I mean, I hear the cabinet is under 50, right? We're seeing more and more young people being recognized politically, but also in the economic sense. But the investment in making young people succeed at whatever they do has not yet caught up with this sort of new awareness and realization. So I think if we're going to make it, we need to unleash our youth.
Absolutely. I think I love that very much. And I want to take it back to the audience. I want to hear from you. She's talking about how we are not telling our stories as Africans, or even when we have an opportunity to tell our stories, it's still stories of misery, of struggle, of poverty, of sadness, and all of that. And I think when you say that, it's actually something that really triggers me, because as a young person who's always been a volunteer for different causes that deal with GBV, child protection, and so on and so forth, one of the things that has always baffled me is how if I apply to go for, let's say, a conference or a workshop, and they see my picture, they think I don't represent the struggling woman in Africa enough. They'll ask me, are you from the village? But looking at your hairstyle and your makeup, we don't think you are from Africa. They want an African young woman to look a certain way, to represent the struggle, the poverty, the sadness, the beat-up continent. But when you see a young woman like myself, who's been educated by this continent and can articulate the issues that young women face, I'm not enough to represent the continent. So I really want to understand, why is it that we are also perpetuating that narrative? And just as we wait for somebody from the audience to also take that on board, I want to talk about global governance, as you've been talking about the importance of governance, right? There's a report that I once came across that said that the total amount of money that Africa loses to corruption is equivalent to the total amount of money that Africa receives in aid. So this means that it's actually even more. So this means that we actually
are able to mobilize the resources, as you are saying, but rather they go to the wrong places because of governance deficits. And then we end up needing aid. We end up needing to reach out to IMF, to the World Bank. And of course, that comes with certain conditions that compromise our sovereignty as African states, certain decisions that compromise our ability to make our independent decisions as countries, because now these international organizations that are giving us aid want to also weigh in, if not directly decide on every aspect of our development. How do we mitigate that? Because we do need the aid, right? As it is right now in Africa.
Well, I'm going to say something a little bit provocative. And it's to answer directly to you, Gigi, do we need the aid? Or your statement that we do need the aid. You know, so I work in an organization that is that provides development assistance. So in a way, we're about aid and bringing that support to African countries. But I really, you know, in my experience, I think that aid has had more of a negative impact on the African psyche and mindset and institutions than good. And it's not entirely the fault of the aid, it's how it's been managed. I think that the first thing is I find a lot of our energy and the energy of and time of our leaders sucked up into the aid landscape and framework. And that has masked the potential of Africa's own assets and resources. Because if all the time you go outside looking for money and you're not even looking inside your own country to say, what is there that I can turn into wealth? Because there's only so much time you have as a Minister of Finance. So if 80% of your time is spent trying to feed the beast of aid, because as you say, aid is there, but it comes at a cost. You know, you have to service that aid. You have to pay attention. You have to take instructions. So there's a lot of distraction that brings. And yet, it is a fraction of what you actually need to boost your economy. So there's a disproportionate attention given to the aid world, aid framework, when you compare it to domestic investment and domestic resource mobilization and the attention you should pay to tapping into your own resources. That's the problem I have with the role that aid plays in Africa's development. We suck up a lot of Africa's attention and energy in a very small space. The other thing is the quantity, the volume of aid is decreasing in relation to the needs, right? And that means that we have to do something different. We have to be more innovative. We have to also bring in private sector. And the more we talk only aid, I'll just give you one example. I was talking to an official, senior official of a government. He came to see me in my office in New York. He came from an African country. And the first thing he starts to talk to me about is $10 million coming from a certain donor. And how, you know, this was his talking point, you know, how we need to support to extract this money. And I asked him about trade with a neighboring country in their blue economy and how that has been valued. And he then got animated and he tells me about billions, he's no longer talking about millions, billions of dollars in potential if that trade route was to be released. You know, what it would do with its blue economy in relation to its neighboring countries where there could be. We're talking billions. So when you start to talk about investment, where they should actually put a lot of their focus, it's scale. Whereas aid is here, but his talking point was about the 10 million. not about the billions. So that's, what we need to correct is this sense that Africa is trapped in the aid framework, even when African countries themselves are spending more money funding their own development. But the aid is taking too much attention. The second one is that attention also affects the mindset, because then African generations become very dependent in their thinking that help has to come from outside when actually they can take control.
Absolutely. I think that's really well put. And even in countries, yes, I'll come to you. Can you have a roving microphone for the gentleman in front here to ask a question? Even in countries that are mineral wealthy like Botswana, you still have a problem of still needing to reach out to IMF, to World Bank, because we have a financial crisis, so we have to develop this and that, and we feel we need the capital injection from them. But how do we domestically mobilize those resources? Can we please get your question and comment? Maybe just can tell us where you're from as well.
Yeah, where? Yes, my name is Clever Gatete. I'm the Executive Secretary of the ECA. And, oh my God.
Round of applause for you, please.
Yes, I think my sister has provoked me, and I thought we need to have a real discussion really on this aid issue, which is very important. Like many of you, when I was in university, I learned about aid. And it was wonderful, and really to study how the rich world is helping the poor world in terms of development. And now, when I came to, first in the central bank as a governor and then Minister of Finance, where this time I saw the real aid. The aid was very useful, it's very important. Usually the intention of aid is to help you get on your foot so that you can be off the aid and be on your own. It's very useful that way, but then like any other institution, when you go to university, at some point you graduate. But then the problem is, it doesn't allow you to graduate. You stay on the aid. And let me tell you the usefulness of aid is that the money comes, grants, it goes to the central bank, then the central bank will give you the local currency, it will keep the hard currency. That increases the reserves of the central bank. And then with that kind of reserves, it's very, very useful to do that. But now it has reached a level, and that's where the distortion is. It has reached a level where there is no more aid. It has declined. And yet, there is no replacement of the aid. And the exports that we have is no longer enough to bring in the foreign exchange. And for most developing countries, you are investing heavily in infrastructure, in roads, in energy, water infrastructure, so many things. And when you do that, most of the materials you use is coming from abroad. Meaning, if you want to do that, you have to buy abroad. That means you need foreign currency to be able to buy from abroad. And now to make the matters worse, the aid is declining at a point when countries are highly indebted. So that means if you are highly indebted and you make your budget in local currency, and then you pay in foreign currency, and you no longer have the aid, meaning the reserves are now low, the IMF will require you to have 4 months of imports equivalent. And they are declining significantly. Now, that's where the problem now starts. And that's why we're saying that people should have started investing, looking at the investments, looking at the taxation system that is going to replace that. But we never did it, and we find ourselves trapped now in that kind of situation. So as my sister said, it actually made us feel lazy, that we never did much. We are feeling it now, because we are supposed to have done our own work previously, and now we are in a situation where you have 1.1 trillion in terms of debt stock for the African countries. Now, if you are above 60% of debt to GDP ratio, then you have a problem. At that point, you have no space to spend on some of the activities that you want. And on the other hand, it causes a distortion in the monetary side. Because at that point, you cannot intervene. The central bank reserve is supposed to intervene and help the banking system in providing more dollars, euros, and other things. But if you cannot support them, then there will be little money that the commercial banks will be having, and the price will go up. That's why you see every country on the African continent is actually bleeding on foreign exchange. And when there's high cost, it means high inflation. It means that anybody going to the market is going to have problems. Because whatever you're going to buy, the inflation is up and people suffer. And that's why we are saying that we need now to rethink of knowing that aid is not the end. It was just a means, but we are going to be able to be on our own. And that's why we are really focusing on domestic resource mobilization, so that we can create our own tax system, so that we can bring in informal sector, so that we can digitize, so that we can do all the wonderful things to make sure that we can increase our tax, because it's supposed to be above 30% of tax to GDP ratio. We are at 15.6%, the lowest ever. And yet now we are only talking about problems. We are talking about out of 733 million people who have access to, who don't have access to electricity, 80% are African. We are talking about less than 40% of the Africans who don't have access to technology, to internet. And everything that we say is problems. We go to climate, we go to this, but how do we find our own innovative solutions so that we start now, this time, being on our own? And this is where we can borrow, but you can only borrow to supplement your own domestic income. And that's where we are having a problem. So I just want to stop
Gigi,
there.
can I just pick up on what the ES has said about, I think if you listen to him, he's former finance minister, he's an economist, he knows what he's talking about. He has lived it at a country level, now he's living it at a continental level. I want to just highlight one thing he said about graduation, that aid, you're supposed to graduate from it. The fact is, Africa in the last six decades, it's been a recipient of aid, and few countries have graduated. Even when they graduate in sort of terms of the World Bank and go to middle income, upper middle income, they still have huge deficits in the development. So if you're not graduating, it means we're circling around dead aid. And that is one of the things I think researchers here should look into. I mean, we've seen Boyo's, Moyo's dead aid analysis. But we need to really interrogate this space of aid and ask ourselves, have we reached a point where we go beyond aid as Africa? Because the other thing that happens with the concept of aid is that it breaks the social contract between state and citizens. If a country cannot be held to account through the citizens who pay taxes and say, because it is our money that you are spending, we're not going to let you run off with it. With aid, a lot of governments, if they don't want to be accountable, don't need to be accountable to their citizens. So we've had this situation of a broken social contract, which is also haunting Africa today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. Very, very quickly, just those two comments. I'm unfortunately going to be biased. There's a young woman at the back there. Can we just give her the mic, and the gentleman there? Please make sure you're very concise in your comments. We need to wrap this up in less than 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Bato Kilisidze and I'm from Botswana. So I'm asking, okay, let me stand. I'm asking this question in response to, well, because of what was said about narratives and we need to be storytellers. So I'm asking this as a podcast. I host a podcast called Sustain 267, and the idea behind it is platforming African voices, knowledge around climate change and development, and noting the importance of narratives and how it even hits our pockets, because even the rates that we're getting when it comes to lending money are because of some of just the perspectives. Is there something that, Unica, because now you are there, and UNDP are doing to put in place and enable storytelling by Africans that enables the changing of that narrative, because it does impact our economy, it does impact how we access finance. It's not just entertainment. Thank you so much. And hi, Gigi.
Thank you,
so much.
Bato. Thank you so much for that. I think they captured. Can we have the gentleman who has his hand up? That'll be the last person. Please stand up so that he can identify you easily. I hope you captured that question. Are you creating the platforms for storytelling, for changing that narrative about Africa? Because, you know, ideas are there, the young people are there, but where's the capacity to do all of this? Please go ahead.
Thanks, Rendani Mampiswana here from the University of Johannesburg. I like the graduation part.
Yeah.
Graduation happens when there's growth. And I think my question is, how much of the aid has been allocated to growth versus consumption? I think that will be quite interesting to see how that balance is played out over the years. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Madam, maybe you can take the one about narratives and platforms you're creating, and he can take the one on graduation. And please give your parting shot as well as you respond to that, because we are definitely out of time. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. A great question. And first of all, I want to salute you for running a podcast. I see a lot of young people are doing this now, and it's certainly one way. Please come to UNDP, and we can see how we support more of those platforms. I think it's important. And I think for us, you know, there are many ways to do this, but one that we have found, we're working on, and we want to invite all of you to join, is through an initiative we call Timbuktu. And not far from here in Cape Town, there will be something called a Creatives Hub. And here and it's going to be Pan-African. Here we're going to be nurturing Africa's storytellers, whether it's through film, through music, through art, through fashion. You know, we are going to create a center of excellence that provides a number of things: finance, access to finance, provides relationships that are meaningful, partnerships, collaborative spaces, equipment, whatever you need as a storyteller to get your stories incubated and ready for the market. And we don't want creators just to tell stories. We want them to make businesses also out of this storytelling. So there we're tackling several things with one stone. We're tackling the storytelling and the portrayal of Africa's narrative and authenticity. We're tackling issues around dependency so that we have that sovereignty of our stories and ideas. We're tackling issues of agency. When you tell your stories, there's something else that happens. You grow your confidence and your ability to compete with your peers. We're also tackling issues of joblessness. So that's just one story of how UNDP is advancing the issue on the narrative.
Thank you very much on that. Our roads lead to Cape Town. In just under a minute, can you please just respond to the one on graduation?
Yeah, I don't know, under a minute, but I just wanted to say, first of all, really, for aid, it's a short term. It is supposed to bridge the gap. But eventually, what sustains you is trade, it is investment, it's domestic resources. And that's what becomes very important. But we are supposed to be doing it, really looking for new markets, facilitating investment in the country, de-risking and doing other things. But then at the same time, domestic resources are the ones which are going to sustain it. And that's what we are supposed to do. But sometimes, and also to make it even worse, sometimes it is risky. If you are not in a good relationship with someone who is giving you money, the money stops. It happened to us in Rwanda, and I was in the Ministry of Finance, and we issued the first bond. So the Euro bond, because there was no money coming out. And when we issued it, it was oversubscribed by 7.5 times. And when actually got the money, then the aid started coming in, because they saw that private sector was bringing in. So it is distortional. And when you are leading a country, you are leading people, you don't need that kind of uncertainty. And that's why we have to say, at some point you should have it in mind that I'm getting aid, but right now, slightly over 60 billion for the entire continent. That's peanuts. And then you find that what you are getting, investment is very retro, aid is declining. We are only getting more of the remittances that is coming from diaspora. Where else do you get the money? And then we are highly indebted. What else do you do? And that's why we are saying that people need to understand what we need to do, and we are in this in terms of aid, but we cannot never guarantee that we are going to get the aid forever. And that's why we need to graduate. We need to have things in mind that we need to do, each country, so that at least eventually you graduate from this dependence on aid.
Thank you very much for that. Can you please give them a round of applause? Give them a round of applause. I think one of the things that I want to say as my parting shot is that we need to realize the importance of public education when it comes to these matters, because I can guarantee you that even in our parliament, so many of our legislators do not understand these dynamics. So I think UNDP, ECA, and other partners, let us invest in public education and even especially educating and empowering the decision makers around this. But let us understand that we should change the narrative, and it takes all of us in our spheres of influence. Let us change the narrative about how Africa is perceived and is talked about, and let us be champions of that. Let us not wait for somebody else to come and tell the story of Africa. I hope next time this session will be much longer, but for today, thank you so much. Let's continue with the other plenaries. Please keep the applause going until we are done here. Yes.
Thank you very much to our very eloquent host, Ms. Khokhontlechang Faladi Morokotso. That was very insightful, and of course to our guests as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a quick announcement. The following delegates, sponsor delegates, are yet to make their way to receive their DSA. I am reading as it was written, and I hope that I've got the names correctly here. Richard Collard, Mavis Oviso-Gyamfi, Jasmine Debedi, Zuzu Sadria, and Mary Donkor. If you are here, and please forgive me if I've mispronounced your names, please ensure that you receive your DS or that you sign for your DSA. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next plenary session. We would like to remind our moderators and speakers to strictly stay within the allocated time slots so that we have an efficient afternoon. The next plenary session focuses on global uncertainties and regional value chains in Africa. Moderating this session is the resident representative of UNDP Botswana. Please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Balaj Horvath, who will also introduce the rest of the discussants.
So a very good afternoon to all of you, and I'm assuming that all protocols have been observed. So the main topic of this session, which is a very interesting session, is how regional value chains can be leveraged to unlock Africa's huge potential, to foster resilience, so as to counter global protectionism and accelerate the attainment of the UN's Sustainable Development Goals. We hope that this conversation that will start right now will provide practical insights and strategies to drive sustainable development. I'm delighted to introduce a distinguished and very high caliber team you will hear from today. First, Raymond Gilpin, who is the chief economist in UNDP's Regional Bureau for Africa, will give a brief presentation. Raymond, you want to come up? Then, I promise I won't be long, just have a seat and then you have the podium. Ms. Diane Sayinzoga, Chief Regional Office for Africa, UNCTAD. Diane, please. Mr. Elvis Avenio, Senior Researcher from the University of Johannesburg. Mr. Komi Tsovo, regional AFCFTA program advisor in the Regional Center for Africa, UNDP, and last but certainly not least, Ms. Norma Sephuma, economic advisor to the President of Botswana. So after the presentation, the four excellent panelists will make succinct interventions on main aspects of the topic. We just have 45 minutes. So without further ado, let me just hand over the podium to Raymond.
Thank you so much, Balaj, and good afternoon, everyone. I hope the energy from the last panel will continue into this one, and that our generous lunch doesn't start to get to us. But this is a very important topic for our consideration. Understanding the global uncertainties and how this plays into the importance of regional value chains across the African continent. I'm going to be very brief because A, we don't have that much time, and B, I think it's more about the really excellent panel that has been put together. But I just want to, in terms of context, highlight where we are right now. I think globally we are at a very fragile place. We are seeing a lot more uncertainty when it comes to our safety and security. A couple of days ago, a new weapon was used in warfare for the first time ever. And it concerns all of us. Look in the region, we see safety and security as an issue. World Bank estimates that rebuilding Ukraine and rebuilding Gaza together will cost about $500 billion. Most people fear that that's money that's going to be diverted away from development to reconstruction. We also look around the world and see increasing protectionism. Countries, big economies becoming more inward-looking. Think about global value chains. Whether it is the value chain for chocolate, most of the cocoa in the world comes from 2 West African countries. Yet those 2 West African countries enjoy less than 5% of the value of that value chain. Come to the central part of the continent, and you have the rare earth minerals. Most of them come from certain parts of the DRC. Yet the value of an iPhone, less than 1%, goes to those countries. Global value chains haven't served Africa well, and this tilting, this pivoting towards more protectionism is not really making things better. It's making things much worse. The third trend that we're seeing is a move away from multilateralism to more bilateral focus on both production and trade. Again, not helping Africa. And so as the ES from ECA was mentioning, if countries cannot increase the amount that they earn from their exports, they're going to be stuck in that aid trap. And if African countries remain only exclusively within global value chains, we are going to perpetually be the continent of 2%. And there is no way African countries are going to have the resources required to invest in the youth in a value chain that guarantees them no more than 2%. So this is where regional value chains come in. How do we look within the continent so we could re-engineer value chains. So when you're thinking about whether it is batteries for electric vehicles or food to feed the continent, trading within the continent gets us over a number of significant hurdles. The first one is a forex hurdle. The second hurdle it gets us over is the value capturing hurdle. And the third one it gets us over is a low productivity. The structure of African economies since independence has perpetuated this low productivity trap, because all we need skills for are to export these raw materials or barely processed materials. So this is why regional value chains are not just a necessary response to what's going on globally, but I think they are the pathway for Africa's future. Because if African countries could start to retain even 10% of the value of what they export, that is expanding national income significantly. Part of the challenge with fiscal space, and for the uninitiated, and I don't think we have many in the room, the fiscal space issue is when we have a situation now globally where developing countries and African countries are spending much more on paying interest on their debt than investing in health and education. If we could re-engineer value chains so regional value chains become a lot more potent, then we increase the value that we are retaining on the continent. Then we start looking at manufacturing and industrialization on a regional scale. Then we start in our planning needing young people who can go beyond industries that are low productivity to the sort of things that we contain in our analysis on a daily basis. And across Africa, we have the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, which is good. But I would submit to you it's not sufficient. We need to go beyond AFCFTA to have that fire in the belly of every young entrepreneur. We need to go beyond the signing of these documents to ensure that governments have the policies and they have the investment structures in place that make a regional value chain that much more effective. That is where we need to go. I have a bit to say on how we get there, but I really do not want to preempt our august panel that we have. So in the interest of time, I will stop here and hand over to our chairperson, so we can continue the conversation. Thank you very much.
So thank you. We have heard from Raymond a number of really fundamental points. We heard about the cost of conflict. We heard about increasing protectionism, a move away from multilateralism, and how global value chains so far have been very unkind to development in Africa. On the other hand, African value chains can actually, they hold the promise of lifting the countries out of debt traps, out of aid dependency. So we need those regional value chains and value chains within African countries. So please allow me to start with Diane. Can you please explain how Africa can address rising protectionism and raise resilience through regional value chains? And separately, what would be the ideal roles for African financial institutions and of development partners in de-risking investment in these value chains? and innovative financing mechanisms that could help. Diane, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. Excellencies, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay, so first of all, protectionism itself, it affects really the global economy. And it's a pleasure for me this afternoon to be here discussing the most important topic, which is the regional value chains, and especially during this period where the global protectionism is rising. So it's really affects the global economy because it slows down the GDP growth, it affects income generation, it also slow down actually the technology transfer between countries. And most importantly, protectionism contributes a lot to increase prices. And when it comes to Africa, and especially less developed countries, the negative impact becomes even more. So this is the time for Africa to leverage on regional value chains and try to reduce the dependency to international market and also build the resilience. So many of the speakers this morning, they talked about focusing on priority value chains where we have comparative advantage. And those priority value chains we can target include, for instance, pharmaceuticals, because more than 75% of our pharmaceutical products are being imported. So which means if we focus on pharmaceuticals, we will be reducing the bill for imports. And second, let's look at the agriculture. So if really we focus and invest a lot in the agriculture industry, at one side, we will be addressing the food security issues, and at the other side, we will also addressing the malnutrition issues by producing, for instance, baby food. Let me talk a little bit about also the cotton value chain. One of the speakers this morning talked about cotton. Why cotton? Because it's one of the labor-intensive sector, and by really looking at cotton, we can not only capture the continental market in terms of garment and textile, but also we will be creating jobs for our young people and especially for women. So this is just to name a few of the priority value chains we can focus on. So talking about the strategies, I think can really address that issue of reducing the dependency to international or external markets. Number one, it's about investing in that industrial production, and especially increasing our productive capacity. And here, when I'm talking about productive capacity, it's not only quantities, it's also about quality. Because if we are producing poor quality, of course, consumers will be going out of the continent to look for products. So when we are producing, when we are developing the manufacturing industry, we really have to also to focus on the quality. And we have to set up enablers that are enabling the manufacturing industry to grow and to expand. Here, I can give an example of creating industrial parks, special economic zones that are really facilitating investors when they are coming to produce in Africa. Number two, another strategy I can think about is also investment in transport. Yeah, this morning also one of the speakers talked about investment in infrastructures, but here I really want to focus on transport and logistics, because the connectivity within the continent, all of us, we know that it's really a challenge. If someone wants to, for instance, colleagues who come here in Botswana from West Africa, so they had to go through Addis and then come here. So really we have to invest in connectivity within the continent. Road infrastructure, airlines, really the connectivity is really something very important to help us develop our value chains and to facilitate the transport of goods and people. Number three, it's on investing in human capital. Human capital, we have a young population, so which means we have to invest in education, to invest in vocational trainings, and be able to produce our own engineers who will be working in those industries. You know what? In some cases, when, for instance, a factory has an issue with their machines, they have to wait for an engineer from India to come and repair the machine. So which means we have really to invest in our human capital. So last intervention, I think, which is also very important, it's harmonizing trade policies and regulations. Trade policies are very important when it comes to like strengthening our resilience through regional value chains. And here, when I'm talking about policies and regulations, I really want to emphasize on procurement policies. Public procurement, as well as even private companies, when they are setting up their procurement rules, they have to think about made in Africa products before looking at outside the continent. I can just give you a smaller example. This morning, at the hotel where we are staying, I just realized that they have very nice towers and made in Botswana, very nice and high quality. But when I looked at the soap is made from Turkey. So then my question is, can't we find nice soaps locally here or even in the region? So which means really when we are doing our procurement, let's first think about sourcing from Africa. So let me touch your last question regarding like de-risking investment. So here I can like talk about briefly here. Talk about the three specific interventions. When you are talking about de-risking investment, it's the responsibility of all the stakeholders, which means government, private sector, and even donors. So we can look at financial de-risking, which means like a financial instrument, insurance, guarantees, and so on. We can also look at de-risking, policy de-risking, making sure that we are setting up an environment which is favorable for investors. When they are coming in our countries, when they are coming to invest in our value chains, they feel like they have the security and all the needed support. And here also I really want to emphasize on even the cost of starting a business. You know, in some countries, it's extremely difficult to even start or open up a business. It can even take like 6 months. And of course, there are other countries who really manage to reduce the time of and the procedures of starting businesses, and you can do it in only 1 day. So de-risking policies, it's also very important. Maybe let me stop by here. I see the moderator.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Those were excellent points, actually. Priority value chains are very important. Investment is hugely important, both in infrastructure, and you mentioned transport and logistics, but also in human capital. I really like your point about harmonizing trade policies and regulations. I would add also standards. But your points on de-risking were also spot on. Thank you very much, Diane. Elvis, can we turn to you? Can you talk about the role of value chains in moving from primary commodity exports to greater value addition, which we have already heard about, and also the sectors that can help Africa connect better to global markets and across countries in Africa? Over to you.
No, thanks, Balach, and thanks Raymond as well for setting the scene, and my colleague. And also thanks for having me here again. It's always good to be part of the conversation. I think there is a lot of work that has been done on some of the opportunities and challenges of regional value chains more generally. And we do know there's been a recent work by the UNDP, I think in 2021, emphasizing some of these very fundamental issues. And I think one of the challenges, which has become a bit more of a sort of a stylized fact, is that Africa is probably one of the most integrated continents globally, but the least integrated regionally, right? And this fundamentally poses a very fundamental question. an opportunity in that huge challenge from my point of view is also that even though this regional value chain or regional integration of the continent, which is quite limited, what you see, particularly when you look at any trade data, is that majority of the trade that happens on the continent is majority of the trade is on manufactured goods, right? So what that also portrays is there is some local demand for enhancing manufacturing processes, enhancing manufacturing development of the continent. So that already portrays that there are some untapped opportunities that are on the continent that we can actually find in both the challenges and in the opportunities. That brings us to issues around how then do we use these to diversify, but also try leveraging some of the issues that came up in the morning around the demographic dividend, some of the issues that came around in terms of the growing middle income class to sort of stimulate some of these production processes. What this fundamentally requires, and I think this also came up from Ms. Jenfield earlier on, is around having targeted industrial policies that focuses on specific but narrowed objectives that we do know generally sort of provides us with most growth potential. There have been a lot of work that's been done in some of these areas, and for instance, the UNDP report emphasizes, let's say, for instance, agro-processing, where we do know Senegal is doing some fantastic transformations, particularly when it comes to agro-processing. We do know South Africa, Morocco, and Ghana now are building huge capabilities in the automobile sector, and we do know Nigeria has a huge domestic market for automobiles. We do know as well Rwanda and Kenya are building ICT hubs that have potential to transform our digital industrialization processes. Whilst, of course, the DRC have the mineral resources to be able to link to some of these industries. So what these examples tell us fundamentally is we do have pockets of opportunities and pockets of strategies happening across the different countries, but we need a way to sort of consolidate some of these scattered opportunities on the continent in a way that can provide some of the transformation that we require, particularly on the continent. And I'll probably just point out to 2 or 3 main directions that I think are quite important, or probably I would say targeted interventions that are quite important. I think first of all, and I think it's also quite a very fundamental point, is we need to stop exaggerating the potential of the opportunities that are emerging, particularly when we talk about the so-called new industrial age, right? We do know, of course, some of the minerals that are required for the green transition are on the continent, but we also do know the majority of these minerals are not mined by African interests. That puts, of course, into question how much benefit can we generate from some of these minerals, even though they are not mined by us and they are not. We have little control of what happens to them when they are out of the ground. And then one key point I also wanted to make is then how do we develop a regional industrial policy in a way that tries to consolidate some of these potentials, given that we do have cobalt in DRC, but DRC has very limited capability in processing cobalt, right? If you check the trade data, we do see clearly that South Africa does export some processed cobalt. How do we generate linkages between these two countries or different set of countries in order to provide some sort of win-win opportunities for those countries, but also create additional value that then can be fed into our local industries, but also exported for the forex exchange that we so badly require. And one more point I would want to add to this is around some work we've also been doing around the critical minerals and some of the opportunities that it could drive, particularly in terms of the mineral-led industrialization. We do know that having the minerals and producing some of these minerals that don't necessarily and automatically generate industrialization opportunities, right? Because, as I've already mentioned, some of this interest and the geopolitical interest around critical minerals is so sophisticated in a way that we might be here in 10 years again talking about how we can take opportunities of these minerals whilst the opportunities are long gone. And I think we need to get away from some of these illusions and try taking real actions in a way that realizes some of the difficulties that we do see and some of the challenges that we do see, and then coming up with regional policies in a way that consolidate the potentials we have. And I think the examples I've mentioned remain very minute pockets in different parts of the continent. We need to find ways of escalating some of these hotspots into mega trends, right? Because the challenges that we particularly face on the continent require transformative processes in ways that can fundamentally change our structures in a way that we can generate the growth that we need. So to sum up, I think we need, there is a need for an urgent need for a targeted transformative regional policy that realistically taps into some of these mega trends and new priorities, but also emphasizes collaborations for regional industrialization. I think that point is quite fundamental, because without the regional industrialization and knowing the particular potentials of industrialization offers for our growth prospects, we may not necessarily be able to generate some of the potentials that we see emerging from this set of mega trends. Thank you.
Thank you, Elvis. Again, very good points. It's a very deep insight that Africa is actually highly integrated into the global division of labor, into value chains, but not at all regionally. So there is a starting point for a very good regional industrial policy, which is the other point that you have been arguing for. You mentioned agro-processing, healthcare, minerals, in particular critical minerals, as very promising areas. And you mentioned the mega trends. We are not sailing on a smooth lake. We are sailing on a lot of waves created by these winds of mega trends. So again, a very important point. Thank you. Let me turn to Komi. Komi, your primary focus in UNDP is the African Continental Free Trade Area and the various issues around it. Please elaborate on how the AFCFTA can increase intra-Africa trade and attract foreign investment, and how regional value chains can help mitigate the impact of external shocks and foster stability.
Thanks.
Over to you.
Thanks very much, Ara, and thanks, colleagues. Thanks, Ramon, also for setting the scene on value chains. But I just want to quickly ask one question to us here, except Gilberto, who feel like he or she is very comfortable when it's come to the AFCFTA issues from implementation aspects. If you can just raise, you feel quite strong on AFCFTA, you advising countries on implementation and issues. Very few? Okay, except ECA colleagues, of course. Okay, so there is still a huge gap, probably on the aspects, knowing the aspect of AFCFTA. But I think, as colleague has said, we have already experiences, lessons on it when it's come to the regional value chains. For instance, textile in Madagascar, the textile sector source inputs, intermediate input from Mauritius, leveraging, for instance, on SADC trade agreement. We have also within ECOWAS, where some countries trade clinker and others to supply a cement factory in the region, again leveraging on the ECOWAS trade liberalization scheme. But the issue is, are we doing enough? Have we built enough regional value chain? And clearly, no, because the statistics again are saying we continue to export mainly our raw materials to external market, and we are not retaining enough values. I'm not coming back to the statistics that are given, but when you look at the intra-African trade, and you pointed out, the industrial content is very high, between 40 and 50%, according to some statistics. And the FCFTA will be giving that push to removing, of course, as some of you are familiar, removing tariff and non-tariff barriers. But specifically to make it happen, for the agreement, for the one African market to create those value chains we need, first for me will certainly be alignment of policy, strategy, and action. What do I mean by alignment? What we have now, and earlier this year, we're also engaging with investors from Japan and others. The issue is there is still need to understand or to align what's happening now at sub-regional level, like SADC, ECOWAS, with the global AFCFTA. And the World Bank is working currently in reviewing the rules of origins. Some of you refer to them like local content. So the rules of origin are those conditions of production before you can enjoy the free trade space. So there are a lot of work to do in that space, alignment of policy. When we look into countries, we all agree. When we look at cocoa value chain, for instance, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire produce currently more than half of cocoa bean globally. But if you look at the market structure in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, which share borders, the market structure are not the same. In Cote d'Ivoire, it's fully liberalized. In Ghana, it's not fully liberalized. And we have to understand that we are implementing the regional trade agreement in a space where those markets like cocoa are dominated by multinationals. I think currently 3 or 4 multinationals are buying more than the half of cocoa and processing it, which leaves sometimes little room for our continent, our policy makers also to negotiate. So how can we also look more into those sectoral policies, which I think we still have a lot of gap. We have a lot of impact study on AFCFT and others, but we don't have enough, as we have a lot of researchers here, a lot on sectoral impact. And a lot of countries, actually, if you see, in terms of implementation, I think this is also an issue that has been coming. We are not implementing maybe some of those agreements at the rate we want. Of course, the regional integration, as we know, is a process. But some of the countries we are working with, the government is quite stressed about losing revenue because they still need to assess sectoral impact. And this is also an area we need to do to work more. Skills, I think we have said it all. The issue currently, as you know, is not like we have a lot of graduates, which is true. But the gap is we are not training those that our industry needs to flourish. We don't have enough technicians, enough engineers, and so and so. Infrastructure issues, for me, one of the key challenge we are facing currently when you support business, especially SMEs, is shipping from one country to another. Recently, one of our small business from Ghana got a deal of 100,000 USD. And you know 100,000 is huge in Kenya. But because of the time it will take for the goods by maritime routes to leave Accra to Kenya, the deal was cancelled. So how can which kind of financing model we can put in place to have a kind of maritime company for the continent? Because we need trade to pick up to be able for investors to come in. But we need also the maritime route for trade to pick up. So those are some of the areas we need to really critically think of. And quickly on FDI, I think there has been a lot of research on FDI and others in the context of Africa. where the continent is usually presented as riskier than others. And we need more research to also debunk some of those myths, because I don't think most of our economies are riskier than others. And if you look at the risk profile of many of African economy, actually, they share the same risk profile as some of those emerging economy outside the continent. But we need to demonstrate, as I think our principal was saying, we need to change to make people realize that you can invest also in Africa, and sometimes you get even higher interest rate. And then to conclude in 1 or 2 points, we have been, to attract FDI, it's true, we have been insisting a lot on easing the space for businesses and others, but I think it's not enough. We really need to look into those issues around policy. Infrastructure challenges being addressed to special economic zone and industrial park. This is something I think we need to continue investing in the short term to circumvent our infrastructure gap, but we need to rethink the new models of special economic zones as well. So I think those are some of the points I wanted to quickly raise, but I'm sure we will come back on additional ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Komi. Indeed, we have heard there is a long way to go on familiarizing people with the AFCFTA, long way to go on building regional value chains. To do so, it's important to align policies and actions with the objectives. You talked about the dominant role of multinationals, and linked to something Diane has raised, which is the very important role played by logistics and transport. And on FDI, indeed, it's very much needed, and the whole lot needs to be done, not just one button to push. Let me turn to Norma, who I asked to focus on the country perspective. How can countries prioritize and scale sectors that are most resilient to disruptions in regional value chains, and what are the steps that can help a small open economy like Botswana to gain maximum benefit from the African Continental Free Trade Area? Over to you, Norma.
Thank you, Balash, and good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think the answer to that question has been touched on throughout the morning session, and even with my colleagues on the panel. And I think Raymond actually set it out quite adequately. I found an interesting, should I say, statistic or data that Africa's initiatives towards global and regional value chains are not new. And they started way back, I think it was 1980, sources the paper, with the industrial development decade for Africa, which had 3 versions to it: 1980 to 1990, 90 to 2000, and so forth. So the issue is not that we don't have the policies and the plans. I think it speaks to what Raymond said earlier on around what happens post signing these documents and coming up with these plans and strategies. What actually happens within the economy. And I think within an economy like Botswana, as small as it is, and we've been dependent on the mineral revenue for the longest time, and now being forced almost literally to think beyond and think about diversifying our economy and what do we need to do in order to drive the economy outside of the mineral space. And the industrial policies are there. They are there on paper. However, I think we do have a crisis of implementation, and I don't think it's something that's peculiar to Botswana only. I think a lot of our sister nations also grapple with the same. We come up with the policies, but what does the implementation entail? What are the things that we need to be doing on the ground? And I think one of the issues that we may have, or one of the challenges is, for me, I personally really do feel that, actually, let me pose it as a question first. How many in the room are from the private sector? So it's, say, 5 people. I really do feel that it is time that we involved private sector in the conversations that we are having. And not only in terms of, leveraging on the financial capacity, leveraging on the innovation, but it's really around helping, or the private sector helping in terms of designing some of these policies and plans that we put into place, and also being involved in the implementation. We have a lot of governments, and I will say that our government is guilty of the same, that feel there's a lot of centralized functions, whether it comes to special economic zones and industrial spaces. There's a lot of function that is being centralized with the government, and I think really private sector could bring in a lot in terms of capacity, in terms of skills, in terms of financial, but more importantly for me, in terms of innovating. And I think it remains for us as governments to incentivize that innovation, both within government and also in the private sector. And I think that innovation is what will help us in terms of scaling what we have. And it's not to say that the policies and plans that we have are not fit for purpose or are inefficient, but we really do need to start thinking about scaling. And I think that scaling, rests in innovating around how we tackle some of the challenges that we are encountering. And the same comes to the trade agreement, the African-Continental Trade Agreement, Area Agreement. And I think the same applies. How do we innovate around some of the things that we need to do as countries and as a continent to propel us forward from where we are? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Norma. And I think your point about the need for involving the private sector in policy design, but overall to create space for the private sector to contribute. I think that's a very fundamental point. Certainly holds for Botswana, but definitely holds for essentially all African countries. And that can bring innovation, financing, and scale, which is, again, necessary for competitiveness. So thank you very much for that. Let me open the floor for 2 succinct questions. OG. Okay, I immediately contradict myself. 1, 2, 3, 4 in the back. Okay? Please be very succinct. We literally have 5 minutes for the questions.
Thank you very much. It won't be a question, it will be a series of questions that I'll just throw back to the panel. My name is Stella Agara. I work for the MS Training Center for Development Cooperation in Arusha, Tanzania. This is a Pan-African organizing space where organizations in Africa convene to interrogate different processes. I want to appreciate the panel for all their presentations. And while I was seated here, the question I kept asking myself is, how is it that our governments do not have these minds making decisions on behalf of our continent? Why I was asking myself that question is because, borrowing from the previous Fireside chat and this conversation, I get the sense that we are afraid for some reason when we start having economic conversations to actually speak about the people who negotiate us into the agreements we find ourselves in. If the global value chains are not working for us, did they happen to us? Or someone sat somewhere and negotiated ourselves into those spaces? Those people are elected by us. They are funded by us. Previously, before the question from Her Excellency Noma to the crowd, I would have said that it's the private sector that funds elections, and then I realized that there are very few of them here. But it is this money that gets these people into power, and then the negotiators into those funny spaces. A shortage of proper leadership in the continent that we must target, we must interrogate, and we must hold accountable for what they do. Number 2 is a shortage of thinkers. For us to transition business opportunity hotspots into mega trends, it does not take lazy minds. It takes people who think, it takes people who have a big picture in mind to reflect on how we're going to make that happen. Do we as a continent know whether we have sufficient thinkers now? Have we realized that our education system has stopped preparing thinkers and is instead preparing consumers? And so we have people in power who do not care about
selling whatever it is, our sovereignty and everything else, just so that we can consume from somebody else. The last thing I would say is this.
Please be, I asked for a succinct
The
question.
very last thing I would say is this. We have been taught for a very long time to hate what is ours, to dislike what is ours, and that is why we find ourselves consistently in this position. How do we bring ourselves to a place where when we are negotiating value chains, when we are negotiating trade agreements, we negotiate with our continent in mind and not with other people's interests in mind and not with our private pockets in mind. Until we answer these core questions, we are going to continue selling our continent short, and we are also going to continue negotiating ourselves into agreements that will never benefit the continent and will continue causing our people to be slaves to an agenda that may not necessarily be ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go. Yes, the gentleman there, 2 lines down. Succinct, please.
Thank you. My name is Mansour Ahmed from the Pan-African Manufacturers Association. I think the discussions we have had so far clearly indicate 2 things. First, we need clarity. When we talk about developing regional value chains, what is the purpose we are trying to get? In the sense that if, for instance, as one of the panelists said, we are thinking of going away from or reducing import from external sources, like in pharmaceuticals, then of course we would then have to look at the possibility of our being able to create production and productivity and quality of pharmaceuticals that will make sense. If we are talking about reducing the value giveaway that comes, say, from exporting raw cocoa and importing chocolate, then I think we have a different. So clearly, we need clarity. And I think perhaps the institutions that are here ought to focus on being very clear about this purpose. Secondly, I think, as Norma indicated, the involvement of the private sector is so critical. It's not even critical, it's vital. Because at the end of the day, when we have signed the agreements, when we have developed the policies and the regulations, we leave it to the private sector to now implement. Because governments don't trade. Governments don't manufacture. It is individuals, investors that trade, that manufacture. And if they're not involved in developing the policies, in defining the trajectory of implementation, of course it will not be implemented. That is why a great deal of our policies and our agreements lay on the tables without implementation. Okay. Because those who then have to implement look at it and say, this is not possible. Let me give a quick example. We say we're going to develop regional value chains, for instance, for automobiles. Now, when you do a policy which says X country will be the hub, Y country will produce the plastic parts, Z will produce the rubber parts, and so on and so forth. The issue is every country in its own decisions is indeed persuaded to take one decision or the other by its own people. And those who have already invested in these countries will then put pressure on going in a direction which is not defined by the value chain. For instance, with the automotive parts, we have 3 or 4 or 5 countries that have been producing cars: Morocco, South Africa, perhaps Nigeria. And each of these countries would like to be the hub. Until we have a very clear definition of where should we place the hub, where should we place the spokes, and why. And until we are agreed on that, and there's justification and clear reasoning for that, which will make it possible for the operators on the ground to implement, we will continue to have these agreements and policies without being able to implement. Thank you.
In the back. In the back. Please, no more than 30 seconds, a question.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Zoto Mabuza from the African Development Bank. My points are 3. 1, issue of non-tariff barriers. We really need to address that. We are very good at signing agreements, but the implementation of them, It just doesn't exist. It may look good on paper, but when it comes to practice, it doesn't happen. And the success of the African Continental Free Trade Area and the value chains we're trying to develop will be determined by our intention to address non-tariff barriers. And then the issue of failure to fund our own integration as Africa. It's always depressing to look at the regional economic communities where you find that more than 90% of the programs are funded by donors. Then the question is, do we really want to integrate as Africa? And then the issue of involving the private sector. It's very important. I've sat in negotiation rooms where we negotiate rules of origin, where we negotiate, but without consulting the private sector. And for me, it's when you talk regional integration, you are talking about three beneficiaries. The welfare implications, you are talking about the consumer, you are talking about the producer, and then you are talking about government. But these negotiations are negotiated by bureaucrats, and their role, their career is just negotiations. They will stretch these negotiations for as long as they work.
We will have to stop this. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So we need to address those.
Palanivil, can you do this in 30 seconds? That's the last question. We need to hear from the panel, and we need to
Thank you.
respect the
My name is
timeline.
Palanivil. I'm from UNDP. For Africa, given the large youth population, international comparative actually advantages, perhaps knowledge-based economy, knowledge-based export, creative industries, content creation, probably will have much more greater potential than manufacturing, industrialization, or manufacturing-led export type of things. So that's my first one. Second one, FDI. We have discussion on FDI. Traditionally, FDI is going to the countries resource-seeking FDI, basically going to the natural resource, mineral sector. Second type of FDI going to market-seeking FDI, going to countries like China, India type. Third one, efficiency-seeking. Until now, Africa used to have only resource-seeking FDI used to come. Now with the AFCTA, now Africa could potentially attract market-seeking FDI because now Africa has a market as big as China, India, 1.34 billion people. So now you have to use AFCTA as an investment incentive mechanism to attract foreign direct investment for manufacturing, industrialization, export. Third point.
Sorry.
No,
I said 30 seconds.
Okay, trade financing and the connectivity. Raymond said that AFCTA is a kind of sufficient, it's a kind of necessary condition, not sufficient. That's exactly my point also. AFCTA gives a conducive environment, but that itself is not enough unless we bring export credit guarantee scheme, export credit insurance scheme, and also the connectivity, road connectivity, infrastructure connectivity. Then AFCTA is not going to be successful.
Thank you. What I'll do is I will not ask to just answer this. Please answer whichever of the questions you feel comfortable with. We'll start with Norma and come back this way, and Raymond will also get a minute. So answer some of the questions that you feel comfortable with and add what is your takeaway point or 2 points. Okay? Norma, over to you.
Thank you, Balash, and thank you for the questions. I think I'll start with what I think is the takeaway and hope that it answers the questions, or some of them anyway. As a government, we are acutely aware of, the increasingly complex environment, both economic and global, that we operate in, and the very many competing priorities and agendas that we have to take into account every single time we're making policy decisions. And I do think I speak for the incoming government that what is critical is finding a balance. We will never solve every single challenge and at one go, and with each challenge that comes up many other complexities. And I think for me, like I say, it's very, very critical that we find a balance that speaks to and answers some of the questions and the answers that, the three constituencies that were listed earlier on. The communities and the public that we serve, the private sector that actually enables some of what we do, as well as the government, the regulations, making sure that we're creating a conducive environment for all the other actors and all the other stakeholders to be able to operate as effectively as they can in that environment that we create. So I really do believe that it's really about striking that balance in an environment where there's many parallel developments and many parallel competing priorities and agendas. Thank you.
Thank you, Norma. Kumi.
Yes, thanks. And of course, I think the issue is around AFCFTA trade investment can take a whole week for discussion. So in 3-4 minutes, we couldn't certainly go into all the details. And our colleague from the Secretariat is there as well, who will certainly come in later for the FCFTA session. But I want to also, 3 points, quick points. On the negotiation, yes, I think while we discuss the issue of involvement in the private sector, which we totally agree, we need to recognize that some countries have consulted the private sector. Some countries have been able to bring private sector to the table, but most of the countries, have they done it? Well, that one I don't know. But we need to document those countries that are, and learn from those countries that are doing well. Positioning, I think, yes, in terms of regional value chain, what we agree on is we need to export, to trade more with ourselves, create more values. But the issue around regional value chains, we need to have more research on positioning. For instance, I think our sister from Ghana said, we have a lot of countries now, Benin, Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, that has set up factories to process textile. And most of those factories are operating under 50% of their capacity. Can we have a kind of agreement between those countries and those other countries processing cotton linked to bring or ship their cotton to those countries? That's important. And third point, the last point is, those regional value chain is really for people. And we know on the continent, most of the jobs are being created by small and medium-sized businesses. So it's important to integrate them. And I know UNDP, at UNDP, we are implementing one of the projects we are implementing, which actually has been implemented in Botswana, is a supply development program, where you deliberately support those small businesses to supply large businesses, large corporate. And we are bringing those national programs to regional level now, so that those small businesses supply more than their national market. So these are some of the key issues, points I want to raise. Thank you.
Elvis, over to you, very succinctly.
Sure. No, thanks. I'll be really quick, and I would want to just respond to the question around why governments are not having their set of mind or issues or solutions that have been prescribed, particularly from the panelists and probably from the discussions that I mentioned today. I think generally we give too much credit to our policymakers and governments, right? To be respectful, I don't think they know any better than what they are doing. And there is evidence showing that there's been a sort of a hallowing of capabilities from our government departments, government ministries, towards sort of these consultancies that are prescribing things that they have completely no idea about, right? And this has been spoken a lot by sort of Mazzucato and her institute, trying to indicate that we need entrepreneurial states in our government department to try to sort of reinforce some of these potentials that government can actually drive the growth prospects that we want, rather than be just simply yes sayers. And I'll give you one example, which is that we see a lot of African countries coming out with policies regarding green transition. You have one in Zambia, a lot of them in South Africa, Ghana, and I believe in Botswana as well. And you'd be surprised, and this is some work we've done for assets, you'd be surprised that when you look into each of these policy documents, a lot of them do not respond to some of the current challenges that the continent faces. They are cross-cutting gender issues, they are cross-cutting industrial development issues, they are cross-cutting agro-processing issues, that all these policies are quite, to give them some credit, very neutral to. So the point is, if these policies are the ones that are going to drive the transformations that we do see emerging, we'll be back here again trying to resolve the problems we are creating today in 10 years. And I think these are things that we need to start discussing.
Thank you,
and really focusing on.
Thank you. Diane?
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me try to summarize in less than a minute as required by the moderator. So we have all that it's required to leverage on regional value chains. We have raw materials, we have human capital. So then why not to really start acting? Of course, there are few things that we have to really look at and focus on. Number one, it's value addition of our raw materials. Secondly, it's the trainings and capacity building of our human capital. And of course, making sure that we are removing all the trade barriers, ensuring that our businesses are accessing capital, and most importantly, making sure that the private sector is the one driving all these activities, because it's not government officials, international organizations who are going really to trade or to make all these value chains activities happen. No, it's only the private sector who can drive the change. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Over to you, Raymond.
Thank you so much, and thanks to the panel and all of you for a very instructive conversation. This morning, the president talked about being brutally honest. So in that vein, I'll be a little brutally honest. Yes, we've talked a lot about how we need to get the private sector at the table, etc. But I do think that the private sector also needs to have what they call in Washington, D.C., some muscular diplomacy. Really elbow their way into these conversations and inform. Because the last speaker was right. If you leave it to the politicians and the bureaucrats, we're not going to get anywhere. So we need to see position papers from the Pan-African manufacturers, from the private sector saying this may not work, but let us tell you 3 things that would make our lives so much easier and how to do it. I know in some cases it's happening, but it needs to happen a lot more. Second point, and I only have 2, a couple of years ago, we published a report called Which Value Chains for a Made in Africa Revolution. It's on the UNDP website. And what we said was, not all value chains are going to work for all countries at all times. We said, let's look at 9 value chains and see what could work and where as a framework. And so, yes, we do need some clarity, and that clarity will come when we interrogate things in this sense, that we're looking for what works best in which conditions. And please download that report. Send us comments or questions if you do, but use it as an instructive framework if you can. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raymond. So this was an excellent discussion, important insights. Please remember this, AFCFTA is very important, and building regional value chains is key for sustained growth and for enabling Africa to keep more of the value added on the continent. Let me close by thanking Raymond, Diane, Norma, Elvis, and Komi for their thoughtful contributions, and the audience for the very active participation and interest. Domingos, who is our excellent rapporteur, will have plenty of great ideas to distill. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our moderator. as well as our panelists for a great session indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to take an official coffee break, but if you need to help yourselves, please do, because we will start at exactly 4 o'clock. That is 6 minutes away from now. We will be joined virtually by our keynote speaker. So in the meantime, I'm going to ask and invite the rest of my panel for this session to join us on stage so that by the time we are joined by our keynote speaker, we are ready to rock and roll. It is now my distinct pleasure to welcome on stage Dr. Hanan Morsi, Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist, ECA, Dr. Raymond Gilpin, Chief Economist and Head of Strategy, Analysis and Research Team, Regional Bureau for Africa, the UNDP, as well as Professor Kevin Urama, Chief Economist and Vice President of the AFDB. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Our technical team, could you give us an indication if our keynote speaker is online yet? Aha, there we go. Professor Kevin Urama. Do we have Professor Urama in the house, in the room? In the meantime, let me warmly welcome. Thank you, Professor. A warm welcome to Professor Rama. This session is further enriched by the insights of Nobel laureate Professor Abhijit Banerjee, our keynote speaker for this session, whose groundbreaking work on poverty alleviation and randomized control trials has redefined development economics. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is at a pivotal moment in its development trajectory, navigating the intricate intersection of global economic trends and regional realities. This session, Global Economic Trends and Their Impact on Africa, comes as the world faces transformative shifts, from the rise of the global south to increasing geopolitical tensions and climate imperatives. These dynamics present both profound challenges and extraordinary opportunities for African economies. Africa remains a region of immense potential, yet it is disproportionately affected by external shocks. Recent global disruptions, ranging from supply chain instabilities to currency fluctuations, underscore the continent's vulnerabilities with a significant dependency on commodity exports, leaving economies exposed to price and demand volatility. The COVID-19 pandemic and ongoing debt challenges, including a $726 billion external debt burden as of 2022, further illustrate the fragility of Africa's fiscal landscape. Joining us virtually is the renowned Professor Abhijit Banerjee, the Ford Foundation International Professor of Economics at MIT and a Nobel Laureate in Economic Sciences. Professor Banerjee's groundbreaking work has redefined the field of development economics, particularly through his innovative application of randomized controlled trials to poverty alleviation and economic policy making. His research has not only transformed academic understanding, but also influenced practical strategies that have lifted millions out of poverty across the globe. Professor Banerjee, good morning to you. You are on mute.
Good morning or good afternoon to you. Thank you for having me. I was wondering if I can control the slides. Can I screen share? Because it would be much easier.
You may screen share. I just want to first and foremost say, Professor Banerjee, we are truly honored that you've chosen to spend your Saturday morning with us while most in Boston might be savoring their first coffee or planning a lazy weekend.
I already had
here
my
you
first
are,
coffee.
enriching our minds and shaping the future of Africa. Thank you so much.
I'll try to screen share now so that we make sure it works. Why are you? Am I allowed to screen share?
Yes, please, you may go ahead. We understand that you have your presentation ready, so you're welcome to screen share.
Let me. Okay, let me try again. It seems to be not visible. Yeah, this one, share.
Have you clicked on share your screen?
Yeah, but it seems to be blocking it right now. I don't know why. It says is warning me and blocking it. So, okay, should be okay. I did everything.
While you're attempting, Professor Banerjee, I just want to check with our technical team. I believe we have the slides.
No, but you have the older slides. I wanted to say I have updated them because there is not enough time to do it, so cut them. So it would be better if I use it. I really need to control it. And some reason is blocking you. I don't know why.
So, Professor, I am told that we have your slides, perhaps not the
You
updated
don't.
version.
You don't. You haven't. You have a much just the version
Not the updated.
yeah, I want to. I don't know why it's not allowing it. It seems to think you're some security threat for no good reason. I keep trying. Open system settings, security and access.
Okay, we've got another intervention, Professor. If you could send, email your presentation to El Haji.
I will do that, but I want to control it. That's more the important part because don't want to do all of it because this will take too long. So give me one more second. I don't know why it says security and it's not allowing it to use. It's literally saying I have to give it permission, but I don't know how. Maybe somebody can help me.
I think I'm going to ask I'm not that tech savvy, so perhaps somebody from the technical team. Could you come and advise?
Okay, do you?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We also invite everyone else to join us back here in the room for this session. I'm sure you would not want to miss out.
Hello. So you're using
Hello.
Mac or Windows?
Mac.
So maybe your system permission is denying. Can you check that, because we have given that full access to you?
I've opened privacy and security, but it doesn't seem to be. I don't see where it's how I give it permission.
Yeah. If remotely it's difficult to.
Okay. Well, then you will. I'm just very chary of trying to go through this while telling people to move the screen. So I really need help.
So what we can do, we can share the latest slide with us, and we can follow your instruction. When you say next, so we can switch it from here.
But I want to skip 2 or 3 at a time. That's the problem. Let me see if I can do it. It seems to be Zoom applications. I don't know. It's something about. It never happened to me before, so it's something about this particular connection. Let me try one other thing. I can, in principle. I'll share it in the meanwhile, but it really is not efficient.
Okay, now we can see.
No, we can see from the local computer, not from.
Okay.
No, I'm not allowing. Can you see this? Can you
Not
see
yet.
addressing climate?
Sharing now.
Yes, you can see it. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, as I said, it's addressing climate inequality.
You close it again.
No, I didn't.
Sure, you put it in the full screen.
I'll put it in the full screen. Okay.
Yeah.
I can do that, but.
Yeah.
Do you see it? Yes. Okay, let's go. Thank you.
Well, Professor, I'm going to hand over to you. We look forward to hearing your perspectives on how Africa can navigate global economic trends to achieve inclusive growth, enhance resilience, and chart a transformative development path. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you. I'm going to pick a small and enormous piece of it, which is there's all kinds of other challenges. I'm going to talk about climate inequality, which I'm going to argue will be a very major challenge for both the global community and in its relationship to Africa. So the climate crisis is here. This is a picture of from Le Monde, which just saying in India, for example, people were just dying right and left last summer. And I think it's indubitable that this is primarily due to the consumption of rich people in rich countries, though there's some nuance there. Now, it looks a bit like, okay, if you look at the production of CO2, it looks like, well, China is the biggest emitter, but that's misleading because China is mostly an exporter of CO2. So the US and Europe basically buy CO2 intensive goods from China and India, and therefore, if you look at this is now colored by the amount that they consume, you can see that basically both India and China have a substantial deficit to Europe and the US. So it's really, and most of Africa is essentially doing zero net relative to the scale of the US. Now, this is, as I said, this depends very much on whether it's production or consumption, but there's a good reason to think about, the fact that rich countries continue to consume what they've done, and I think Europe will soon be at net zero, but it's got to net zero by essentially exporting its carbon production to the rest of the world, who produce the carbon, and then Europe is clean. And now, within countries, also, and this is a more the sort of the starting point of what I want to say. This is not everybody in every country, and in particular, Luca Chancel, who's a professor in Paris, has this nice idea of a 10-50 rule, which is that the 10% of the highest polluters in the world essentially are responsible for 50% of global emissions. If you look at the emissions by the top 1% versus the bottom 50%, which is almost everybody in Africa, that's a difference of 70 times. And the top 1% contributes 17% of the world's carbon dioxide equivalent emissions. So that's a number to keep in mind. Is that now? It's true. If you look at where they live, you can see Africa in this one. The numbers in Africa are, to the extent that we have them, are very, 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 very low. And most of the high polluters live in rich countries. You can see that they're in the US, they're in Europe. It's very, very clear that most rich people in the world, we know that already, live in rich countries. However, this is no longer, this was 100% of the story, or most of the story, in 1990, and was changed over the last 30 years, is that there is more and more, including in Africa, there is more and more inequality within the country, and that's reflected in the fact that increasing fraction of carbon inequality is due to within-country inequality. The within-country inequality has exploded. It's still true that most rich people live in rich countries, but because poor countries, the poor really use no carbon, the inequality is still vast within poor countries. This is to say, and for that reason, because poor people in poor countries, especially in Africa, consume extremely little carbon dioxide. If we removed, this is the one point I want to emphasize, if you remove extreme poverty, as defined by the World Bank, total emissions will go up by 2%. So that is to say that, we basically have no, and you can use national poverty lines, you'll get a slightly different number. But basically, in this story where the top 1% consume 17% of the world's carbon, will add 2% more to that total if we remove extreme poverty. So I think this argument that there is really, we have to think about poverty is just a smokescreen. It's mostly about rich people in poor countries or non-poor in poor countries. Second thing is that the poor in poor countries are going to bear the costs of climate change. First, because, as you know, for example, in a lot of Africa, is where the temperatures are already high. There are hot, humid places, especially in West Africa, and these places are going to be on the firing line of climate change. The most of the places that will really get many hot days are going to be in poorer countries. You can see in this map, the places which are red are the ones where it's going to be the effects are going to be biggest. There are exceptions. Australia is one, but lot of other, but almost all the entire African continent is going to have many more hot days. And the effect of a hot day, this has been studied by looking at past hot days and looking at what past hot days have done to your death rate. So some years there are more hot days than others. Hot days meaning days with the average temperature, day, night temperature average is over 35 degrees. That's the usual way it's defined. If you look at those days and look even in the last 20 years, you can see that deaths go up fast. And they go up particularly fast of course, in places where there is no experience. So if this happens in Mongolia, that's a poor country with no experience of hot temperatures, those are really devastating. Nonetheless, since most poor countries are not Mongolia, they are in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America, they are actually hot countries. And in hot countries, while there's some experience of dealing with heat, which mitigates this effect, but mitigates it only slightly, so that this is sort of if you can look at the small graphic, you can see that the effects are going to vary by hot countries with low income are going to be first because they are numerous, and second because there is just a very, very large effect of not being able to protect yourself against high temperatures. Because, for example, in poor countries, people work outside, people work in agriculture, they have no air conditioning. As a result, if you look at 2100, a place like Accra is going to be a sort of, probably the most vulnerable. These are places where the income levels are not high enough to give people, universal air conditioning, but the temperatures are going to go up and the humidity is also going to be high. So predicted death rates are highest as you can see in this graphic, in a lot of, Sub-Saharan as well as North Africa, and places like Pakistan, Iraq, etc. Now, there are different ways of thinking about what that means, and I don't want. I'm not going to leave you in this totally depressing place. I'll say something that maybe is a little bit less negative, but I think a lot of it will depend very much on what happens. The two bars in gray show the death rates. The dark gray, they show the death rates. If we go to the RCP 8.5, the scenario, which is the maybe more closer to the business as usual scenario, then if we manage to reduce climate change and carbon consumption, that's going to make a huge difference in mortality, enormous difference. The mortality, the blue-green bars are showing that poor countries will suffer huge, almost all the increase in mortality will be in poor countries and in hot countries. Rich countries on average will actually, mortality will fall because the winters will be warmer. Now, they will spend more on adaptation. That's the blue bar, the light blue part of it. Poor countries don't have the money to spend on adaptation. And these are big effects. As you can see, they're basically, equivalent, the death increases from just high temperatures in poor countries are equivalent to that of deaths from cancer in the world. It's really a stunning fact. If you can do this many ways, but if you say that you want to take a very low number, $37 of damage per ton, just from just loss of life, which is not the only loss. Obviously, there'll be displacement, and people will have to leave their homes, and there'll be seawater rising and water shortage. But if you just take the deaths, that's a mortality cost of $500 billion in poor countries. So if I say that that's the that's a setting, I think the next point to make is that so far we have shown very little capacity to actually do anything like the kind of global action that this calls for. The sheer unfairness of it it demands a reaction, but we haven't been very good at it. This is just showing that during COVID, basically vaccines didn't reach Africa, for example. There's just as a result, because rich countries stockpiled their own vaccines, they didn't let the export of reagents for making the vaccines. There's also very clear internal political pressure. John Kerry, who's a U.S. liberal, not from the Trump administration, says that U.S. will, under no circumstances, pay climate reparations. So there is a real. So the question is, what can be done? There was, I think, the loss and damage fund that was sort of agreed to at COP28 was a breakthrough. We heard today about 250 billion maybe being a target for it. But we can make targets, we can make claims, but so far, the 100 billion that was pledged a long time ago for climate finance, you can see that basically it took 10 years to fulfill it, when it was supposed to be every year. And even when it was fulfilled, it was always the case that most of it was in the form of loans for mitigation. Mitigation meaning reducing carbon usage in poor countries, which is important, but that's a global public good. It's not what specifically benefits poor countries as helping them make the transition to this much more dangerous world. I'll skip all that. So I think the key question is how to create a mechanism for raising money for a fund that will be destined to low-income countries. So countries that will suffer a lot of damage for no fault of theirs, basically. And there are you can think of different scenarios. You can be more or less optimistic. How will it be financed? That's an interesting question. There are many ideas being kicked around. Certainly, the part of this, the different ideas, you can see a list of it. The one I want to just briefly mention is that, there was an agreement in 2021 of a global minimum tax of 15%. That seems to be something on which there is relatively good agreement. If this tax could be raised, a lot of that money that could be so that if the tax rate were raised by 5%, just an EU agreed on it, that would already generate maybe 200 billion. The US doesn't look likely as a place to participate. Also, taxes on the rich. This is a frustrating topic. the rich pay less taxes than the middle classes, and one where if this was possible, this would a 2% wealth tax on the richest 3,000 richest people, just the 3,000, would already get us in the ballpark. This is there is obviously Brazil has been leader in pushing for this. On the other hand, the U.S. is, even under the Biden administration, was not cooperating. I think that, so the question is, how does one get people to agree? And this is what I want to, the last thing I want to say before stopping. And I think the key issue here is to remind people that, poor countries are going to be a huge part of the future of emission. Even in Africa, Africa is getting richer, and and the rich people in Africa going to consume a lot of carbon because of the temperatures. So is it the case that there's a bargaining issue here, which is that Africa, I think, could make a reasonable claim that if you want any progress on global warming, you need to get us to do stuff, use less carbon, and because to help us use less carbon, to make a carbon transition that will both raise the price of carbon, so poor people will need compensation, and raise the need for new technologies. This is going to be this is going to be a good place to negotiate over dollars, and hopefully a lot of those dollars will come to Africa. Without this, there will be really without this kind of adaptation payment, there will be no mitigation. I think that's the sad truth, and it's not unfair, since and as I was saying, people should recognize that the effort has to be put in the poor countries. These are the countries where the potential for cutting back is much bigger, and if they are helped to do so, this could change our future. And so both Africa and other poor countries will need to do more, and they need to be paid to do so. I want to end on this thought that we really should be. This is a moment when there is potentially a lot we can do. There's also potentially a lot of huge risks that we're facing. It's already on us, and we can put our head into the sand and ignore it till it gets even worse, or we can start to say, look, there's a clear path towards using money from the people who are primarily responsible for global warming to make the world a better place, and that should happen through a mechanism that I think both gets poor countries to price carbon much more, use much less carbon, but also compensate them extensively for it. So I'll stop there, and that was my 20 minutes. I took a bit more. Apologies.
Thank you so much, Professor Banerjee. I'll ask my panelists to move back on stage. Thank you again, Prof, for your thought-provoking remarks. I think while we have you on the line, perhaps just two more follow-up questions in relation to what you have shared with us here today. In addition to raising funds for adaptation from a global wealth tax, would recapitalizing regional and multilateral development banks be an option to help developing countries cope with climate change?
So I think that's a I skipped some of the slides which I knew that's why I wanted control in the first place, so I could skip them. One of the things that was there on those slides was the question of, what do you, imagine that this money, some part of this money eventually shows up. Who would be the repositories of it? And I think the OECD has very much taken the position that the multilateral institutions should be the repository of the money, that they should direct it. I'm not entirely clear how much I think that's going to be politically, I think some intervention by the multilateral institutions will be important to give, I think, because there is a worry that the money will otherwise be not used well. I don't know how much freedom. I'm less convinced that countries are just, I think there is a myth of that poor countries are all corrupt and they'll all waste the money. So I feel that there is an unfairness in that poor country governments often know what to do better than the multilateral institutions. But nonetheless, I think this is an interesting and important conversation to have.
So instead of tax and transfer, what about requiring OECD countries to invest more in a just green transition in the global south?
Yeah, it could be that. It doesn't rule that out. So if they directly make investments, that would be, to my mind, there are really two pieces to it. Some of it is that some of the people are going to be, they're going to lose family members. They're going to not be able to work. They won't be able to get out. And for that, of course, the investment won't solve that. We need money. We need people to be able to be, to live without having to go out on days when it's 37 degrees all day and 45 degrees in the middle of the day. It cannot be simply a matter of investment. Investment is a good idea. There's no reason not to do that. I think that would be but it needs also a real handle on how people will survive. I think without that, all of this is a bit meaningless.
Thank you, Professor Banerjee. Of course, you're welcome to stay online. I'm going to direct our attention now to the panelists, but before we hand over to them, I think it's important that we just highlight again the key themes for our discussion, being 1, economic diversification and industrialization, 2, strengthening financial systems, 3, regional integration and AFCFTA, and 4, climate and energy transition. Now, to explore these dynamics, we now turn to our distinguished panelists whose expertise spans policy, international development, and economic strategy. Each brings a unique perspective that will deepen our understanding of how global economic trends intersect with Africa's aspirations. I think we have lost Professor. Is he still there? Nonetheless, let's continue. So I'm going to start off with Chief Economist and Head of Strategy Analysis and Research Team, Regional Bureau for Africa, Dr. Raymond Gilpin. The UNDP often emphasizes the importance of building resilient economies in developing regions. What role do you see for social safety nets in mitigating the impacts of global economic shocks on African communities, and how can governments sustainably fund these initiatives?
Thank you so much, and I'd also like to start by thanking Professor Banerjee for those very thoughtful remarks that speak to the heart of the issues that we are unpacking in this session. I think that being able to recognize a lot of the uniqueness of where we are now is very important. I know I mentioned that earlier, but just to reiterate, just before the last IMF World Bank meetings, the IMF managing director gave her traditional inception speech when she said three things about the growth projections, which everybody agrees are pretty weak. She said, the growth projections are disappointing because they are not robust enough to reduce poverty. They're not robust enough to create the jobs that we need, and they're not robust enough to expand fiscal space sufficiently for the investments in social in social services. Basically, what she's saying is that both African countries and Africa's development partners are in for a rough ride. Basically, the traditional financing mechanisms that have been available in the past may not be available in the future. So whether the disruption we're looking at is climate focused, or whether it is trade through protectionism, or whether we are in another low growth, high unemployment phase, we have to be very creative about how we finance these next few years. And particularly if you're looking at social investments, looking at responding to climate change, have become quite important. So there are a couple of things that I just wanted to highlight. The first is that the creativity around financing, whether it's climate or the development financing in Africa, has to start at home. Because as a number of previous speakers have mentioned, the resource endowment of the continent is such that it could and it should finance Africa's development, but it is not. So we have to think creatively about it. And here I'm not just thinking about the illicit financial flows, which basically I think is a bit of a soft number. I think it's much lower than what we have as estimates, but that's a different conversation. But one thing that we have been, and a number of people have been thinking about as well, is the quantum of African financial deposits globally. And we've seen a number of estimates of what this is. Some of the low estimates suggest something in the region of $1.6 trillion US of African cash in banks across the world. And thinking creatively about how we use this, how we empower African and regional institutions, and the reason why regional institutions and regional MDBs might be a better bet is because, one, they're more agile. And secondly, because they have better credit ratings, some of them have better credit ratings in African countries, they'll be able to borrow cheaper, and therefore on lend for things like infrastructure, technology, and energy transfers a lot cheaper. And that's one of the things that we have to look at, because we cannot rely on the traditional sources that we had in the past. A second low-hanging fruit could be what the credit ratings agency Fitch described as the MDB headroom globally, that MDBs globally could on-lend up to $428 billion without affecting their credit ratings, meaning that there is some headroom there. Is it 428? Is it less? Is it more? Unsure. But it is definitely a lot more than the 100 billion we're looking for climate, and a lot more that the loss and damage fund requires at the moment. So could we and the agile minds around here think about creative ways to address these issues? The third has to be, how do we find mechanisms that would get resources where they need to be as expeditiously as possible? One of the things that struck me during the last IMF World Bank meetings in Washington, D.C., was that the World Bank was reporting on progress in terms of loan processing. And the progress was, it has come down from 19 months per project to 12 months per project. And think about it. If it takes 12 months just to process the loan, how difficult would it be for Africa to respond as quickly as possible to some of these issues? So we need institutions that are fit for purpose, that are agile enough to channel all of this. And my last point is that we need governments that are more forward-leaning than legacy-oriented. We need them to be forward-leaning in the sense that they're not making decisions for today. They should be making decisions for Africa's tomorrow. And how do they do that in a way that is creative, innovative, and also accountable? That is another, I think, one of the important challenges, because it goes to the core of what ASG Ezia Conwell was talking about, the broken social contract. That's how you begin to rebuild trust and reconnect the governed and those in positions of government. And let me stop here and hand over to you.
I think I've got one more follow-up to that. And again, given the UNDP's focus on fostering inclusive growth, how can African policymakers leverage global trade dynamics to ensure that economic integration benefits the continent's most vulnerable populations?
A number of ways. One, they have to pay a lot more attention to trade as an engine of growth, and trade in a lot more than the trade in things that are a lot more than the low productivity sectors. And in doing so, I think the most important thing for Africa is not to try to be Norway, Switzerland, or Canada, or China. Africa has a phenomenal non-formal sector that has been the backbone of the economies for the longest time. How about learning about what has worked there and how we could scale up from there to ensure that regional trade begins to not just scale up, but create wealth that could be added and retained in African countries? How do we also have trade that's not disadvantageous to Africa? Because you look at a lot of the commodity contracts for trade across Africa, they're very disadvantageous. Partly because of weak governance in terms of who is signing what, but also partly in terms of not really understanding the value of the assets that countries have. If you look at the growing carbon markets and how and carbon pricing as it relates to Africa, there's a lot of catching up that needs to be done. So we need to invest in the skills and institutions that would enable us to benefit the most. And that's the way you get the resources directly to where they're needed.
Thank you so much. Dr. Hanan Morsi, I'm going to turn the attention on you now. Of course, the Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist at the ECA. Currency fluctuations significantly affect African economies due to reliance on global markets. What policy measures would you recommend to stabilize currencies and reduce exposure to external shocks?
So I think what we are talking about in this session is about really how can we attract investments. It's not just about currency is a small thing in a very big picture. So what do we need to do to actually ensure that the challenge that we are facing in climate is actually turned into an opportunity? Because it is a huge opportunity for Africa. So we should not, in thinking about this, just dwell only on the challenge part and forget to seize the opportunity. And here we need to really kind of, have a mind, a different mindset in terms of how do we approach this. We need to move from just, changing the narrative from focusing on vulnerability to focusing on our leadership in that space. Okay, so for investments, we need to leverage, the huge potential that we have in renewables, the fact that we have 60% of the world potential in solar, we have huge potential in hydro, in wind. Let's tap on that. Let's make sure that we are actually utilizing this, but also attracting the right investments in these areas. Let's, also leverage the fact that we have green minerals and build value chains. Okay, we need to really change the narrative and lead by example. And we have also a number of countries that have been, doing very good progress in that area. You can think of Kenya, you can think of Morocco, you can think of Egypt, where they had large investments in these areas that attracted international investors. So this is one area that is very important. A second one is strengthening the policy framework. Okay, for investors to come, they need to have the right business environment. They need to have the policy and regulatory certainty, okay, and the right frameworks. Things like power purchase agreements, things like feed-in tariff frameworks. And we need to work on these areas so that the incentives and the landscape is set properly to attract investors. And among them, the issue of the currency is part of the policy certainty. Okay, the fact also, their ability to repatriate, for example. If an investor is coming, but they don't know if they are able to actually repatriate their profits, no matter how much the profit that they're making, but they don't have that certainty, that's a huge obstacle for them to enter. So we need to think about these things, and then we need to tap the opportunity of the Africa Continental Trade Agreement in having a harmonized investment framework. Okay, so that actually when they are coming to invest in a country, this opens the door for them to invest other countries in Africa, and this can also help us meet some of the other developmental challenges that we have. Things like the huge energy gap that we have in Africa, the fact that we have 600 million out of 800 million globally that lack access to electricity. We can have energy pools, and regulatory work within the continental framework to actually encourage this so that it can actually address this energy gap. So these are really some of the key things that are necessary to advance on this area, and also to fairly be compensated for our contribution to the solution of this global issue. We have, for example, the Congo Basin, which is the lung of the world. It has the potential to sequester a third of global needs. Countries within that region has been working on developing their carbon markets. We need to make sure that, one, we work domestically to ensure the reliability and integrity of these markets to raise the price, but also to have a level playing field, that actually you can trade this across, continents, not having a price of a carbon ton, $120 in Europe and less than $5 in Africa. It needs to be fair. So these are some of the things that we need to really tackle. And then there is a whole different side of financing that we need to also ensure. We need to have the right incentives in terms of de-risking instruments to encourage the private sector to come in. We have to have both sovereign as well as MDB guarantees to lower the cost of financing for countries and also for private sector. We need to tap into innovative financing instruments, and there are many of them. Some have been actually almost pioneered by African countries, and we have to remember this. Think of Seychelles, okay, and the fact that they led the first debt for nature swap, okay, and blue bond. So we have been really doing a lot of progress, but I think we are not marketing and selling it as we should, and we are not dominating the space in terms of leadership. We have to shift our development model. We have to learn from previous mistakes where we basically, number of countries relied on exporting raw materials to me, equates to exporting your development opportunities. And now we have, with this huge shift globally, with the climate change, we have an opportunity to change that, to lead that space, no longer just a consumer, exporter of raw materials and then consumers of green products. No, we can be the leaders in that space where we supply the rest of the world. And that's the direction we really need to go to.
I think that's a very important point that you are making, and I like what you said, that we need to change the narrative and lead by example. I'd like to just pause here for a moment and just really delve into that a little more, because the ECA champions regional cooperation as a strategy for economic resilience. Dr. Morsi, what other concrete steps can be taken to strengthen regional value chains and reduce dependency on external markets?
There are a number of actually existing initiatives that started that. It started with actually joint work on doing, for example, studies for precursor batteries. ECA with other partners worked on that, and basically the study showed that you can produce precursor batteries there that is 30% cheaper than producing it in the US or China, and with 30% less emissions. So a very strong business case of actually, building that value chain in DRC. Based on that work, there is actually more now regional value chain project that is between DRC and Zambia to actually build that regional value chain for batteries. These are the type of things that we need to do more. We need to have the evidence-based information to guide policies, to show the benefits of, yes, it may be a quick win to export your critical minerals, but you're losing a lot, and for almost foregoing future income by not tapping into that to build higher value chains. And based on that evidence, you see that enticed governments to look into options and to work on these regional value chains. We hope also that we can work. I think what is very important is that we also have intra-African investments in that field. It's great to attract foreign investments, and that's good, but we need to also have intra-African investment in that space to gain the expertise, to build in these skills so that we are, well integrated in that value chain, both from, the investment and financing side, as well as the production side.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to Dr. Morsi. Professor Kevin Urama, Chief Economist and Vice President, FDB, economic diversification is often cited as a critical strategy for mitigating external shocks. What specific sectors do you believe hold the greatest potential for diversification across African economies, and how can the FDB support their development?
Thank you very much. And first, before delving into your specific question, I'd like to respond a little bit to the very exciting research that has been presented to us on the futures on climate change impacts on the continent. And I'm going to draw from His Excellency, the President's call today that we need to be bold, we need to be practical, we need to be provocative, we need to think very carefully, and maybe dare to be unconventional here. First, we hear that type of presentation not only on climate change, but on every sector of development. You think about Africa and the receiving end of development externalities. The rest of the world grows, enjoys the benefits of growth, but the negative impacts of that growth, including CO2 emissions and the impacts of CO2 emissions, are felt by the poor, not only in Africa, but everywhere else in the world. Even in the United States, the poor are more vulnerable to climate impacts than the rich. What that simply tells is that we must tackle poverty. as an action to address climate change. Because the more we continue to retain the stories about being the poverty capital of the world as Africa, it doesn't matter what happens, we will be more vulnerable to every shock that comes, be it climate or health pandemic or anything. So addressing poverty and doing development in Africa must become a central part of climate policy on the continent. Second is the fact that climate change is a global commons challenge, which means that it doesn't really matter how much morally correct or greenly poor we choose to be in Africa in order to address the climate change impacts, which we are not contributing to, if the big emitters, that 1% that contributes 17% of emissions, don't change their actions, climate will continue changing. And when that happens, CO2 emissions doesn't know who emitted it or where it emitted it. It doesn't need passports or visas. It has impacts globally because it mixes freely in the atmosphere. So in pushing for climate justice, both within countries, the poor versus the rich, but globally, the other countries versus rich countries, we need to keep that in mind. Because I always say it's like having a neighbor who has so much money that he or she dams the river from which we in the whole community draw water for our agriculture and everything. But then his dam breaks and floods the whole community, and we have to run to him for loans in order to clean up the mess. That's totally not acceptable. So we need to keep that in mind as we continue to talk about these climate change issues. The other one is climate finance. It's not addressing climate vulnerability. Our research in 2022, African Economic Outlook report, shows that climate finance flows is flowing in reverse to climate vulnerability. So the more vulnerable you are as a country, the less likely that you are going to receive climate finance. So all the negotiations about increasing climate finance globally is not going to benefit the poor. And therefore, we need to think about how, as Africans, we will be able to cash into carbon markets and other avenues to be able to grow our own economies in order to be able to build our adaptation capacity. Because without it, you're hearing of, oh, temperature is going to rise, you don't have air conditioning, you know what that means. But what will make you get air conditioning is finance. So we need to create wealth. We need to try and make sure that we use the capital, what we have in Africa, to create the resources we need to be able to adapt to changing climate. And we're not looking for 100 billion. Africa requires 277 billion annually to do their NDCs. And we're only receiving about 30 billion currently. So we need to think about how to generate that resources within Africa in order to be able to make this happen. There are questions of moral and distributive justice from what I've already tried to highlight, because the structure of climate finance is just simply not going to work for Africa. So that needs to change. And we need to actually, as African experts that sit in these groups, not just to rise into the hegemony of discussing climate change and the need for climate green transition, we need to be able to actually find out what does that mean for us in Africa? What does it mean for my country? And how will we need to intervene in order to make that happen? We need to push for simplifying that climate finance architecture. Because if we don't, climate finance is never really going to get to us. And I've mentioned the fact that climate finance is simply about wealth creation. The reason why the billionaires don't care so much is because they believe they have the technology and financial capacity to be able to adapt. If heating goes up, they find better technologies for cooling. And if it goes too much, some of them even believe they can go to Mars. So where will you go if you're poor and your farm gets flooded or heat waves destroys all your crops? All you do is cry and maybe pray to God. Says, let's work on addressing poverty as a center of addressing this issue of climate finance. Then brings me to your question, innovative mechanisms and key sectors that we need to focus on. I think it's very clear. Africa has the most of green minerals than anywhere else in the world. But having those green minerals is not a panacea for benefiting from it, because we don't eat potentials. Just like President Adesina always says, nobody drinks oil, crude oil, or smoked gas. Yeah? So you have to convert it through the application of technology and investments in order to add value to that product before it becomes usable and functional to increase productivity in your economy. Think of oil and gas, for example. Nigeria, my country, has a lot of that. But we import PMS. And because of that, petrochemical products and petroleum for driving your cars is scarce in a country that has wealth and rich deposits of crude oil. Reason, crude oil is useless if you have not added value to it. And that is why value addition is the central policy for us in every sector, whether it be in green minerals or in renewable energy. We have huge potentials that we keep talking about. We need to try and leverage that. Then the other one is about how we as economists, I want to talk to us here now because this is an African economic conference, how we relate to how development is done, how policies are shaped, including how we measure growth, which is what creates this issue of the rich, the poor, and also the headrooms that you hear about with regard to ability to borrow in the global markets. We've just done some studies focusing on one simple aspect of climate, which is monetizing carbon sequestration functions of forests, which Africa has a lot of. We've heard of the Congo Basin forest and the rest of it. And what we find is shocking. Africa's GDP could easily grow by $62 billion by monetizing carbon sequestration of forests only. But who will do it if not the African economists, the African governments, in order to be able to understand the value of their carbon assets, the carbon credits that they do have, and then be able to then trade it in the market. So improving the pricing of carbon is one huge area that we need to focus on. We hear about debt for nature swaps, debt for climate swaps, but we are swapping for pittances. When you go to the European carbon trading markets, you can get 130, 150, sometimes 200 euros per ton of carbon. In Africa, you have an average of 5. So we're having carbon grab happening in Africa. We talked about land grab when food price went up. Countries come to Africa to buy tracts of land, but we sell it to them. So it's legal transaction, so we have no one else to blame. So when we are also selling our large forests and land tracts of land in order to get $5 for a product that we know could actually cost $150, we need to ask ourselves questions. So we need to think about that as well. But we also need to push for the polluter pays principle. We cannot continue to sit and feel comfortable hearing that those who are polluting your backyard are not willing to pay for it, and because they're not willing, there's nothing we can do about it. Let's just look for innovative mechanisms to make them make more money. Because remember, technology is the driver of rents in markets. Technology owners are the ones who earn rents in markets. Whether it be solar panels, where are you buying them from? China and other countries, because they produce them. So the same model of development that have left us in poverty will continue, even as we try to drive for green development. And that is why strategic industrial policies is a major sector that African countries need to think about. If it's minerals you have, please think about how to ensure that you add value to those minerals in your countries. Because the highway to poverty is selling crude minerals. We have done research and we find out that all African commodities that are traded in the global markets, outside gold and diamond, the rest of them, the real price of it has been declining since the 1960s. So the more you sell, the poorer you become. You are exporting jobs, you are exporting revenue, you are exporting value, and so on. And then you go back and buy it from that same market for maybe 10 times the price. It just doesn't make sense. So I would like to call on us, African experts, economists, and policymakers. We need to think carefully. Where have we been getting it wrong? Because if we continue doing the same things, 20 years down the line, my son will sit here and have the same discussion. That would be a shame. Because I heard my dad have the same discussions. And I feel so sad, and I mean really sad, that I am having the same discussion. Because we are using the same model of development, and if we continue doing so, we would have failed Africa. Thank you.
Professor, could you perhaps share some success stories where the African Development Bank has supported transformative projects that exemplify Africa's potential in these sectors?
There are several sectors where African Development Bank have supported Africa greatly. Basically, first we start from development thinking, which is the area that I'm leading. We are focused on two parts of infrastructure. The hard infrastructure, which is helping to build the roads, the rails, the seaports, the energy, transition power lines, and so on, to drive development, all the things we see. African Development Bank have invested billions and billions of dollars since its inception in 1964 to help African countries do that, building a lot of value chain corridors to like the Lagos-Abidjan corridor. We're now talking about the Lobito corridor, and several of such you will find dotted across the African continent. So the bank has been very, very successful in doing that. Now, the bank has also been very successful in actually shaping the development narratives, which is crucial, because the narratives, how we sell our market is how we describe our market is how we're going to sell it. So the development narratives and leading innovations on both climate and green innovations to be able to attract financing to Africa. And one of the key ones is the SDRs, the special drawing rights of the IMF. The African Development Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank worked together to develop new methods that can allow for a channeling of those SDRs, which, as you know, COVID came. There was SDR, special drawing rights, is basically the global community creating money, legal tendency, in order to address an emergency, in this particular case, COVID. But Africa got only 5% of it. And we said, no, this is not right. So we sat back, working with UNECA and others, to come up with new ways of how those SDRs can be rechanneled to poorer countries. Because currently, only rich countries received the bulk of it. Countries that have fiscal capacity that doesn't need it are the ones receiving it, just like they are the ones receiving climate finance. So that's one way that we try to help in trying to move the development dialogue. We've just launched a report on green wealth of Africa. Again, creating awareness on the value of the carbon sequestration function of Africa's forests. And if we are able to change national systems of accounts or systems of national accounts, statisticians tell me that's the best way, the right way to call it, to include natural capital and the ecosystem services it provides, it will change the GDP story for Africa transformatively. One country, Central Africa Republic, for example, its GDP will grow by about 341%. And you know what that would mean for the headroom for borrowing in the country. The country's GDP was $2.5 billion in 2022, and with that simple adjustment, which is acceptable and feasible, you will be able to make this GDP go to $10.5 billion. That will give them a lot of huge headroom to borrow. But also in investing in physical infrastructure, we've tried in key sectors that we call the high fives. In the energy, we have invested billions in transformative energy programs, like in Morocco, the Noah Zazatete green energy, renewable energy program, which is the largest currently in Africa. We're also investing in desert to power, which is also to create about $10 billion of solar energy program across the Sahel to help address those issues there. But we're also investing in several transformative energy programs across different African countries. But we're also investing in agriculture. If I give an example of the program we've done in Ethiopia, turning them from wheat dependency to wheat self-sufficiency. They're now exporting wheat to the East Africa region. Within 4 years, through a program we called Technologies for Africa's Transformation, for Agricultural Transformation in Africa. It's called TACT. And that Technologies for Agricultural Transformation in Africa has helped quite a lot to identify niche areas for different African countries and bring the technologies they need in order to be able to increase value for, factor productivity in those countries. We need to be intentional as Africans. Identify our problems. The mantra of stories of problems and litanies of problems has always been there. But like our sister Melvis tells us this morning, if we are intentional and identify one after the other transformative programs we can do together as Africa, we will be able to change the story of the continent. We are currently looking at the Lobito corridor and how we'll be able to transform that corridor so that instead of a minerals exporting corridor, it becomes a value creation corridor for productivity. That's also the part of the ways that African Development Bank has helped African countries in many ways. So there's quite a lot. If you go to the African Development Bank's website, you will see one map that's actually interactive. If you click on any country, it will tell you the plethora of investments that the bank is making. But that is not enough. African Development Bank alone cannot do it. We have to have what His Excellency told us, willing governments that are agile and capable to be able to mobilize domestic capital to match investments that comes from African Development Bank, but also the World Bank, technical assistance from UNECA, UNDP, and so on. We are all ready and willing to continue to work with the continent, knowing that this is the future of the world. What Africa does with food will define the future of food sustainability in Africa, in the world. What Africa does with its renewable energy will define how renewable energy transition will happen. We have 65% of the technical potential in this continent. What Africa does with its green minerals will define how green transitions will work. So we, like Hanan said, we need to start looking at these problems as experts. We need to say, okay, we have this challenge, we have these potentials. Where should these potentials meet these challenges so that we create portfolios for wealth creation and lead the world in the new transitions that we are looking at? Instead of thinking about, oh, Africa is not going to be able to make it, we are going to have heat waves everywhere, then what? That's why we're experts. Let's find solutions to those problems before they happen.
Thank you very much, Professor Rama, for sharing some of those success stories and for those very inspiring remarks. We will now use the last 15 minutes of our discussion to open the floor for interventions and questions from the audience. I would like to request our technical team to be on standby. I already see two hands in the front here. If you would then please keep your remarks concise and focused to allow as many voices as possible to contribute. So we've got two contributors in front. The lady right there in the middle.
Thank you so much. This is Naveen Nakhla from Egypt, the AFCFTA trading company in Egypt. And I thank you for all the initiatives and everything you're doing. When are we going to see the transportation in Africa initiative and investment in the transportation? I had an order for a box, 100 boxes to Ghana. The box price is $4. The shipping price by air was $7 for each box. You know what I mean? The last shipment I did also to Ghana, it took 40 days, actually 45 days, and it costed, the price of the product was $9,000 US, and it costed more than 2,500 for shipping by sea in 45 days. So we are trying our best as AFCFTA trading companies, but we really need a big initiative in this area. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The gentleman right next to you, and then we've got the lady in front and the lady in the middle over there. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you. The gentleman is Honorable Awo Oliver, Member of Parliament in Cameroon. I want to start from where my brother there ended by saying the ATB cannot do it alone. And I was asking myself, does it mean that the African Central Bank in Abuja, Nigeria is dead? The African Investment Bank in Tripoli is dead? And the African Union, the African Monetary Fund in Yaoundé, Cameroon is dead? Are all these initiatives dead? Or what is it that we can do to make sure that we revitalize all this initiative? My brother there, when he was talking about this economic agreement, I was asking myself, the people who are supposed to represent us politically in Africa are not here. The African Union is not part of this conversation. And I'm asking myself, recently, the African Union, the Organization of African States on one hand, the Pacific and the Caribbean on one hand, the European Union on another hand, signed the Samoa Agreement, the Economic Partnership Agreement between the African state, the Caribbean, the Pacific on one hand, and the European Union. The African Union is not here with us. Where are we going? How do we see this agreement beneficiary to the African country? The third thing I want to talk is from how can we kick out this foreign currency in the African continent? Because I left from Cameroon, I've changed like 3 currencies before I arrived in Botswana. How can we kick out this currency from Africa? Then I was thinking about the Pan-African payment and settlement system. How can we make sure that this payment, if Cameroon and I come to Ethiopia, I change currency. I come to Botswana, I change currency. Meanwhile, when I go to Europe, with Euro, I am able to go around about 26 or 30 countries. Last year, the European Union celebrated this African continental free trade area. Can we come together and take our responsibility and make sure that this thing works for the benefit of Africa? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution. Can you pass the microphone on, and then we will take your question.
Good afternoon. My name is Mavis Owusi-Jemfi from the African Center for Economic Transformation. I was really struck by something Professor Ruma said, which was that he doesn't want his son to be having this conversation in 20 years' time. So, for the very eminent panel, I'd like each of you to tell us what you will do when you go back to your desk on Monday morning to change what we are doing right now.
That is a thought-provoking one. I think while we move the microphone, perhaps Dr. Gilpin, would you like to address that question? What are you going to do? Well, I don't know when exactly you will be at your desk because you're such a globetrotter, but yes, please go ahead.
I think it is a fair question, and one that's not just for the panel. I think it's more for the audience than the panel, because this is not an issue that is going to require policy organizations or development organizations to do things for Africa. We have to do things with Africa. So they have to be willing partners, informed partners, engaged partners on the other side. One thing that I am going to do when I go back is I'm making a list of actionables, things that we could actually work on with partners, because UNDP cannot do everything on our own. We want to reach out to UNECA, want to reach out to ACT, want to reach out to AFDB and say, how do we address specific problems. And the one that is closest to my heart is this issue of financing. Because if you think about it, a question I usually ask when I teach is, how do banks work? Banks don't work by taking your deposit and then lending it to somebody else and then charging them interest. No, banks make money when they leverage deposits and on-lend multiples of the deposits. Which is why the honorable member's question is important. Where are the financial institutions and where are the financial initiatives? And I don't think it is beyond African Development Bank, ECA, and UNDP and others to come up with smart ways to look at Africa's financial. We're not talking about natural resources that you have to have, technical skills and stuff. African institutions have money in banks around the world that are being leveraged for development in countries that are not on the African continent. That's fair, commercial, but could a proportion of that be redirected? Maybe through the regional and multilateral development banks to address some of these issues. The climate thing is like what's going on in COP29 at the moment is disgraceful. And Professor Orama, I'm going to use your illustration of the dam and the village, because that's how practical it is for us. And it's no longer an issue of we're going to blame the politicians or these institutions don't know what they're doing. It's an existential issue for each and every one of us. So I'm going to go back with my list and start making phone calls. So expect the calls.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gilpin. I think I'm going to allow two more questions before we hand over to our panelists for their concluding remarks. We are at 10 minutes away from our next session. So I promised the lady in green, you still have your question? Very briefly, and then we'll have the gentleman and the lady here in front as our last. I see there's hands waving over there. Let's see how quick we can make this. Your question, please.
Good afternoon. So mine is actually a suggestion. Thank you to the presenters. But looking at the UNFCCC process and the COP process, and in the spirit of being intentional, the AFDB already supports the Africa Group of Negotiators. But should we take it, so my suggestion to you, this could be your cheat for the question earlier. Should AFDB look at having a pool of negotiators who are made up of just finance experts, climate finance experts, and finance lawyers who negotiate finance for Africa during the COP process? Because everyone is playing hardball except AGN. Except the developed countries. Every year we're coming with bad deals. Right now, COP29 is about to fall apart. Oasis just walked out. LDC also walked out. Should we not look at playing hardball, considering that we're not getting softballs? Again, thank you so much to the presenters.
Thank you so much. Can you hand over the microphone to the gentleman? Thank you, sir. Very, very briefly, your comment or question.
Thank you. My name is Mansour Ahmed again from the Pan-Africa Manufacturer Association. I think this question is for all the panelists. You mean the development partners, practitioners for Africa, both from the UN side as well as from the African Development Bank and so on. And I think we heard this morning from the president what he thinks presidents should be listening to. You are the ones who talk directly to the presidents. And what do you tell them about the opportunities for Africa's development, about the source of financing, about the way to spend those financing when you meet them? Because we often see a situation where our presidents move to China or to Korea or wherever looking for investors. Whereas our feeling, and we have heard here, that if they can tap the resources both from the public and the private sectors in Africa, we should be able to finance a lot of our own investments. What do you tell them? And do you think they listen to you? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I'm glad I'm speaking after you. My name is Stella. The first is a general question. As we are speaking to presidents and different actors in our society, would it be too nuanced for us to demand that most of the climate solutions that are funded from climate finance, whatever the sources, should be dictated by the people who bear the biggest brand? And for me here, it's with reference to women and young people. I'm a firm believer that we must give power to the people who suffer the most to then dictate what is a just climate solution, and not just any form of climate solutions. The second is a question to Professor Ruma, and I must make a disclaimer that I'm still a student on carbon credits, so I may not be very accurate in what I'm saying. But what I have learned recently is that after we offer some of our forests, for example, for sequestration, apparently we also must declare that we will not use some of those resources for a certain number of years. What or how does that play around our sovereignty and the sovereignty of some of our assets? If there's anything to be careful about, I think this would be a very good space for you to warn us so that we don't just jump in with both our legs and get into trouble. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll wrap it up on that note with the questions, as we only have 5 minutes left. Professor, would you like to take that one?
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. I'll start from the provocative question from my sister. What I'll do once I get back is to set up a forum for African youths, because I know, and I believe they are the hope for Africa. So we will be launching an African forum for youths and working with the African Union and all the partners so that we'll be able to tap the restlessness, the innovative capacity of these youths. Because each time I've spoken to or worked with, that's where I see hope for the continent. Second, addressing foreign currency challenges on the continent and the question from the MP with regard to where are all these decisions that we have made, I think it goes back to what His Excellency told us in the morning, willing governments ready to implement those recommendations when they are called upon to do so. Because all those instruments have been created by the African Union, by African experts. Implementation is the issue. For us at the African Development Bank, when we see a gap, we go ahead and create a solution. Like we established the Afri-Exim Bank to help with trade finance. Now we have the ACFTA. You have a grown baby there, no longer a baby, big institution that's flowing globally to help Africa on that. On negotiation contracts, we have the Africa Legal Support Facility. Again, it's for governments in Africa, instead of running elsewhere, to run to those African institutions that have been set up with global experts to help them in negotiating contracts. In some countries, we have found that renegotiating mining contracts and mining agreements alone released billions of dollars for countries because they are negotiating out of ignorance. For bankable projects, we have set up the Africa 50. Again, is focusing on that for Africa. And we work with national development banks as well. So it takes a lot of all these ecosystems working together for us to be able to move things forward. So on transport infrastructure, that's again, I'll go back to governments, because a lot of that costs are taxes and non-tax barriers to trade in Africa. Visas that are, traveling within Africa, you just feel the pinch of being African. If I travel with a British passport in Africa, I go freely in many places. Mm-hmm. But if I travel with my Nigerian passport, which I love so much, I have a lot of fees to pay in taxes and in visas and so on. So again, it's for countries to recognize the value of oneness and the economies of scale. So we can open up our countries. We'll have a program on open visa index that my sister Joy and co will be launching here. We've been pushing for this because we see huge value added for Africa as a global community, the largest free trade zone in the world, with 1.4 billion people, soon to be 2.4. $3.5 trillion economy. If we close in because our colonial masters asked us to close in, we will continue to remain small economies that cannot move the scale. And for our colonial masters, most of which is from Europe, they have the European Union. Free movement, free trade, factors of production are moving around. So when do we come out of that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Rama. I'm going to ask Dr. Morsi just to very briefly wrap up, leave us with a positive note.
Sure. Let me just, perhaps, I want to also refer to some of the questions that have been asked, which we are actually working on solution to address. So, for example, I couldn't agree more on the challenge of high cost of transport as a major impediment to regional integration. And in that regard, we have been working very closely with the African Union on the issue of single African air market. That's a very important issue. We need to have progress on that, but we also need to raise awareness of governments of what it means, like resistance to open sky policy. What is the opportunity cost of doing that? What are you losing in terms of trade and exports, in terms of tourism revenues? So you may be keeping a struggling domestic airline company, but what are you foregoing by doing that? So these are some of the top questions we need to ask, and it's very important to progress in that area, and we're supporting that work. But also another question that was raised on the payment systems. We are not there in terms of one monetary union in Africa, but there are things we can do, which is having a cross-border payment system. And we're actually working with Afrexim Bank on that, so that private sector can actually trade within the continent in local currencies. There are cases I've had, I've been in meetings with ministers of finance where they talk about how, because of FX shortages in each of the respective countries, the private sector had to pay enormous amounts of keeping their goods at the port because there is no FX to give them. And we shouldn't be in that position, because we can actually, they don't need the FX, they could have just traded in local currencies, but we don't have the infrastructure and the system, and we can do that. Finally, on perhaps my sister's Mavis question, I think all of us have a role, and I mean all of us. And from our side, we've been working in all these areas, different areas that we talked about, whether like the DRC, Zambia, battery initiative, regional integration and regional value chain initiatives, financing and innovative financing and supporting countries to do debt for nature swap and debt for climate swaps, in terms of supporting institutional frameworks and continental ones. So these are things that we will continue to do, but all of us need to work because it's our future, and we have to own it to succeed in it. And that's why I think, like my friend Kevin, for me, what gives me most hope is when I speak with youth. To me, like in COP, my favorite day, and the one to me that is most important and inspiring, is the Youth Day. Because you get to listen to their energy, their innovation, and their drive. That once you hear it, you know for sure that we have a huge opportunity going forward, and we have what it takes to move there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Gilpin, any final words?
Thank you so much. I think that just listening to all the various initiatives, I wonder how many of us in the audience were aware that these things are actually happening across the continent. So I think that we really need to invest in strategic communications that gets the word out, not just in fora like these, but to the people who are actually doing the business, so that they know that there are facilities, they know that there are institutions who are working, but they also know that there are institutions who are listening. Because a lot of them don't engage because they don't think that there are institutions that are listening beyond the national government. So I think one has to be strategic communications. And the second, in the vein of strategic communications, is we, the institutions, have to help African governments rethink the model for development. The model for development we have now was bequeathed to us at the end of the last World War, when the imperative was the reconstruction of Europe, which is a good thing. But reconstruction and development are two different things. Reconstruction means rebuilding what was there. Development, in many cases, means starting from scratch, using innovation in areas like climate finance, etc. And I do think that it's time, and the second thing I want to point out is what E.S. Gatete mentioned earlier, that the whole aid part of the economic model was supposed to be short-term and temporary, but it has become part of financial programming as we interpret it on the continent. So I do think that before next African Economics Conference, it will be great if we have something powerful coming from African Development Bank, ECA, and UNDP saying, as regards economic models, this is what we think is a better framing for African countries. And this is what we think governments should be using when they're thinking about budgets, they're thinking about social investments, they're thinking about what keeps Mavis up at night, economic transformation. We need to popularize that. So it's not guesswork, and they're not depending on consultants who parachute in and parachute out. Because I am appalled when I see the amount of resources African countries spend in capitals of cold countries, paying consultants who've probably never heard of the countries they're giving advice on. So the money is there. They should be investing in think tanks, organizations, individuals on the continent to work with our institutions and others to come up with this new model that we could embrace, so that 2063 will not come around and we're looking back and say, the Africa we want has slipped through our fingers.
Thank you so much. As we close this session, I'm struck by the resilience and ingenuity that define Africa's economic journey. The insights shared here today, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, have really illuminated pathways to overcome challenges and seize opportunities in this global economic realignment. So from strengthening regional integration through the AFCFTA to leveraging innovative financing for infrastructure and advancing social safety nets, Africa's potential is vast. But it will take collaboration, it will take commitment and courageous leadership to realize this vision. So I'd like to once again thank our keynote speaker, Professor Banerjee, and our esteemed panelists for your invaluable contributions, and also to our audience. Your engagement underscores the shared responsibility we hold in shaping a brighter, more resilient future for Africa. So let us move forward with optimism and resolve. Thank you so much. Our panelists are welcome to leave the stage as I now call on our second last item on today's agenda. I would like to introduce you to our moderator for this session, Special Event B, focusing on pricing risk for development financing in Africa. Please welcome Mr. Jacob Assa, Senior Economist and Strategic Advisor, UNDP Regional Bureau for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to be a little more enthusiastic than that. I know that we're right at the end of the day, but we need the energy also for Mr. Assa, so it's over to you.
Thank you very much, MC, and thank you, the audience, for staying so late with us. I know that's been a long day. This session will focus on pricing risk for development financing in Africa. If we think about development financing in a historical view, in the past 3 to 4 decades, there's been a great shift. Official development assistance aid has declined, and for 2 reasons. On the one hand, less supply of official development assistance, less is given to Africa and other regions, but also African countries are less eligible because more than half of African countries are now middle income, so they cannot use concessional financing. So aid is going down, remittances, FDI increasing, but many countries turn to borrowing on global capital markets to fill the gap. Now, global capital markets, unlike official development assistance, care about risk and uncertainty. And risk perceptions are defined by 2 things. First, the economic structure of the country, but secondly, the credit ratings. And UNDP has done a lot of work on credit ratings. I'll give you a little bit of context before I call the panel onto the stage. In 1994, only South Africa had a sovereign credit rating. Then in 2003, UNDP partnered with Standard & Poor's, S&P, to help more countries get their credit ratings and therefore achieve access to capital markets. The quantity of countries with a rating has increased to 33 countries today in Sub-Saharan Africa. So the quantity is going up, but the quality is still leaves something to be desired. Only Botswana and Mauritius are rated investment grade. What does that mean? The lower your rating, the higher your interest rate, the less you can borrow, and also FDI is lower if you have lower ratings. So this year, UNDP has launched a more operational project beyond our research, where we do capacity building and help African countries prepare for the credit ratings review process, because we found both from research and anecdotal evidence that there's a wide variety across the continent in capacity to meet the agencies, present the data, coordinate across ministries, and make the case for why, create the narrative in a way, like we said before, why your country is worthy of a higher rating. As part of this project, we have conducted capacity building workshops. We had a national one in Tanzania, a regional one for Eastern African countries in Addis Ababa. We also deploy ex-Moody's, ex-S&P, and ex-Fitch experts to countries to do targeted technical support before a rating review, during or after. In fact, this week we completed the first one in Ethiopia, and the next one is coming up in Uganda, second week of December. We also have community practice, including webinars, newsletters, podcasts, and so forth, to help African professionals in credit ratings interact and learn from each other. And finally, we have the Africa Credit Ratings Resource Platform, where you can find a wealth of data, methodological information, and other things. But there's much to be done, and the goal is to improve Africa's risk perception in the eyes of lenders and investors. We often think of the rating agencies versus countries, but there's a 3-dimensional game here. Many countries that are rated the same get different rates from investors. So the investors really determine your cost of borrowing. So let me invite my great panel. Mr. Ben Young, Sector Lead for Sovereign Ratings in Middle East and Africa, Standard & Poor's. Please join us. Ms. Veronica Kalema, Group Head Country and Sovereign Risk, EcoBank. Mr. Trevor Loire, Senior Economics Advisor at Development Reimagine. And Mr. Javed Saeed Justine, Commissioner for Debt Management at the United Republic of Tanzania. Do we have Mr. Justine with us? No? Okay. So when it comes to credit ratings, one common discussion you hear is about the methodologies. Are they objective? Are they biased? And so forth. But I would like to go beyond that dichotomy and ask Ben, who's from S&P. Credit rating methodologies basically look at your capacity and willingness to repay debt or your creditworthiness. But are these standard methodologies fit for purpose in assessing credit risk in Africa? And furthermore, are they updated in consultation with various stakeholders, like governments, businesses, investors, and so forth?
Pleasure to be here, everyone. Good afternoon. So, as you say, it's always, well, I think it's helpful to just perhaps remind ourselves exactly what a credit rating is, which is a forward-looking opinion about the capacity and willingness of an entity to meet its commercial obligations as they come due. So our role in that is to provide high-quality, objective, independent analysis to the market. And ratings are designed to give a relative ranking of creditworthiness. So all sovereigns are rated under the same criteria to ensure that comparability, right? So there's value in that methodology being standard, which is what the market is asking for. And then the criteria, obviously we believe are clear and transparent, they're freely available. They perform well and have a strong track record. If you look at the average 15-year default rate for an investment grade sovereign, for example, it's about 4%. If you look at that same average 15-year default rate for a speculative grade sovereign, it's about 32%. And within those investment grade and speculative grade buckets, the distribution is as you would expect, right? So we believe that they're effective. Now, those criteria, and for a sovereign, we have 5 main components. So you have an institutional assessment, an economic, fiscal, external, and also monetary assessment. They're reviewed constantly. They're live documents. They are, and when we do decide to make a change to them, they undergo a very thorough, extensive independent validation process where we will offer to the market what's called a request for comment, right? And that could take up to 6 months, where we receive feedback from market participants and we'll consider very carefully exactly what those market participants say in terms of our suggestions. If we're recalibrating some of our scores, for example, it's all taken into account through this process. And we're regulated in its application, right? So we're regulated in over 20 different countries, including from the European Union and the US, for example. And they look at all of our ratings decisions to make sure that that criteria is applied consistently across the board. So in terms of the criteria, its development, it's ongoing, it's inclusive, and every time we make an update, it goes through this extensive validation process, which we believe is very rigorous, where we listen to any market participant, government, investor, independent, multilateral, and consider all of those comments in our criteria updates. And I think that's hopefully answered that part of the question. I mean, it might also be helpful to think about, the performance in Africa in terms of defaults. So since the year 2000, there have been 27 sovereign defaults. And actually only 7 of them were in Africa. The region where most defaults have occurred is Latin America. And, we've learned quite a lot of statistical sort of points from doing these studies where it looks back and to see what some of the sort of early warning signs of default are. And they include things like interest to revenue ratios in the year prior to a default, moving towards 20%, or in some cases, totally exceeding that 20% mark. Equally, there's a quite rapid deterioration on the external position, 3 years running up to a default. So you can see that there is a consistency. I mean, obviously they're not all the same, but there's a consistency in some of these ratios and data points, which are important considerations. But a sovereign default is not like a corporate bankruptcy. It's not a mechanical function of macroeconomic data. Oftentimes, policy choices, political decisions, they supersede that macro data. And by that, I mean, you could think about Argentina in 2020 defaulted, even though it had $42 billion worth of foreign exchange reserves available to it. Russia and Belarus both defaulted as a result of Western sanctions after the invasion. So, political decisions are very important in the calibration of ratings. And so our methodology takes into account a lot of those developments at the same time, which is included in the review process also.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up question. So the methodologies are standard and applied consistently, but could it be that the level of preparedness of countries differs, and therefore they're perceived to be riskier if they present themselves to the rating agencies at a higher or lower level?
Well, we have a standard data threshold that we require, which is not super complex. It's kind of standard macroeconomic data that most countries produce. Sometimes, and it's worth having the conversation about sort of data reliability and how updated it is. We heard just before about, when GDP was last rebased, is it really capturing all of the economic activity that is happening? So to the extent that the statistics don't show that, we can't capture it. I mean, we can have a discussion and understand that there's all of this stuff that's not captured, but really having it in the data is helpful. So preparedness speaks to things like statistical provision also, I think. But we have teams on the ground frequently visiting every country that we rate that ask, all of the major decision makers, ministries of finance, central banks, commercial entities, the IMF, national embassies, a set of questions where we can make a decision whether or not we have enough information to produce a rating of the quality that we feel is appropriate, which is a high quality, objective, independent rating. And we feel in most cases we reach that point, but if we don't, we withdraw the rating. And so in terms of preparedness, in terms of meetings and organization, I feel as though there are aspects that we could certainly discuss as being helpful in terms of explaining what the data is and where the data isn't available, what is likely going to be the case in terms of explaining the raw activity on the ground. To a couple of those points, I think preparedness is a really important part of making sure that a government is putting their best foot forward and telling us the story and giving us a narrative that we can really talk about and question. And sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree. I mean, that is our objectivity. But having that presented to us in a coherent and organized manner is definitely helpful.
Thank you. And this touches on one of the points we realize in our workshops. Many countries perceive the meeting with the credit ratings as a passive one-way street. You show up, you give the data, you get a rating. But our advisors who used to work for Moody's, S&P, and Fitch tell us, and we're training the countries to do so, to be much more proactive, to create a narrative of your country and tell the agencies what you want, obviously supported by data, but not just passively respond to questions. So if you think there's alternative indicators, you can go there. And that leads me to Veronica.
Just if I could
Please,
say,
go ahead.
No, thank you. Just to say something to Ben's submissions as per the objectivity of the credit rating methodologies. And I would like to hear Ben's views on this, but I would like to differ with him on three issues. The first is the question of standardization of the methodology, applying it uniformly to all countries. I wonder if it is prudent to assess the creditworthiness of all sovereigns in the same way. And earlier in the day, we had a discussion about graduation. countries graduating off of aid. And I want to draw on a similar analogy. If you are going to lend to a student seeking college debt, university debt, versus somebody who is middle-aged and is in full-time employment with a contract, I wonder if you would assess them the same way. If risk would mean the same thing in both those instances. So if we look at African countries as in primary stages of the development process and trying to attract the right quality and quantity of finance to be able to catapult them into a structural transformation phase that they're seeking, can we assess risk of African sovereigns? Is it prudent to standardize the methodology of African sovereigns the way we might apply the methodology of credit ratings to other sovereigns? In my view, yes, I understand the appetite for objectivity understood in that way, but I find that that doesn't map nicely onto reality as a way of achieving objectivity. So the first point is on standardization. But second point is on the time horizons that are not captured by the methodologies that credit rating agencies utilize. Ben did mention that it is a forward-looking process that tries to see if a country will be willing and able to pay to meet its financial obligations in the future. I think what Ben didn't say is that forward-lookingness is in fact limited because it's not long-term. So what that means is that you don't take into account factors that emerge on the horizon that could mitigate against the risk. So here I'm trying to think of risk in a dynamic way. Yes, maybe at present risk is justifiably high, but down the line as a consequence of the investments made courtesy of the finance that has been acquired by sovereigns, perhaps that risk reduces as we go down the line. But the nature of the forward-lookingness of the methodologies is such that it tries to take a long durée backwards and a very short-term outlook that then doesn't capture for the dynamism of risk that can be strongly influenced by the kind of financial resources that countries can access if they are given a different kind of rating as we see at present. And then finally is the question of what the financing itself can do. Now, again, Ben did mention that the default rate for highly speculative ratings has been about 32%. And I wonder if some of that is not a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you say a place is risky and therefore is unable to get financing cheaply and acquires debt at premiums and ends up being saddled by a lot of debt, it's going to end up finding itself overburdened. Okay? So if we are not accounting for, if we take credit rating methodologies as a snapshot of the present, okay? If you lend money to me today, will I be able to pay you back? Perhaps if I could be able to pay you back today, I wouldn't be borrowing money from you in the first place. But down the line, once I have done productive things with the resources that you have provided to me, perhaps then my repayment capacity would look different and my risk will reduce significantly down the line, and therefore the risk of default will also be either attenuated or eliminated. So I wonder about those three issues, the wisdom or prudence of standardization, the question of the time horizon that is taken, but also accounting for the sort of productive utilization of debt that down the line can mitigate the nature of risk that sovereigns face.
So just to clarify, your second point is that developing countries should be assessed using a longer horizon risk assessment.
Yes, methodologies currently take a snapshot, right? If I'm borrowing money today, I'm borrowing because I don't have the means, right? So if you're assessing me on my ability to pay, given my present circumstances, then of course I can't pay. Of course I'm going to be a risky lender because I'm coming to you to borrow, I do not have that money. But if you assess me on what I could do with the money I'm acquiring from you, what kind of productive utilizations I can put that money to, my appearance in the snapshot of today that takes a short-term horizon into the future would look vastly different from a longer-term horizon, in which case there would have been some productive utilization of debt. So not factoring in that certainly is going to lead to low ratings for developing countries, because in the present, if you just take a snapshot of the present, they just do not have the capacity to pay back.
And I also like your third point, which basically focuses on the asset side. We usually talk about liabilities, where you borrow, how much you pay, but a key question is, what do you do with that? Do you use the debt to build productive capacity, which will increase GDP? And even if your debt is higher, your debt to GDP ratio is lower. So that's a very important question. Before we go back to Ben, Veronica, you work in an African financial institution, so I assume you have a different perspective than the big three, even though you used to work in one of them. And we talked about data. Could you please tell us a little bit about some data gaps that you're aware of that could be filled to have a better, accurate pricing of assessment of risk in Africa? And are there any alternative indicators for governance, creditworthiness that could be used in assessing lending and investing risk in Africa?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jacob. Thank you, everybody. It's good to be here. Okay, in terms of data gaps, to the extent, I mean, and as Ben mentioned, I know I work for ratings, I agree with him on some things. So I agree with the fact that in terms of if a country is rated and has an IMF program, then the data gaps are likely to be limited. And if you look at countries like South Sudan that have data gaps, right? Because you just look at the IMF report and see all those data gaps, and you can't find them on the website because we cover South Sudan as a business. We have a business there. Or Burundi, or even Sudan, which is at war, they're not rated. However, what I would call it is they are information gaps, right? So they're information gaps that I think affect the ratings. And they may affect the ratings right at the rating stage, to a certain extent, which is what UNDP is trying to do to make sure that they proactively give context, etc. But recently we've seen them come up. Abrupt changes come up mainly due to political reasons, and there are reasons why rating agencies are wary about political issues, political changes like coups, because medium term, they're normally not good for the fiscal. But it's around coups, it's around sanctions. I mean, and as sanctions can actually preclude a government from paying its debt, even though they have the money. If there's sanctions, then they will not be able to pay the debt. But where we sit, I'll give an example of the way we looked at it. So between 2020 and 2023, there were downgrades for massive, quite big jumps from B minus. So that's singles B minus or B around there, like single range, B range, to triple C, or maybe triple C plus, triple C and triple C minus for Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, due to coups, different times, but there were coups in those countries. And apart from Burkina Faso, each and every time sanctions were imposed by the UEMOA region, and obviously that meant that they could not meet their obligations. The financial sanctions were imposed, so that meant that they could not meet their obligations in terms of paying debt to any institution within the region that had lent to them, right? And I think they could receive receipts, because in those countries they have a currency union and a monetary area which intermediates the money. And so we also initially thought, okay, fine. I mean, if they don't lift these sanctions within 6 months, we will have to downgrade. But in the interim, the central bank, the regional central bank, said to all of us, because all the banks in the region were affected, they said to us that do not downgrade any of these sovereign securities to stage 3, which is a write-off, which is a default, because they just said just don't do it, because otherwise it was unworkable. The whole banking system would be affected. So we didn't, and then sure enough, they lifted the sanctions, etc. And we ended up just leaving it at B minus. But I mean, I don't think the rating agencies got that information, and so they still have the ratings at CCC, and the rest of the the banking system. Anyone else who's working with them, I mean, the obligations are being paid in full and on time, etc. So that's one of the examples where I think that there is the information gap does cause disruptions in the rating, and I think it's twofold. I think that the governments also have to be proactive, just like they told the banks that, listen, do not put this rating on, don't downgrade these to stage 3. They could have also told the rating agencies that within the context of the currency and monetary union, this thing is unworkable. I mean, of course, they're not going to tell you that they're going to remove the sanctions, because they're just going to tell you, so we're not doing this, right? And then the rating agencies take their cue from that and say, well, if they're not doing this, then they're not going to downgrade. So that's an example of an information gap. But there's been others recently. What I'm encouraged about, though, is I don't know whether it's because there's a lot of publicity about this rating bias, etc., etc. Over the last year, we've had rating, because EcoBank is rated by all 3 rating agencies. So we speak to them about our rating and about all the markets in our countries, particularly the ones that they are most worried about. So what they've started to do recently is to actually call up and say, because they know we probably have exposure to this. We have actual exposure. It's not just the rating. It's like we actually have exposure to this debt. So how are you looking at it, et cetera, and then that avoids a big downgrade, or it could lead to a downgrade. But at least they understand the context from people who are actually, who actually have exposure to some of this debt. Yeah.
This is fascinating, because normally we talk about information asymmetry between countries and rating agencies, but here we have a different view from African rating agencies and global rating agencies. So that's interesting. Trevor, any comments or thoughts about that point?
As Veronica was talking, the only point that came to mind, you did mention about the publicity that biases have gotten, is the question of subjectivity, which I personally don't think is a problem, insofar as all knowledge is subjective. The old African adage that every man or woman sees the moon from their compound. The issue comes with the nature of the subjective knowledge. So a lot has been said about the parachuting rating analysts. The issue is not so much that they hold a subjective view of what the African reality is, but that subjective view differs significantly from what social reality is. Because even when eventually we have in place a credit rating agency that is African, as the efforts by the APRM are trying to achieve, those two in their methodology will be subjective. But that subjectivity will be closer to social reality in African countries. So the problem is not so much subjectivity as such, but the nature of that subjectivity. Because once you are inhabiting a situation, you are going to perceive it very, very differently from what somebody else observing that situation is going to perceive it. And one key thing is, for example, the institutional metric that was referred to earlier, that is a key consideration in making credit rating analysis. The dominant understanding of functional institutions in the West, for instance, is very particular. Even when a lot of research has indicated that there is not a very much significant relationship between development and economic growth, between the nature of institutions and economic growth, which is a timely conversation, considering where the Nobel Prize for Economics went this year. But the examples are abound, whether in the West and the nature of the institutions they had during their phase of development, or China itself and the nature of the institutions they had during their phase of development. So, but the understanding of what good institutions are like, that is going to factor into, the subjective impressions or appreciation of whether or not a country has good institutions, becomes a challenge, because we want to generalize an otherwise local experience. That what is a good institution elsewhere that is the lens we must take and assess the quality or lack thereof of institutions in another place. So that is a subjective bias that is born of a local experience that there's an attempt to generalize. But the problem is not so much the subjectivity as it is the nature of that subjectivity. Because when we turn to, as I've said earlier, an African credit rating agency, it too will be informed by a particular kind of subjectivity. But what matters is that that subjectivity is close to social reality. It more accurately describes social reality because of its positioning and the experiences that it is embedded in. So with regard to the information or data gaps, the question of subjectivity is important, but we shouldn't demonize subjectivity entirely because all knowledge is subjective, but in particular the nature of the subjectivity.
I just want to point out that we heard about two different ways to bridge the gap, the information gap between the global and local risk perception. One was a bank talking to both the rating agencies and the government. Another one is the African Credit Rating Agency, but there's a third one. Moody's acquired agency GCR recently, which is an African agency. So there's at least three ways to bridge this gap, and there could be more. Ben, since a lot of comments were towards you, would you like to respond?
Sure, and thank you for the comments as well. So, as I said, in terms of standardization of methodology, making sure that it is consistently applied across every sovereign, we view it as important because the exercise is to determine a relative assessment of creditworthiness. So you must apply the same criteria in order to attain that relativity. An investor will have a choice between, which country's bonds they want to buy. And this is where the rating comes in handy as one part of a plethora of different information that an investor will ultimately make in terms, to get to that investment decision. So that criteria enables us to assess the factors that we view as material, right, and proximal. There's no particular time bound on a rating, right? I mean, if you've got a 30-year bond, the rating should cover that. Now, we forecast only 2 or 3 years ahead. So, the macro forecast that we've got on our publications are 3 years ahead. But of course, we run plenty of scenario analysis for decades. Take oil price, the impact of oil prices on Gulf states, for example. We will do that internally. And if we view a policy that will help remove some of those risks as sufficiently strong and material, we'll incorporate it into our analysis. And there's a couple of examples that I can perhaps give on that. One of them, just recently, we put South Africa's rating on a positive outlook, despite a lot of global headwinds. And that really is because we view that reform momentum will come out of the new government, right? We don't think that the recent data is particularly good. In fact, the fiscal data and the growth expectations for South Africa have been revised down. So in the face of that sort of weaker data, we're saying, actually, we view the medium to long-term prospects of South Africa as more positive than we did previously, because there's likely some reform momentum that's predictable and transparent to come out of those changes. Similarly, but we're not expecting them overnight, right? Similarly, with WAMU members, we recently improved our monetary assessment because if you compare inflationary trends and growth in most WAMU members to a lot of the rest of Africa, the growth has been a lot higher and inflation has been well controlled. And so we view that as a solid base for key members within that union to go on and gives them the room to implement reforms that will help improve their fiscal position. Côte d'Ivoire is an example of that, which we upgraded to a rating higher than South Africa. So that isn't going to happen overnight either. And so, we do take into account, reform momentum, policy changes that might not be visible for some time to come, right? When we think as though the path is clear and the chances of them actually generating, greater debt carrying capacity, which as a rating agency, that's really the focal point at the end of the day. When that's going to be in place, we will take that into account. In terms of the methodology for emerging markets being sort of different, we don't think that would serve the market in terms of what they're expecting, and hopefully those reasons that I've given help to explain why. Unless the suggestion is, of course, creating a different asset class, which is, I think, a different conversation. But for what we're trying to do, that's the standard approach for the reasons I mentioned, I think is the most appropriate. Is there anything else that I missed there? In terms of, and Veronica, you made a good point. I mean, if we're not told about developments during a coup, for example, then of course, then that's an information asymmetry which we would hope would not exist. But
I think that rating agencies should be more proactive when they have events and just try and get those updates, and then that would, obviously that then you look at the risk differently, because obviously you thought, okay, the next thing is they're going to, the fiscal is going to get worse and worse because they've got sanctions, et cetera, and then that wasn't going to happen because it was unworkable, and they told everybody, they told all the financial institutions, anyone who had invested, not to worry about it, basically. So I mean, that's where I say the information gaps are, and we've been seeing over the past 3 years abrupt changes in African ratings, because we also invest in these countries. We have securities in these countries. Sometimes we have our own rating model, but also what the external rating says matters. So we're like, okay, so now what's happened in this region? And then we talk to the government, and it's actually maybe an administrative delay to a debt, or in that instance. So I mean, that's basically, I think, that trying to close it on both sides, the government being proactive, and then also you trying to get updates from the government, even from us, because we're actually investing in those same securities that you're rating, and we're worried about getting paid back.
No, fair points there. I mean, and we do reach out to the investor community during periods of stress, right, to make sure that we understand from a creditor's point of view what they think is going to happen in terms of repayment. But, we are told, and have been told frequently in the past, don't worry about it. And we're not necessarily going to listen to that and take it on face value. But engaging and making sure that the communication lines are open, particularly during times of stress. Obviously, point taken. It is something that we try our best to do. But in terms of preparedness, as you were saying, Jacob, I mean, making sure that responsiveness is there, that those communication lines are always open, will help us get the latest information and the most informed decisions. So I think it's important. Yeah.
Yes, and information flow is not just between the countries and the rating agencies. We were supposed to have a fourth panelist from Tanzania, and when we went there, we learned, in addition to their economic reforms, they really changed the way they approach a credit ratings process. They created a task force to coordinate all the ministries, because sometimes the central bank and the finance ministry and the statistics bureau don't really share information. And they coordinate the data, they coordinate the message, they ensure the same people are there all the time. So there are very small details that can make a difference in how you appear to the rating agencies. Okay, we have 12 minutes left. Let's open the discussion to the audience. Please raise your hands. Can the people with the mics please come over? Thank you. Prof. Orama here. Yes, and then the lady in the back, right here. What's that? Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that interesting presentation and the discussion by the panel. Very interesting presentation by the panel. Maybe I'm going to say something very bad. So, very interesting presentation. First, I just want to the presenter, from your description of what credit rating agencies do, it does appear very clearly that it's set up to serve the interests of creditors, ensuring that debtors repay their debt. So from that, I want to ask very few questions. Number one is, when you have a poor country, isn't that the likelihood that access to data and capacity to be able to present the data to bridge the information asymmetry, information gaps described by my sister, will be more prevalent? And therefore, requiring them to have the same level of data will deny them access to capital, and that will create a vicious cycle, locking them at low levels of development. That is one. Second, when you assess the capacity of countries to repay, what types of assets do you consider? Does it include natural capital assets that many African countries have in abundance and always leverage in the future for development and for repayments of their loans? Then the other one is about your footprint on the continent. I'm happy to hear bridging gap, talking with EcoBank and others, but I just want to understand, what's your footprint on the continent that can give you that confidence that you have reliable access to information that do exist and that the information is not laden by external bias? And to deal with external bias, I also ask, how many African professionals do you have in your workforce working for you in Africa?
Thank you. Can we have one more here, please? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Otilia Anamaunganidze from the Institute for Security Studies. I would just like a point of clarity. When using the example of South Africa, for which we are grateful for the minor upgrade, but you said that the data doesn't lend to an upgrade, but the new government does. And my question is, what happens when you don't like a government?
Okay, let's take one more question in the back. The lady in the back, please. Here, the lady over there with a hand. Thank you. It's okay.
Sanbonan, good afternoon. I wish there was one language for Africa where I can greet everyone with. So my name is Balungile Mkize from South Africa, from a company called Africa Service Providers, where we centralize service providers to create convenience and build capacity to supply. Okay, my question, I have a couple of questions. Okay. One, what was the opportunity for your agent, for the credit agents' existence in Africa? Which opportunities did you see that benefited you in Africa? Number two, in war countries, the war agenda, in your view or your perspective, why aren't you participating in developing or probably bringing a positive aspect to the government in place. And number three is, I'm going to make an example from our country, from my country, which is South Africa. If I apply for a car insurance or I apply for a bond, as a Black African, I'm high risk in my own continent. My fellow white counterpart gets a lesser or more reasonable insurance compared to me in my own continent. And this goes to the African leaders. African leaders with your backup, your financial backers or your keepers. The reason for you not to build confidence in me as a youngster and still be here and talking development in all sectors, it shows a lack of loving your own continent. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. Let's get some responses and then we'll take another round. Please, Ben, would you like to start?
Okay, where to start? So, I mean, maybe to the point of the criteria, we're measuring what, trying to give an opinion about the willingness and ability of a debtor to repay their financial obligations, and the people that want to know that they're going to be able to repay those financial obligations are the creditors. So, and if we feel as though it's likely they're going to get less than that original promise, then the rating should obviously reflect that could be the case. The next question, I think, was when you have a poor country, is it the case that the data gaps are more prevalent? We have a minimum threshold of data that we require to rate any sovereign. And if they're met, we feel as though it gives the best, good enough picture for us to be able to assign a rating of sufficient quality. So no, the answer is, in terms of, do we need more information that we're not getting in order to assign the rating? No, I don't think so. We have questions over some external data. We have questions about GDP, for example, but we feel as though the amount of data that's available to us, which is quite standard information. We're not using like really complicated data sets that are obscure and difficult to find. It's basic national income accounts, it's balance of payments, international investment position, and fiscal. I mean, we might have some questions about whether or not fiscal accounts are, is it cash or is it commitment? Does it, what's off balance sheet? What are the contingent liabilities? But, as long as those requirements are met, we feel as though that's sufficient for us to meet the standards that we require to assign a rating. I mean, equally, even in developed nations, where you have huge amounts of data, we have probably more questions in terms of understanding the analytics behind those flows. If you look at the Dutch balance of payments, for example, it's almost impossible to disentangle what the SPVs are doing when Unilever or Shell are paying dividends. It completely skews the whole picture. So there's probably more questions asked, actually, when you're in that kind of situation. But the basic point being is that we don't feel, if we're assigning a rating, we don't feel as though there is a data gap which could be material to our overall assessment. Understanding that information is obviously important, and that's why we go and meet, twice a year, once in person, every sovereign that we rate. Now, in terms of the types of assets that are available, it matters in terms of liquidity, right? So that's the concept that we're using. I mean, sure, If there's a track record and there's a liquid market for whatever asset it is, then we'll take it into account. Now, if there's a time horizon over it and there's enough time until a maturity, for example, then we'll also take that into account. So it depends on the liquidity. I mean, if you're stuffed full of commercial real estate in a badly performing country, then it has a liquidity that is different to US Treasuries. And so we need to take those things into account. Now, with the footprint on the continent, just for S&P, I don't know about the other agencies, we have an office in Johannesburg, and I think all of the staff, all of the analytical staff are nationals of African countries. I'm based in Dubai. We have a number of North African analysts who cover the Middle East, but also Sub-Saharan Africa, not just in sovereigns, but in the bank team and also in the corporate team. So we have numerous African nationals on the team. We have a team that will go to meet every rated issuer every year, and we have 25 ratings on Sub-Saharan African countries, and so we'll be there in country at least once a year. COVID was a difficult time to obviously visit, so that is where the virtual aspect of our assessment came up, but that's no longer the case. So, we obviously engage with not just the sovereigns, but where we rate corporates and financial institutions. We'll also be engaging with them separately also throughout the year. So we have numerous in-person touch points, both on the continent and also from external sources throughout the year. It's a constant surveillance that we apply there. So hopefully that addresses your questions. Right, what's next?
I'm afraid we ran out of time, so
Okay.
perhaps I could suggest the other question could be referred to the panelists individually. I would like to thank all of the panelists. Thank you very much for a lively discussion. And back to the MC.
Thank you to our moderator, Mr. Jacob Assa, as well as our panelists. Appreciate those insights. Ladies and gentlemen, just before we conclude with our final item on the agenda for today, just two announcements that we have a cocktail that you are invited to after the event, starting at 7:30, I believe, here on the ground floor at the conference center. And then tomorrow morning, we have all been requested to promptly start at 8 a.m. So we ask that you please take your seats 10 minutes in advance, with the first item being the Fireside Chat 2, with the title, Reform the Global Financial Architecture and Global and Regional Economic Stability. So kindly take note. On your screens, you will also see the QR code for any feedback that you have pertaining particularly to today's session. It is important. The organizers would love to know how you have experienced the day and how else they can improve on, if there is anything. So please do take 30 seconds of your valuable time to give feedback on the just ended sessions. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call on our last item for the day, and that is, maybe perhaps before I do that, because I will not be seeing you tomorrow, might pop in, but the sessions will be taken care of by the various moderators. Let me take this opportunity to thank you so much for the great audience that you've been throughout today, and for the warm welcome, especially from our Botswana counterparts. Again, my name is Rochelle Locke, and you can follow me on Instagram at Che, CHE_Locke, LOCKE. I think I'll leave my details with Al-Haji. I didn't think of that, but quite a few people have asked. So yes, I'm happy to to share that with you. May I now call on our moderator, Dr. Desiree Venkatachelam, the Senior Director of the Country Economics Department, AFDB, who will take us through the presentation of the African Development Bank Group 10-year strategy. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. So I have a very tough job. I'm just, the last session, graveyard shift. All of you want to leave. Please lock the doors. All the doors are locked. Lock all the doors. No one leaves. We'll be together having fun on a great theme, 45 minutes, African Development Bank Group 10-year strategy. So please, we'll have fun. So please, I'm inviting my great colleague to come in and join me, Caroline Kende-Robb, the Director of Strategy of African Development Bank. We also are quite lucky to have three eminent panelists, the Director of Research of African Development Bank, Dr. Anthony Simpasa. We have Dr. Mavis Owusu Gamfi of Asset. Mavis, if you could join us. And Mavis, you'll do the same thing with me. Call me by my first name. Please allow me to call you by your first name. And we have Chief Economist of UNDP, Raymond Gilpin. Are you with us? We have 45 minutes, not 1 minute more, so I'll cut to the chase, and I'll call on Caroline Kende-Robb to come and give us a 10-minute high-level summary of the African Development Bank Group 10-year strategy. Please, Caroline, take it up.
Thank you so much, Desiree. Good, so I'm going to start with the presentation, so if you could kindly pop that online, that would be great. Okay. This one here? Great, thank you so much. Great, so that's the panel here today, seated in front of you, and we're now going to start with the video. Thank you so much. And it's got some music, so that would be nice. I think we can try one more time. The music's so nice. It's so much better with the music. So I think we'll just give it a few more seconds and then I'll dive in. I'm going to dive in. Okay, thanks guys, don't worry, we can play it in the evening. Okay, let me see if I can get this to move. Yay. I think we can just move on and I'll do the next slide.
I think this is what you call multi-scope.
Voila. Okay, good, we're diving in. Okay, so like Desiree said, I'm just going to do a quick 10-minute overview. The strategy is for 10 years, and it was unveiled very recently, actually, in Nairobi at our annual meetings. There you will see the chair of the AU, Musa Faki, alongside our president, President Adesina, and President Ruto as well. And this was a very significant event, so we're very happy to get the strategy unveiled. Not easy to write a 10-year strategy, but luckily we had a lot of people helping us, so that was really great. And very recently, we also did a presentation at COP29, so basically linking the strategy to the current dialogue and narrative on Africa with regards to climate. So the background of the strategy, it is based on the ambition, and very importantly, ambition and priorities of our regional member countries, and also our own comparative advantage. Otherwise, we would be doing everything. So we kept a sharp focus. And it's also based on extensive consultations with many of you in this room. And I understand many of you are also online. So thank you so much for giving your time to put this strategy together. So that's our RMCs, it's think tanks, it's CSOs, it's UNECA, it's the AU, it's the UN. And this strategy is aligned with the SDGs as well as the African Union's 2063. But what it does present is a balanced narrative. And we heard a lot about that today. You can't be too negative, but you can't be too positive. So how do you create a balanced narrative for Africa over the next 10 years? But it emphasizes urgency, acceleration, and scaling up. All of these are what our RMCs are asking us to do. It is aligned also with the MDB reform, the Multilateral Development Bank reform, which many of you will be involved in this room. But it is also designed to adapt to future changes. And this theme of the conference here today is around uncertainty. And uncertainty means we have to constantly adapt, we have to constantly change. And this means that strategies, unlike before, cannot be written in stone. So here, very quickly, are the challenges, the areas of uncertainty, but also the opportunities. And we all know, we've all heard, we have food insecurity, debt burden, fragility, inequality, high unemployment, especially youth unemployment, and climate change. These are interlocking and they're accelerating. But this strategy, it's built on an optimism about Africa's potential to transform and also create sustained growth and contribute, importantly, to global solutions. And Africa's progress will be driven by its unique assets. And the first one we heard also a lot today about is this young, dynamic workforce, an expanding urban consumer market, economic integration, vast clean energy potential, and rich natural resources. And at the same time, we did a lot of analysis about mega trends. And we looked at climate, we looked at energy, we looked at demography, food systems, technology and digital revolution, and urbanization. So I'll go through each of them quickly, but they are all in the strategy, which you can find online. Here is the strategy, and you can find all of the details online, and I'll show you where that is a little bit later. So Africa is actually home to... So let me just go through and I'll wait until it comes back online. But let me just focus on the demographic transition. This is our first mega trend. And it's home to the world's most youthful population, as we know. And basically what we have in Africa is an unparalleled demographic window of opportunity. The second mega trend is about climate. And it confronts Africa, but at the same time, the continent is part of the solution. We know that 9 out of 10 countries, the most vulnerable to climate, are found in Africa. But Africa has enormous opportunities to influence global efforts on climate change using its abundant natural resources. Africa also has a critical role in the global energy transition. This sector has been completely disrupted. Africa's potential for renewable energy is substantial, and with the right investments in place, the strategy outlines that Africa can achieve the triple goal of increasing access to universal energy, a step increase in power supply while decarbonising growth and becoming, importantly, a major exporter of power. We all know that Africa has a food import bill, but there is this huge opportunity for Africa to transform this import bill to $1 trillion market. And as I mentioned, urbanisation as another mega trend. There's an opportunity to transform. So there's an opportunity to transform the urbanisation across Africa to be a continuing powerful force for change, driving growth and prosperity. And our final mega trend, and all these mega trends is what the strategy is really built upon, is a digital revolution. We know the digital divide is being exacerbated by unequal access to digital technologies, but at the same time, besides digital infrastructure, investment in technical skills, entrepreneurship, ownership, know-how is fueling innovation, and youth are driving growth in IT-enabled services and creative industries, shaping the future labour market. So this is a 10-year strategy. This is how it looks, and I'll explain this in 30 seconds. So we have a new vision for the African Development Bank. And this vision is a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and integrated Africa. And so many people today use those 4 words. And that's no coincidence, because we've been listening for the last 2 or 3 years about what you are all saying about Africa. And that's why it's in this document. Our mission remains the same, contributing to sustainable economic development and social progress of our regional members individually and jointly. We have 2 new strategic objectives. That's accelerating inclusive green growth in Africa. So it's not just green growth, it's inclusive green growth, and driving prosperous and resilient economies in Africa. And then we have our high fives. Many of you are familiar. Light Up, Empower Africa, Feed Africa, Industrialize Africa, Integrate Africa, and improve the quality of life for the people of Africa. But importantly, we have the cross-cutting investment priorities. We cannot accelerate and scale up the high fives unless we focus on investing in these other areas here. And that includes women and young people, in climate and building resilience to shocks, conflict and fragility, and strengthening economic governance. But you'll also notice that we're going to actually deliver that through public and private sector. So private sector is taking center stage. And at the bottom you see a huge shift in focus towards public goods. That's regional and global public goods. So the major shifts in the strategy, I'll go through those quite rapidly. So we're going to accelerate and scale up. Impact will be maximized by increasing the volume of financing, which we've had discussions about that here today. But we're going to make fewer, but more transformative investments. Greater focus on women, like I mentioned, and young people are Africa's greatest asset. The focus will be on skills for young people to succeed in today's job market. Other priorities, like I mentioned, investing in climate. Doesn't have to be a negative framing of climate. We can invest in climate. Everybody else can come and invest in Africa, in climate, building the resilience to shocks, fragility, and conflict, and importantly, strengthening economic governance. Private sector will be at the heart of our work, and we will be really focusing on this MDB reform as we ourselves continue to evolve to become a bigger, better, and more effective MDB. And like I mentioned, importantly, we'll be working with public goods. So the last couple of slides are really about how we're going to change. And today we heard that we need solutions. So we can't keep saying we need to do this, we need to do that. We need to change our models. We need to change the way in which we think. And we're starting with ourselves, our institutional model to evolve to be more effective. We all live in an institution and we all need to streamline our business processes. But we must focus on our workforce. Without our workforce, our institutions aren't effective without really focusing on our people, on our culture. That's a really important part of all of our lives. Digital transformation we're all familiar with, but the bank's impact, we will do studies, we'll do research, but we have to be able to listen to the voices of the people with whom we work. And that means going to the communities, going to villages, going to urban areas, and finding out what is really happening with the work that we're doing. Our operational model, like I mentioned, we want to be bigger. We want to do transformative operations. We need a better pipeline. We're going to look at cross-border interventions. We're also going to look at environmental and social safeguards, so ensuring that we don't do any harm, but also putting people first. We'll deepen partnerships, but importantly, number 6 here, knowledge-driven impact. And this is ensuring that knowledge supports design and implementation. And these 3 days are about knowledge. We don't just want knowledge, we want knowledge to bring change. And that bridge is really, really important. We can do great economic analysis, but for what? So this strategy really says we're going to really look at knowledge-driven impact. And finally, collaborative platforms, which is working together on country platforms with partners like yourselves in this room. So the last model is our finance model. The African Development Bank has done a lot of innovative financing. We've been working with you partners as well. And we need to do that. We need to ensure that we've got more money. We need to look at the G20 working group. You'd be familiar with that on capital adequacy. But we ourselves are really trying to ensure that we have balance sheet optimization. And finally, which is, we had a big discussion in one of the sessions, it's about mobilizing public investments for the high-FIs, but including domestic resource mobilization and looking at that contract between the state and its citizens and about how do we raise tax in a fair and just way. So my final slide is about multi-stakeholder approach in line with the MDB reform agenda. Like I mentioned before, we look at regional public goods. We are always driven by and aligned with the RMC priorities, and we're trying to establish these more supportive policy and regulatory frameworks. But we commit to work with the MDBs as a system. We're going to scale up MDB financing, boosting joint action on climate, strengthening country-level collaboration, co-financing and cross-border benefits, catalyzing private sector mobilization, and like I mentioned, enhancing development impact and effectiveness by better understanding what is really the impact of our operations. There you go, a sprint through our 10-year strategy. So thank you very much for your patience. And now I hand over to Desiree. Thanks so much.
Merci beaucoup, Caroline. Mais je ne vais pas continuer en français. Je pense que ça va causer un peu de... No, I'm just saying.
Thank you so very much, Caroline, but I will not continue or carry on in French. It may cause...
And I trust... So I think you got a big helicopter view of a 10-year strategy of African Development Bank Group, 10-year strategy of your own AAA-rated African institution. We just had this session before, and I thought I should say that. And pleasure to have the chief economist of UNDP with us. And Raymond, I had a look at your own UNDP renewed strategic offer for Africa. And I'm sure when you were listening to Caroline, you could see good complementarities. So could you tell us how your own strategic offer speaks to the African Development Bank Group 10-year strategy? And how do you think we can work better together to deliver? 4 minutes.
Thank you so much. Let me start by congratulating the African Development Bank Group for what I think is a very comprehensive and impact-focused strategy. I'll just go through 4 things very quickly, 1 thing per minute, since I do have 4 minutes. And the first is the approach. I think there's a lot of similarity between the African Development Bank groups and the UNDP Africa offer. We look at it from an opportunities lens. We don't see the challenges as problems that need to be solved. We see the opportunities as things that could be leverages, not just to address the solutions, but also future-proof our approach to Africa's development. And because one of the challenges with a lot of Africa's strategies or offers is that they spend a lot of time trying to solve what they think are the challenges of today and not position their institutions for the opportunities of tomorrow. So I must congratulate the AFDB on this. The second thing that seemed to resonate with me was the fact that they're not silos. It's a collectively reinforcing nexus of issues, very similar to the approach that we took. Because we also looked at the mega trends, we looked at the capacities and opportunities on the continent, and we asked ourselves, what lies within the manageable interest of UNDP? We cannot do everything, and so we decided to focus on 6 impact areas: economic transformation, structural economic transformation, natural resource governance, climate action, sustainable energy, women and youth, and peace and security. Because these are areas that we could use as our collectively reinforcing nexus. But underlying this are the directions of change. We believe that we need to be doing things differently. And it was really good to hear in your strategy as well, the emphasis on regional integration. Strategic communications. But the one direction of change that I didn't hear in yours that we have in ours is the notion of what we call development intelligence. Because we think that the approach to development has to be different. We can't just put new wine in old wineskins. And so for us, we have a whole section on development intelligence. How we think about development has to change as well if we're to future-proof. The third thing is that I heard a lot of mention about impact orientation, which is good. In our strategy, we went a step further, and we developed what we call moonshots. These are these grandiose targets that we have set ourselves, not necessarily as things we are going to attain down to the last number, but goals that we want to set ourselves, so that we are not just discussing strategy like in a vacuum. It's moving towards some quantitative targets as well. Then the fourth thing that I would mention is the issue of partnerships. We tried in our strategy to identify areas where we could work with others as force multipliers of what we wish to do. I heard a little bit of that. We have a lot of that in ours, both in the body of the narrative, but also an entire section on strategic communications and partnerships. Just making the point that we could not do all by ourselves. We need partners. The last thing, very quickly, is the financing issue. There's a lot that is in your strategy that ours could benefit from. We talked about financing from an Africa's money, or Africa's resources for Africa's development, but we didn't go into as much detail, I believe, that you have. But I think it's important because, as we've emphasized in a number of sessions already today, the issue of creativity and new beginnings when it comes to finance in Africa is even more necessary now than it was 5 years ago when we worked in ours. So we take a lot of great insights from how you have approached this. And once again, congratulations and thank you for including us in this conversation.
Merci, Raymond. And indeed, very strong partnership between the African Development Bank and
Thank
UNDP.
you, Raymond.
Look at this conference. So, thank you so much. I'll now go to our colleague from ASET, Mavis. And I also, spent some time looking at what you do, and you put forth a concept of growth with depth. When I saw that first time, I said, what is depth? But then I kept reading, and it's a very nice one. I'm sure you'll talk to us about it. So you stated that growth is not enough. Africa must transform, and we've heard that in the previous discussion, upgrade. What could you maybe share your views on what you've heard from Caroline and also a little bit from Raymond just now? Over to you.
Thank you very much. So yes, at ASSET, we say growth is necessary but not sufficient for the continent. We must grow with depth. And the depth stands, these days in Africa, whenever I say growth with depth, people think I mean growth with debt. No, it's not growth with debt. It's growth with DEPTH. D stands for diversification of our economies. E stands for export competitiveness. P stands for productivity. T stands for effective use of technology, and H stands for human well-being. So if we do DEPT and we don't get human well-being, it's a bit of a pointless exercise because it's an equal transformation. So when I listened to the presentation, and I was privileged enough to be in Nairobi when the strategy was first presented, I was excited about it because when we look at the latest data that we have from the growth with depth analysis that we've done, there are three things that most countries in our index are either stagnating or lagging on over the last 10 years. Diversification. A number of our countries are actually regressing on diversification, which is worrying. Export competitiveness. If we are regressing on diversification, we are not going to be export competitive. It makes it, they're aligned. And then the third bit is productivity. So when I looked at the strategy, I could see how the focus would help us make progress on those three. And I also like the fact that in the strategy, they talk about the importance of economic development through focus. So the recognition that the ADB cannot do everything. But just a few points that I wanted to raise in the strategy. You talk about youth and youth employment and youth entrepreneurship a lot in the strategy. And what I found was missing in there was a focus on building ecosystems. At ASSET, when we talk to young people, they really struggle with the fact that somebody's talking about finance for them here, somebody's talking about digital for them here, and they have to go across 4 or 5 countries for all of these services. Where are the ecosystems to support young people? And a lot of young people also tell us that they don't want to be entrepreneurs. They are entrepreneurs because they have no choice. So where is the distinction between youth entrepreneurship for growth and transformation versus youth employment, and moving the young people who are in forced entrepreneurship out of it? The second area that I like the focus on was on energy. But there was a lot in the strategy about energy production. And in a number of countries on the continent, our challenge is distribution. We are really struggling with grids. So where is the investment on the energy distribution? So a bit of a challenge on that one. I like the focus on urbanization. And everybody talks a lot about urbanization. I'm always struck by the fact that we never benefited from agglomeration. Our urbanization just led to low quality service jobs, and it continues to drive us. So when we talk about urbanization, what are we going to achieve? How is that opportunity going to transform into something more tangible? Gender equality. For me, it's a no-brainer. The fact that we are still discussing it in 2024 continues to worry me. I just read a statistic recently that a child born today will not realize, a girl born today will not realize equality until they are 97. And considering where we are today, and we're talking about a continent, we need to transform, we need to grow, leaving behind 50% of our population is a no-brainer. But there were just 3 things. I welcome the focus on MDBs and the focus on platforms at the national level. I would like to see the African Development Bank have more presence at the national level. We don't see the strength. I mean, ADB is our MDB, but whenever you go to platforms at the national level, their voice is not as powerful as it should be. So what will it take to make the ADB's voice more powerful at the national level? On knowledge, I welcome the focus on knowledge, and we hope it means you will work with local knowledge partners. I'm not pitching for think tanks on the continent. Yes, I am, shamedly. We do a lot of research. It would be great to have a strategic partnership with the bank. And finally, to be honest, the thing that I did not see in the strategy that disappointed me was accountability. There wasn't enough in the strategy on your accountability to us as citizens. Yes, you have member states, but your member states are not your clients. We, the future payers of that debt, are your clients. But we didn't see enough about your accountability to us. Thank you.
Merci. Yeah, I think these are very important points you raise, and Caroline will come back to you at the end on the building of an ecosystem which may be missing, the access to finance, the youth entrepreneurship. Maybe the chief economist also can contribute to that. And very important point at the end, the presence at local level, at national level. Thank you so much for those very, very good points you made. I'll go to the third panelist, Anthony Simpasa, who hails from the African Development Bank, also Director of Research. So Anthony, coming from the bank as Director of Research, what, in your view, is the role of knowledge? I'll pass it on to you. What is the role of knowledge, especially with having the theme of this conference in mind? How can knowledge be used to implement the 10-year strategy? Over to you. It's working?
Yeah. Yes, this is working. Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks to Caroline for a very well summarized presentation of our strategy, which principally places us into the development context of the African continent and the countries we seek to serve and serve very well. I would say that knowledge, if you saw from the presentation, and thanks to Mavis for acknowledging that, cuts across all the different pillars of the strategy. The reason is very simple. It's because knowledge informs decision-making within the bank. Knowledge informs decision-making in our client countries. Knowledge will also inform decision-making in our shareholders. Knowledge will also inform decision-making to investors that invest in our client countries. And that's why, in the complex of the chief economist and vice president, we have essentially 3, 4, 5 areas that we focus on in terms of knowledge. One is analytical work. Second is data that supports analytical work. We have country dialogue. You said that our presence at the national level, you don't see it, but we have in at least 35 plus countries where we have strong presence in terms of country economies that are supporting dialogue, country dialogue in our countries. And then we also have economic governance, which is aimed at influencing the design and implementation of economic governance policies that will help improve the business environment to allow private sector to invest and get a fair return on their investment. We recognize the importance of economic governance specifically because, as the VP said earlier, that the bank has 2 forms of investment. One is in hard infrastructure,
and then soft infrastructure. Soft infrastructure is the knowledge component. And it's because of this knowledge component that we utilize to articulate and identify different opportunities in different countries in Africa, but also highlight the risks that exist in order to better inform the investors, to better inform policymaking, as well as to help ourselves create opportunities in which to place the resources that we lend to different countries. Specific to this theme that we are talking about, I think it's important to know that we are living in an uncertain world, and the bank has been anticipatory in many ways in terms of its knowledge generation. We have been anticipatory because we are looking at different emerging opportunities that are speaking to the realities of the African continent in different countries, and we look at the local realities and how the knowledge we produce, the support we render to countries in terms of policies, data, and so on, does help them to clearly identify the opportunities in those countries. Let me just highlight one aspect, and the VP spoke to this report that we just launched last week at the COP29. And this is the Measuring the Green Wealth of Nations, Natural Capital and Economic Productivity in Africa. This report is informed by the needs of countries on the importance of us supporting them to better value their natural capital that they can then use to market, realize value, and raise resources that they can then invest in different forms of other forms of capital, including green technology and other forms of capital, including human resources, social capital, and so on. I would like to emphasize that these emerging issues and our anticipation to knowledge generation has been instrumental in mobilization of resources within the bank. And our flagship reports, the African Economic Outlook, which we have been producing since 2022, focusing on the energy transition, focusing on climate finance and how the private sector can mobilize climate finance. And now we are transitioning to see how Africa's capital can better develop can better be used for Africa's development. You see the sequence of our knowledge generation. It has different building blocks because it focuses on practical solutions that we need to provide to African countries. And that's why in all these scenarios that I talked about, including what Gilpin had said on intelligence development, it's all embedded in our economic governance pillar of the strategy, because that's the core of our intervention in supporting the implementation of the strategy going forward. That's why economic governance and knowledge generation is central and cuts across all the different pillars of the strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anthony. Knowledge is cross-cutting. Knowledge informs decision makers and mobilizes resources. For a bank, that's very important. Let me see if there are any questions from the audience. I'll take 3-4 questions. I recognize Victor Murinde. Oh, I see we are very popular, so we'll take more questions. So let's start with Professor Murinde. Do you have a mic, Victor? Oh, I'll share my mic with you. That's okay. There you go.
Victor Murinde, African Economic Research Consortium. Thank you very much. Impressive strategic plan. And especially the tenure of 10 years. I think we should all be gravitating towards the 10-year strategy, even more in view of the long-term horizon. But my quick comment is about the, maybe call it objective function. There is some emerging consensus in development, currently promoted by the Nobel laureate, Jean Troll, at Toulouse School of Economics, about the fact that the change in development will occur mainly through the delivery of the common good. We are not talking about public goods. We are talking about the delivery of common good. And this emerging consensus with most of the thinkers and movers converging on this. And I'm trying to find out the common good element in this 10-year strategy. Is there one, or is it implied? Thank you.
Yes. So let me see the show of hands. And I don't see anyone. So we'll start, so that I don't forget, we'll start with a gentleman with a mic. Then we'll go at the back. We'll go to the lady, and then the gentleman, the lady, and the gentleman. You all know your order. There's no one else. And you'll have 1 minute, okay? So that everyone has a chance. Over to you, sir.
All right, thanks. Elvis Avenio from the University of Johannesburg. And really interesting insight. So thank you so much, the panelists. Earlier on, Raymond did mention about the informal economy without necessarily sort of emphasizing it. And we do know that the informal economy is quite significant in most African economies. And to further emphasize this, there was actually a paper in the IMF Economic Review in 2023 that emphasizes that the renaissance and the nascence of manufacturing on the continent is being driven by the informal manufacturing processes. And I do see generally now that in the 10-year report, informality is completely missing. I might probably missed it, but I didn't see it as part of the challenges, nor the opportunities. So my question then is, how do we drive an inclusive, sustainable development when we are ignoring 80 to 90% of our economies? One last question quickly is, there have been a lot of reports every year from our development partners, ECA, UNDP, sometimes about related issues. Is there a discussion at all to try to consolidate and work together as development institutions to just generate one report each year, rather than sometimes the duplicity of issues that sort of come out in these reports?
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll go to the next question. Please pass the mic. We'll go at the back. 1 minute, please. Just go straight to the question.
Hello. Good evening. Thank you very much. I am Abu Toure from UNDP Sierra Leone. So thank you for this. You know, the plan is very detailed, the way it is presented. I think it provides a lot of information. The issue about where we are coming from, you see, so from the AFDV perspective, I know this is not the first kind of plan or strategy. So the previous one that you implemented, was there any evaluation to see the successes, the challenges, and the risks? And so going forward, how are these addressed in this current strategy? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next, please. I think it's the lady there on the left. Please go ahead. You have 1 minute with a question. Over to you, madam.
Thank you. My name is Nancy. I'm from the South African Institute of International Affairs. My question is on So the common theme today has been around the need for infrastructure investment and for us to sort of scale that up. And the common understanding with regards to infrastructure investment is that particularly with leveraging private sector financing of infrastructure projects, is that there is money there, the funds or the financing is available. It's just that we don't have enough bankable projects to sort of get going. So my question is, within the strategy, how has the AFDB sort of re-strategized in terms of assisting governments in not just preparing bankable projects, but also identifying bankable projects so as to bridge that financing gap?
Thank you so much. Nancy? Please go ahead, sir.
Yeah, sure.
1 minute.
Good afternoon. My name is Bakang. I am head of policy and programs at the British High Commission. Just on the strategy as well, piggybacking on the previous question, just sort of what the key lessons have been from the previous strategy that you'll be taking forward as the bank evolves. And then secondly, I think the FCDO and other international development partners are sort of struggling with this question about how to treat different countries with different challenges and different potentials on the African continent, because I think we can all agree that Africa is quite a nuanced continent. So I'm curious about the bank's approach when it comes to dealing with different countries. You have countries that are doing quite not so good, and then you have countries like Botswana who are not worse off, but also punching below their potential. So just curious about how the bank approaches, dealing with different countries in order to avoid having sort of a uniform blanket solution to all the challenges on the continent. Thanks.
Good evening. Mine is really short. I want to know what does inclusive green growth look like for the bank, especially with regards to equity and inclusion for the marginalized?
Thank you so much. My name is Sandile Chavalala, and I'm a co-founder of a startup called Huluma Banvu. My question is for Caroline, and I think I'd just like to know from the bank's perspective, and when you execute this strategy, how are you going to include startups that can be part of your implementation? I think for me, what's quite interesting is that I source a lot of my income for my business in Geneva. However, I really struggle, even though I do my programs in the continent, but I somehow have to use funds from abroad. So I'm wondering, how are you going to be leveraging some of our talent in the continent to ensure that we stay here and we use resources that are here in order to impact our communities? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let me see. I think we have heard from the floor. Maybe the way I'm going to do it, I'll ask, because Caroline has quite a few questions directed to her. We'll go very quickly, start with Raymond, and then we'll go down this way, and then we'll end with Caroline, who'll take some of the very good suggestions made. Raymond, you want to take us forward?
Thank you so much, and thanks for all the really great interventions. I think in terms, the one thing I didn't mention, and during my first intervention, was the duration, 10 years. I think it is fitting, because usually we set these really lofty goals for a very short duration and then we start rushing. But I think this is a really good approach that not only helps us tend towards 2030, 2033, but also gives time for a lot of the great ideas to come to fruition. On the financing side, again, just want to emphasize the importance for creativity, and allying it to the last couple of comments. How do we make sure we have the right color of money for the right project? Because some projects require much longer term duration and others are more short term, and the type of money you get is different depending on that.
So just very quickly, I'm going to help Caroline with her long list of questions. Somebody said earlier on about information asymmetry. So you asked what the bank is doing on investment. I've had the honor of working with the bank group on youth in recent years. And, you know, is it the Youth Investment Bank? There's the Youth Investment Bank, and the bank also has a number of platforms it's funding that provides different types of financing to different entrepreneurs and startups. There's a big focus on startups. And recently, having criticized them for not talking enough about ecosystem, I'm just, because I felt like saying it, they've just started talking about how they build an ecosystem for startups. So not just around the financing, but thinking through the business services, etc. So I would say this means that the bank needs to communicate a bit more so that young people know where to go.
Thank you very much. I pass on the rest of the comments to Caroline, but let me take on one of treatment of countries. I suppose you're referring to whether we differentiate country peculiarities one from the other in terms of our support and our approach to investment and our intervention. Indeed, the bank does not take the one-size-fits-all approach to support to its countries. You realize that we have in the bank, I would say maybe 3 categories of countries. One is the middle-income countries. The other one is the low-income countries. And within the low-income countries, we have countries that are in transition, countries that are in a state of fragility, and so on. And these are treated differently throughout our approach, be it in our support to lending or in our support to analysis of the risks and opportunities that exist in these countries. We do not assume that all these countries have the same characteristics in terms of their approach. And we have also specific products in terms of knowledge products that we produce in the department of our country economics led by our senior director, the country focus reports, which look specifically at the peculiarities of individual countries and customize the policy design and how these policies can be implemented, bearing in mind the differences in environment, political, economic, and social, as well. Let me also just highlight the importance of partnerships. And speaking to what Mavis had said earlier, indeed, we forging stronger partnerships within Africa, but also globally in order to leverage on expertise and knowledge of our partners in terms of how we approach our knowledge provision to find solutions for the continent. Thank you very much.
Caroline, you have all of our easy questions.
And I have 1 minute, I think.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So I love the questions, so thank you so much for the questions, and thank you to the panel as well. I think it was very engaging. So I'll go through very quickly, but the first one on the informal economy and also around startups and all the issues linked to the Youth Entrepreneur Investment Bank, it is really a big deal. So they are in the strategy, and it's something there was a huge focus on. And it's also linked to our focus on women. So we are focusing and investing in a lot of women entrepreneurs. So we take that point, and it was a big focus in the strategy. There are many lessons from the previous 10-year strategy, and we have an independent evaluation group, and they did a report, and we took all those lessons. But one of the key lessons was we need to have a very detailed results management framework. And we have one in here, but we're also doing a separate document that will have all the indicators. So that's linked to what you were saying a little bit, Raymond, as well. What are your aims? What are your goals here? So that will be quantified as well. Nancy mentioned the importance of infrastructure investment and what are we going to be doing in that space. We recognize the whole theme of this conference around uncertainty is not great for investors. So it's about trying to ensure that there isn't a narrative around uncertainty, when in a lot of spaces we've got a lot of certainty. And in a lot of spaces we can also help create policy environments that make it more comfortable for the private sector to invest. And for us, our own institution, the strategy says that we intend to increase our private sector investments ×3 over the next 10 years. So we really want to move into that space a lot. It will include that we need to look at our own institution and change the shape of our own institution, a bit like what the other MDBs have done, but we'll do it in our own way. We've already had the answer on the differentiated approach, but it's really important, and actually it's part of our guiding principles of the African Development Bank. Country ownership is one, differentiated approach, selectivity, really important, sustainable impacts and results, innovation, and strengthening partnership and collaboration are all our guiding principles. I wanted to share those with you because you have to have guiding principles in an institution, and we reflected those in our strategy. Also, yes, on the startups again, it is actually part of our results management framework. So we are really take your point really seriously in our strategy. There's a couple of points raised by Mavis, and I'd like to put the record straight. Otherwise, one of the VPs might be quite upset with me. So I really take your point on building ecosystems. I think that the bank does recognise that. But the way you framed it is really good, so I think that's important. We have something called a youth marker, which is really key. We're going to put that in our operations. Distribution of energy, that is the focus of the African Development Bank's Vice President. It's really a super big focus. More presence at a national level, we would agree with that. We absolutely, totally want to have more presence. We have a lot of presence. We are trusted by governments, but we are looking at decentralization. The accountability to the people is something that all MDBs are challenged with, but we are one of the most transparent MDBs, and in some surveys, the most transparent, which is good. We want to do more, and we want to hear from people. We want to hear from the communities. So we're actually connecting that. We're making that connection. And finally, on gender, that we won't achieve gender parity for God knows how many years. I don't even know if we'll achieve it then, because we have to realize that often when we look at gender and gender inequality, we're going backwards. And I mean globally, I'm not talking about Africa here. So that makes it very difficult for us all, and I think we all should be advocates for ensuring that there's equality and equity here. So it's one of the biggest challenges facing countries globally. So thank you very much. The common good, and then one more sentence. Depends on, it's a hierarchy, it depends on where you're here or here or here. You could be investing in the people of Africa, you could be investing in the continent of Africa. And by saying that, I want to end with a quote that the day began with. And of course, that's from President Boko. And this is all to do with the continent. And he said that he talked about, in fact, and I quote, raising our continent to take its rightful place as a leader in the world and not just an emerging frontier. And that is something that is very much a common good for us all. So thank you so much.
So thank you. This has been really excellent. And Victor, that collective aspiration for society, I think that's the fundamental issue. And in the strategy that Caroline has put forth, that idea of inclusivity is central and green. But it goes back, I think, to what we can talk about that later, but climate justice, equity, all those fundamental issues. And we'll come back to you at AERC and work with everyone here in partnerships on reflecting about that. So please join me. Give another big round of applause to our panelists, our speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I have to be the bad cop to stop this nice discussion that's just going on. And you're exhausting my people energies while I want them to have some for tomorrow and the next day. So,
Thank you.
we are having the cocktail downstairs on the ground floor. We're inviting you there, and just want to pass you on information. The shuttle bus for your hotels will be available until 9 p.m., so you can enjoy the cocktail in peace, and you don't need to rush. So, thank you very much for this amazing day, and big up to you all.